Blue team's turn to ban. Red team's turn to ban. Blue team's turn to ban. Team's turn to ban.
Hello guys, we are back with the second game of the day, and joining with me in the casters lobby is your favorite CCE Umbreon, aka Ash. And Ash,
alright guys, so I guess everyone's doing great. Let's just jump right into the draft. So A side banning Dirac. Again, I say again, don't ban Dirac on the A side. It's not worth it. You can pick it, and it's the most annoying mage, even in this patch. Even though he got a little nerfed, but he's the most annoying mage to be against. So I'd be banning some of the marksmen so that since I know, since I know my priority is Dirac, I would just be like, alright, just get off the good marksman.
Okay, so then Laville.
Laville is okay. So even after the nerf, I feel like Laville and Hayate are equally good now. I mean, even though Laville is more oftenly picked because he's easier to play compared to Hayate. I'm not saying because I like Hayate, but Hayate requires a lot of mechanics compared to
Laville.
Laville just doing pew pew. So
and
a Laville pick makes pretty good.
And I don't think we'll be seeing a lot of Zip in this entire tournament. Like yesterday it was left out. I don't know why did they left out Zip, but that was a really poor gameplay coming in. But
yeah, I mean, as I said,
turning, like I don't think we'll be seeing any more Zip.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, like even in ACL, Zip had like 100% pick or ban rate. So that says it for itself for the pick. Like it's too broken. It has so many capabilities in so many ways. I mean, you can delay enemies' farm, you can delay enemies' lanes, their buff, and you can keep providing that extra damage reduction to your own heroes. So it just has like a lot of potential. It has like an engaging and disengaging potential. So that's one reason why Zip is so annoying.
And tell me, what do you think about this pick, like picking Ignis into Ras?
Alright, so I didn't really like the way the bots started because they went for a Malik and they went for Ras. So I guess they could have went for a Malik first and then they could have decided if they want to go Ras or not, because Malik can be flexed both into the middle lane and even into support. So okay, so I'd explain why Malik is a support is still in S tier according to Doyster, I would say. So the reason being, the meta is completely around tanky supports like Lumber, Tame. So since they are slow in movement speed, Malik can keep maintaining his passive on his A. So that gives him that extra sustain because he heals his extra damage after he gets that true damage on his screen. So you guys need to really work on this. That you can flex Malik to both. So if you're doing that, just pick mage later in phase so that you can actually confuse your enemy with it.
Mm-hmm.
On
True.
the A side, I see an Ignis. Ignis is really, really, really strong against Malik because of the true damage he
Blue
has
team's
and the
turn
mobility
to
that he has.
ban.
He's just too strong.
I mean, he's one of the
Um,
best utility mage out there.
Blue
Definitely,
team's
I am a
turn
big
to
fan of
ban.
Ignis because I have seen these pro plays and they just make insane plays with that guy. So coming to Richter, Richter is still the best DS laner and will always be, I guess. I mean, his kit is just too strong. He can rotate faster, he can clear waves, he can jump to the back line, he can tank for you, he can deal damage for you. So he is just like a complete kit DS laner for me.
Blue
I
team's
So
guess if you
turn
look
to
at
ban.
the second ban phase, like everybody's just targeting the jungles. Like at the moment, like four jungles are being cut off. Like, the Zeal is getting banned off, the Macro, it's a Creek knock. So do you think we'll be seeing another Zenith game? Because I honestly don't want to see any more of Zenith, to be honest.
I don't want to see Zanis because his early game potential is just too slow. I mean, it's like having an ADC as an assassin. He's just too slow clearing the wave. I mean, the jungle because and if the enemy picks up an arm and they just go start invading his jungle, there's nothing
Red
much he can
team's
do about
turn
it
to
because
pick.
arm sustain just out damages what Zanis is gonna throw at her. You can just keep invading him, and if you deny him like the first or two blue buffs, he's just gonna have such a hard time clearing the entire jungle after that.
We're,
So
we're still
we
waiting for
see
the
it.
yeah.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
still waiting.
still waiting what they have in the mind for the jungler. So
Wait, so
actually,
is it gonna be a Yarn pick?
no, I
Or
don't think so. It's a Yorn pick. I Okay, so if there is a level, I
To pick.
definitely play Joker or I actually play Valheim because I
yeah,
feel
Valor?
Valheim is just so underrated. He's so underrated. So that's
So is this gonna be
something.
a Laville jungle coming out from Team Sensei?
So the piece in this meta is too strong. I would say he's one of the strongest
Mm-hmm.
assassins in the game if you're playing in 5 man. According to me, in solo queue his solo queue potential is lower than his team matches potential because when you're playing in solo, of course your team's not gonna be
Red
like
team's
properly
turn
synced.
to
But if
pick.
you're in like a 5 man, so the teams are gonna just play around the piece. He is just too strong. And the lower HP he gets, the higher damage he's gonna be dishing out. So and he's so tanky. That's what you really want to look at.
Okay, so Team Sensei is gonna be sending the Laville into the jungle.
All right, so they go for
Yeah,
two tanky side laners. They go for a Laville jungle. Um,
I mean like
Laville jungle is definitely fine, but
early game, like if both, I mean, if the red team is able to capitalize on the advantage because of Laville having a poor clearance, and Annette will obviously be there helping Laville out to clear out his minion wave, to clear out his jungle wave, right? So if they take the advantage of that and make a play happen, then things will start to look really, really bad for Team
yeah,
Sensei.
I mean, I guess most of the basic rotations start from the DS. I mean, the jungler just starts from the DS because they want to end up on the whistle.
Level,
So
yeah.
since Richter is gonna be up on the DS lane, he can just actually do his 1s1 and Anna can actually just do her abilities. The lab is gonna have a really good time clearing the jungle, but in my opinion, these guys have too heavy of a dive for Laville to survive. There is a Zafis, there is a Malik, there is a Lumber, there is a Raz, so we're just gonna be jumping onto him. Um,
True.
there's not as much protection as I see from the blue side, except Enid. She can actually just alt at the position that Malik alts, but apart from that, the dive is still too heavy in my opinion.
Yeah, the dive is really, really heavy. And as you can see, like if
10 seconds
Number,
remaining.
Malok, and Zephyrs can land that wombo combo that they're searching for, and Talenus is just gonna, destroy. Like if it lands, then Talenus is just gonna be on the backline destroying every one of them, and Raz is gonna go in and kill Laville and kill off the main carries. And Annette, like I guess they'll be playing around Annette this entire game because depending on her cooldown reduction on her ultimate, Because if she has her ultimate, then there's no way they can reach the back line, depending on
Yeah, I mean, not just
how
in it.
Annette
I
uses
guess.
herself. And even Ignis
I
as
mean,
well. Like Ignis is a high utility champion. If he
yeah,
lands
that's
that
what I was
tag,
gonna say. That not just in
yeah.
it. If the Ignis is able to CC properly, it
Mhm.
would have the. I mean, it would be really, really amazing for Laville to have a good time. But if the CC just messes up, I mean, if the Ignis just messes up his CC, it's gonna be really hard for him to survive. So I guess the main damage carry is absolutely going to be Lavelle
Love
because
you, yeah.
the meta is just so much around ADC carries now. The meta is just like throw in an ADC and throw in a meat tank with him. That's
And
all
just
you need now.
yeah, they just have to funnel all the gold that they have into Loveville, and Loveville is just gonna carry them the entire game because Archer can sustain a lot. Plus, for even though the red team has a high dive composition, like if they are not able to reach Loveville because like they will have the Annette and Ignis, so they should be playing around the cooldown reduction. Like they should be playing around it. And as you can see, there's three endless cycle coming in from Team Sensei,
Arena of
and there's only
Valor.
one from the bots
So
dominate. That is
yeah, the
that.
endless cycle did get a
Get
little
ready.
nerf, but
Minions
I'd
will be
still say it's a
deployed
really
in
really
5
good
seconds.
enchantment. I mean, you can just deny the early snowballs if you can just keep coming back even if you're losing the fight. So that's not a big issue, but I guess teams just dropped it off because of a little nerf. Um, okay,
Okay,
so
so
they're just doing exact same thing that I told, but
and
apart from Richter, they're actually going for the Earther side lane.
it's actually weird that Gara on that Zafiris is starting from his blue buff, or maybe he wants to secure the Spirit Sentinel, knowing the fact that Lavi will actually take a little bit of time, like to clear his jungle and then join them in the Abyssal lane.
Yeah, definitely. But in my opinion, I mean, if you can see, these piece cannot actually gank any of the two lanes. I mean, Earther's too tanky for him, and even Richter, if he has that longsword longsword buff, that means the blue buff, so he
He's
can
just
just
gonna
get
walk
out of
away.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's gonna be really hard. I guess the only potential gank that this guy has, it's the mid, or if he's able to clear his jungle, invade the enemy level. So for that, you really need to be in sync with the enemy jungle.
Okay, so Zephyrus is just. I mean, he hit his level 4 and he's about to make a rotation in the both side, and I feel like they're gonna get caught up right now. And Rex going in really, really deep, trying to kill off
So
the Talonus.
Talana is actually doing the thing that I really like. So she's using her B first, and
Mhm.
then she uses her A. So this actually procs the movement speed. I mean the reduction
The
in movement speed. That's really really smart for her. So this way you can actually maintain your distance but still land heavy pokes on the enemies. So one reason why Telena still deals a lot of damage in the early game. Okay, so they're just going for this abyssal and they're able to finish it because Lavelle is not that strong early.
That's a
As I
good
said,
in from the Malok right there, and Richter was just able to, let Akihito on the Taloners move away from the team fight, so they had no damage dishing out for them.
I
And
mean, Malik's just jumping onto the level, Zapis is jumping onto the level. There's no way he can escape any of the places.
I actually
So,
like what Richter did right there. He totally zoned off the Taloners to have any further casualties. But at the end of the day, they end up giving Nabil, and that was expected because Annette was still level 3. Like she just hit level 4 right now, and Ignis didn't have that much mana to like stun them or like to throw her.
so
To throw his entire CC.
Ignis in the early game can just provide you HCC, but he cannot provide you the damage that you need. He
Exactly.
definitely deals a lot of damage, but that would actually take a lot of time for him to actually scale into the late game. But it would definitely be there. So they actually, if these guys are able to go for the late game, they are just gonna be so good. I mean, Laville in late game is just so good. He can just kite everyone.
Okay, so Ras was about to get caught off. Lekin, that was actually a really, really bad ultimate coming out from Soma on that Lavio. If he had landed that ultimate on Ras, that was just gonna get exploded right there.
Definitely.
So right now, uh, they're trying to make a 4-man rotation in the boss side, and let's see what can we gain from this. So they're just gonna wait in their red
They're
buff.
just waiting for that red buff, but they just actually wait for the Laville to come and get it. and they can easily gank Laville. So there you go. One
Really,
shot, and there.
yeah.
Laville doesn't have any escape.
Oh, that was a miss ulti right there by the Lumber, but I guess it was because of the Anet ulti that the ulti went haywire. And things are looking really, really bad for both
So
can dominate. This is the backup right now, but Zeph is
I'd
going.
still say that they can actually just go out of this because they're
Okay,
just too tanky for them to melt in the early game. Like if
land
you
to
can see Malik and Lumber and the Feast, all of them are actually low-key tanks. So they can actually just go for it. They can just invade early game because Lavin is not going to be dishing out you any damage in the early game. One reason why I don't like Lavin's jungle is because if you go into the lane, you can just miss out on that slicks thing and you can just go for the Fafnir standard, which is just so good against the comp that they're actually in.
Yeah, and then like we've seen a lot of people using partners, and it's actually debatable whether it's good or not because like a lot of MM players have been talking about it. So, what is your
So,
opinion?
yeah, Fafnir, in my opinion, is a really, really good item if you are up against three tanks. I mean, there is a Zafiz, there is a
Malik.
Malik, there is a Lumber, so you need that extra melt. You need that passive where it hits like 8% of their HP that's been taken down. So I'd still say that if it would have been a lane Laville and they would have gone for an assassin in the jungle, they wouldn't be having as much hard time as they're having now. But they're still able to do so much well because if you could see, the gold is pretty much even. 4 kills on each side. Gold is just 300 in the favor of
No, I
the
mean,
blue side.
goal is actually they're neck to neck. They're just like 100 or 200 goal difference at the moment. And but then Malik is gonna get caught up right now. He uses ultimate to run, but how long can he run? Archer is chasing after him, but he uses it to get away safely. It was actually a really,
He
really
is
good.
too low now.
Yeah. So what?
Definitely.
So how is both can dominate? How will they reply to this game, four-man game? So they're gonna easily.
The one thing that they're doing is like both of the teams are playing really smart. They're just okay. So for example, the Sensei team actually went top to pressure the Malik. Meanwhile, Zafiz just invaded his red and he just took out the red. So they're just shuffling the objectives, which is really smart from the both teams. That's why the gold is pretty much even. That's what you see when two teams that are actually equally paired in terms of quality.
Oh, and that's a huge dive coming in. Lumber throws on his ultimate, and that's not where Sensei should be right now. The Malok ultimate getting
The
three
Feast
of them.
is gonna come in and the Feast is gonna clear this
Yeah,
out. So yeah.
he's gonna clear everybody up. So this is going to be a really, really good team fight for both can dominate. Because that was way too deep for
I don't know why the Richter is going back in. So, alright. So
So
that's
because
what, if they're able to catch that Ignis or if they're able to catch that Laville off guard, it's just gonna be so hard for these guys to actually stay in the team fight and deal damage because these are just the two heroes that have damage on their team. I mean, they do have damage as Earther, but how much do you think Earther can damage the
exactly the backline.
Zafiz or a Lumber or a Malik? Who's gonna be there taking out all damage?
And that last team fight, like I am actually like trying to comprehend why did Sensei try to dive them inside the turret, knowing that they have a Lumber, they have a Malok, and they have a Zafiz who can just jump onto the backline. So there was actually a miscommunication maybe or a poor play coming out from Sensei. So both can dominate totally took control over that last team fight, and because of that they're ahead in goal by 3k at the moment when they were going neck to neck.
So that's where one thing that you actually one mistake cost you the game. This is what we saw in the Kerala game too. I mean the Kerala Blasters game.
Exactly.
One DS actually changed the entire scenario for the map. So teams should be really, really looking out for things they do and the decisions they make because if they're able, I mean, if they make just one wrong decision, it just changes the entire game for them. So, and you don't want this Telenas to be fed because if she is fed, she already has 3 players to actually give her the front line, and after that, she's just gonna stay behind and she's just gonna melt you from a distance. While you don't have any hero with that much range, so that's gonna be really hard for you because Telenas in late game is scary.
Okay, so Richter goes into the back line, but the Novel he couldn't kill off any of the backline, but Lumber, that was a beautiful ulti coming in,
Alright,
and they
so
don't have a red pulse right now.
I'm not really sure about this pause because there shouldn't be any pauses when there is a team fight breaking out. It's just the delay is just so annoying for both the teams because if you see a potential kill, sometimes the potential kill just runs out because of the delay in the start. So the momentum just gets lost. So I guess all the viewers are just here for watching these pro fights because that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes MOBA interesting. These fights, these trades. Man, if there is a pause at that time, it's not really cool. I
Yeah,
get it, you're lagging, but just lose the fight, just go back to the base and just pause it at that time.
and just come back because like even 1 second in a mobile game it matters a lot. Even you have played in high elo matches your entire life, so you know that even 1 or 2 second delay, you know how it changes the whole momentum of the game and how it changes the mentality. Because right now, just look at this team fight that's erupting. The post came out from the red side, and I don't know how red side is gonna escape from this right now. So we're about to get in game and let's see what happens.
So let's see what they do now. Um, okay, so this is where I say that there could have been a potential
Kill right there.
death for
Both can, I mean, for Sensei team, like Sensei team could have killed like few of the members from both can dominate. But because of that pause that just happened right now, you know, like you said, it just threw up the whole momentum on the team fight. So they're just gonna reset, go back to their land, and let's see what happens.
so right now. Okay, so someone just commented that Earther is the frontliner. I definitely get it that Earther is a good frontline, but if that
So talking about Arthur, he's gonna get gang banged by 4 members of both can
yeah,
dominate.
just I mean, he's just gonna get melted because there's gonna be a Muramasa, there's gonna be true damage from Malik, and then there's gonna be this Raz's passive, where I mean not passive, the B ability, which actually gives you magic reduction. So
Okay,
even
so
if no matter how tank, okay, Raz is trying to make the plays, but he just goes so deep in the.
and then like that's what you shouldn't be doing when they have an Annette or they have Ignis with them. Like there's no way that they're gonna let you, you know, come up with a kill for free. That's not
Yeah,
gonna happen.
so this is one place where I feel Richter is too strong. Like even if he's not joining the fights, he can split fish. He can just hide into the bushes and just wait for the Telenas to come in. So whenever she comes in and he's able to see her, he can just dive onto her and kill her because he already has that tier 2 item with the mantle and frostcake. So even though they don't have a lot of attack damage, it still does plenty much damage to actually just take out the Telenas by himself.
Okay, so Knight might be caught up right now, but then they chose not to engage because they don't have Ras with them. Ras is currently clearing the top wave. So that's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
be
not sure about why he's doing that, but I guess he's just trying to sink in the wake so that the enemy side laner has to go top. These guys can easily secure the vessel, and that's what they're doing now.
yeah. So do you think it's gonna be a threat for Abyssal for the DS? Because Archer is just starting off the DS right now, and at the moment, both can dominate have no clue that they have started the DS.
I guess they
And
still
yeah,
actually
I mean,
go for it because
it's actually melting right
not,
now.
but yeah, but they're actually gonna just get it, and now they can actually force a fight on them because they're just too split up. You can just see Raz dealing with the level all by himself, but he falls off and they just leave their entire backline open.
Yeah,
So
and then yeah, things are looking really good for Team Sante out there. The team fight that just erupted right now. Malok is able to come up with a kill onto the Ignis and he's gonna jump right into the team fight and Knight might be taken down right here.
this is the potential of that pick. This guy is just too strong. I mean, Malik, he's just look at him. So one thing I feel like the Malik's doing wrong, he's trying to focus the Ignis or he's trying to zone out the Ignis. While that shouldn't be the case, you should just go for this. I mean, your shot on the level because that will just force out the B from him. And if he doesn't have the B, you can easily, I mean, Raz can easily dive him and easily kill him. So
Yep.
that's
I mean,
one thing they should actually just, I guess now they can pause and they can actually talk about it because sometimes when you're in the game, things are just going so fast that you cannot even make a decision. It's fine to have a strategic cost, but only if the fight is not there and you're in your base, that time you can pop.
Yeah, and then because of that good team fight they had, they were able to secure the top tier 1 turret, I mean top tier 3 turret, and they're gonna move on to the top 3 turret right now in the mid lane.
Yes, the Lavian is just melting the towers now. So I guess he's playing with the build, I mean the Arcana that's Rampage, and after he got placed, he's just dealing so much damage.
Okay, so that was a good wombo combo coming in there.
Yeah,
right?
they're just cleared it all.
Yeah. I mean, like, they shouldn't have paused the fight right there. Like, they got what they wanted, they got both the
Yeah,
two.
definitely. They got two higher tier towers, and you just back out. I mean, you can just push the other lanes later, or you can just finish it later. You usually at this stage, I feel like that people start panicking. They
Yeah.
just feel like we're gonna just finish it right over here because they can be possible throw, but they don't realize that if they overstay, that's the actual possible throw.
And it would have actually been in their favor because there was a huge wave crashing in the bot lane. So they could have just reset it, went to the bot lane, took the turret, just reset. Because Abyssal is up, they burst her up, and even the Dark Slayer is going to be up in 30 seconds. So they should
Yeah,
have just
I mean,
figured
I
that.
guess Telenas could have just literally used her. Yeah, now she's doing it, but she could have just actually melted the tower. She's actually a lot. She's like 8k at farm, so she can just melt towers from the distance. She
Yeah,
has
and both
potential now.
and boss can dominate should just back off from there and just wait around the Zephyrs to join in for a team fight. He just shoved in the bot lane wave, and the wave is going to be crushing in. And Richter will be there to clear it out. They can easily sneak up a Dark Slayer right here because they know that they've seen in the map right now that Naviel and Richter is in bot lane.
Yeah. Okay, so one thing that I'd actually shout out over here is everyone's talking about how that Richter is playing, how is that Lavio playing, but in my opinion, that Ignis is putting in so much work for their team. He is providing the constant CC and damage.
And I'm going to cut you right there because they were able to capitalize on that. They saw Richter and Level in the bot lane, and Zephyr just went in for the Lavio, and Lavio doesn't have a sticker. Remember that?
Yeah, I'm not sure why Richter did that. It could have been better if he tried to escape from the riverside because this gives him the long sword buff, and that's just too broken right now. I mean, you have like such a long dash, and you can just get out of the fight. But he tried to clear the minions and push the lane instead.
And because of that one small mistake they did by overstaying after they got the DS, they ended up losing in terms of gold, in terms of kill, and even now Zephyr is able to secure the enraged dragon, and they're going to be going into the Dark Slayer right now. And I don't think they can answer to this because right now they have the ability.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that Malik is going back. He should actually just stay there. And alright, that's not really good because he could have just stayed there. Malik is just too tanky. Even though he got like a really good nerf on his B, he's still just too tanky and he just has a lot of good damage on his A.
And
Now they're trying to sneak out the Dark Slayer, but that the thief knows that they're taking it and they're just gonna contest this one for sure.
And look at the
Alright.
damage coming out, and then Zephyr jumps in the back, and this is what we were talking about. Annette was there to save him out, and then he just throws them out, whereas Malak is kind of late to the party, and that was...
Yeah, but Malik just waited for the shot.
Yeah.
He just waited for the level to come out. Now he's able to just take him off. So that's what I was talking about. If Malik is able to jump onto Lavio, it's pretty much GG for them. There's no much damage coming out from everyone else. Ignis is doing the work, but Ignis just overstayed over there.
Yeah. And then that was actually a really good play coming out from both can dominate because Gara went in deep. Like, you know that if he catches Lavio or the Ignis, then they're going to win the game. But Annette was there to use the ulti, and knowing that Annette ulti is on cooldown, Malak uses ulti.
Yeah, I guess
really,
Arthur
really
will actually survive. Not survive, but he'll clear the wave.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah. So that's
But-
smart. He didn't even let the wave come into the side of
if-
the tower.
Yeah.
So,
If you look at the death timers, then they're just Richter already spawned, and Ignis is going to be going in soon. Vouchers are also going to be coming out, and this is what I was talking about, playing around the death timers. So generally, if you notice, people don't play around the death timer, and then they overstay for no reason, and then they get doubted, or the game, turns like.
yeah, I guess one thing that I don't like on the side of the blue side is the itemization on Arthur. He shouldn't have gone for spear, in my opinion. He should have just gone for a rock shield. I mean, you just need to be there for your front. I mean, you should just be there as a front line for your Lavil or Ignis. That's what you want to do. I mean, even if you make a spear, I don't think so. There's anyone you can kill because Tell is a flicker and she has a Murmasa, so she's just gonna flicker out and then she's just gonna kite you. So
And there is no way for Laville to get out because of the fact that he has a punish instead of the flicker. Because generally we go for a sprint or a flicker.
yeah,
But
so
at
this
the
is
moment,
what I was talking about, guys. Did you see that meld that Tell did on him? Like, even though Earther is a frontliner, I know that, but the melt after Murmasa is just too strong. So now Malik has to go back and he has to clear the wave, and I don't want them to take this fight because Malik is really a hero that you want in your team fights.
exactly.
So
And as you can
now
see here, like,
Victor,
just back off for now because Victor is gonna try to make a flank, and they know that he's in the mid lane right now. So if they just collapse onto him right now, it's gonna be in the
no, I
favor
guess
of.
that's where Victor is annoying. He can just actually come out of team fights like it's a joke. He's he's such a strong hero. If you're actually capable of using all the buffs in a proper manner, I mean all the buffs that he gets from different terrains, he's just too strong.
And what do you think about Laville going for a death sickle? Like, if you look at him, he has zero attack speed item on him except for the jungle item that he has on him right now.
So okay, so Lav doesn't requires a lot of attack speed item because of his passive. So in my
Okay,
opinion,
so
his
there's
build is
okay,
fine.
so there's time for a backdoor, and I don't think Team Sensei should be doing this because there are no minions with them, and I don't think the tower will take that much amount of damage.
No, yeah, they're trying for a backdoor, but I don't think so. That's gonna be possible.
They have
Yeah,
no
that's
minions.
just
They're just throwing the game, right?
they're just trying to no, they're just trying to take the fight and win the fight.
But
But they're gonna lose. Yeah,
Telemus
this
is
was
just as untouched right now.
um I'm not sure what that was. I'm really not sure. That
Yeah, I
was
mean,
just too.
that was a really bad call coming in because even the episode Dragon is up, they could have just decided or tried to get the
Yeah, now
teammate.
if these guys just can walk in the earth. I mean, even the lumber has the revive, so he can just go in. He can just tank the
Yeah,
entire tier tower.
and if you
So
look at the death timers, it's still on 20 seconds, and I feel like 20 seconds is more than enough to take the high ground turret. And
yeah, I'm not sure what Deathpiece is doing top there. He should have been with the team. So okay, so
Matra is gonna go
yeah,
down.
okay, there.
How to
This is
complete
gonna go down, and this is gonna be the game. So
the game.
I am not sure what that was. I didn't even notice that. I actually felt that that was the blue team walking to their own core because there wasn't any minion, and I just
Yeah,
realized, oh my god, this is the other team.
yeah, and then
So,
like I understood they were trying for a backdoor, but without
but
any
the
minions.
backdoors don't work like that.
Yeah.
People need to understand backdoors work with the heroes that have inbuilt peers like Kali, like Zill, who can actually mill down the towers. Or the okay, so what you do is like you let your three of the players go for the backdoor and you deploy two of the players to stop the recall so that the enemies cannot go back and you get extra time to take that call. So that's what they
And
need to think about. I mean, all five of them just went to the tower and they're like, all right, let's just do this. And when the enemies
let's just
came
take out.
there, they focused the enemies instead.
Yeah.
Just still focus the core, get it out.
And if you have
So,
noticed, like what their focus was on, they focused on the wrong target because Telemus was left untouched. Like in that
I
last
mean,
fight,
on
Telemus
the
was left
stream right
untouched.
now, I can actually see the comments going on. Um, I'm just, I'm, they're just gonna be so surprised when they see this. I'm just waiting for them to
They're gonna
just
be really,
have a
really
comment
surprised
on
right
this.
now. And if you
And if you
notice,
can see, Malik did the most damage. Just
yeah,
look at 33% damage,
and if you look
and
at
he tanked
Laville,
नहीं मैं ऐसे
30%.
को बोलूं कैसे
Like we went on.
सॉरी
okay, so
Blue team's turn to ban. Red team's turn to ban.
Hey guys, we are back with game 2 between both can dominate and Sensei. And Ash, can you break it down what happened in the
Okay,
previous
so
game?
that was pretty much funny that would happen. I guess that was the highlight for me for the entire tournament, like the funniest moment. So, okay, one tip, guys, if you want a backdoor with heroes like Omen, Kilgroth, like heroes that have inbuilt peers like Bill, Kali, but if you don't have these heroes or like an ADC that deals a lot of damage, there's no point backdooring. And if you're gonna go for backdoor, get a Fenrir's because it's passive even procs on the turret. Do take that in mind. So, coming back to the draft, Dirac on A side ban, I don't know, maybe they don't like to play Dirac, so they just don't want to give it away either. They might try to secure Malik, which I guess they are now. Richter ban is, I guess, okay, so Richter is the kind of hero that if you have play for your own team, you don't want the enemies to play it because, as I said, he's too strong.
Oh, okay, so
Zip and Cassidy are like pretty much the standard ban. Yeah, literally standard ban because Caffeine right now is the strongest enemy in the game. Every one of us know it that we don't want to face a pet in Caffeine. So pretty much standard. That's smart of them picking up a Pain first because the red side have already used Malik, so there's no point picking up Malik first. They cannot pick it anyways. So you can wait on that pick. I mean, if you want to go Malik, don't wait it after the fifth pick because it might just get banned. So
okay, so they're gonna be hovering the Gilder. Like, have we seen any Gilder in this entire tournament? Correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen any.
No, I haven't seen a Gilder for so long. And I mean, none of the APL matches, even the global picks and bans went till like 7th match. I haven't seen a Gilder. It's just not something that I'd like to play. But they did it. That's kudos to them. They do have the strength to play such hero.
Yeah, I mean, like coming up on such a big stage in this moment in this tournament, like picking a Gilder. I mean, if they have the confidence for it, or maybe they have some, they did their homework and they did their practices, with the screens and all, and who knows, they might even show out a new combo that we haven't seen. Maybe not.
Yeah, but I guess I wouldn't go for Gilder because Malik's still open. I mean, Gilder is going to be still close if he wants to land the ultimate, but Malik can just keep rocking his passive onto him. So you actually see on Sensei side, one thing they're doing consistently is they're trying to pick tanky side laners and tanks so that they can flex the marksman in the jungle. So I guess this is going to be the same strategy they're going to go for.
Okay, so if they pick this, lock in this Hayate, then whatever Sensei is thinking, they need to rethink in that ban phase that they will have in the short period. There are 2 minutes to think about what their plan, what their picks will be. Because if the Hayate is picked, then he just
one thing that I liked about Bots Can Dominate is they're not just going for Laviel because it's open. They're actually trying to go for Hayate. I'm not sure if they jinxed me at the last moment, but it seems like Hayate. It looks a good pick. So Hayate, he's playing it with Purify. So even if Pain dives onto you, you can just Purify and go out. So
and then they're locked in the Hayate. And as you all know, like on the casting side with me, Ash is Umbreon AoV. He's one of the best Hayate players in our server right now. So let's see whether Akihito can impress him or not.
I guess there are like a lot of players too that are equally good at Hayate as I am. One is Foxwile, he's really good. So I definitely want to see. I mean, I don't really see a lot of Hayate players on our server because they're like just spamming Caffeine and Laviel because with Hayate you won't really see a lot of damage Like you won't see your damage out of be like 35% or 40%. But with
Mhm.
Lavin and Cassidy, that's possible, and the crit value is just like you're gonna be like critting 2,000 or 3,000. So that's more mesmerizing to eyes. So no, that's one reason I don't feel realistically Hayate over here. But he's a really strong
Esports
S tier
turn
hero.
to pick.
And then like Hayate depends on how you use your abilities, right? Going in the right moment and especially saving up your S2. Like, cause
Yeah.
that's the
So
only because that will be the only mobility Hayate will be having the entire game. Because he's gonna go in with the purify.
they're showing Tara, and I'm in it without
Okay,
any call. I'm in it. I'm in it for
okay,
Tara.
yeah, this will be really. I would be really happy if they pick a Killjoy just because just to slap it on Sensei's face like this is how you backdoor and they actually do a backdoor.
Yeah,
Because
maybe
they always
they're just actually taunting them. They picked up Omen, they're showing them Kilgore, they're like, alright guys, these are the two heroes you want to backdoor with. But I guess they're just taunting them in my opinion. So
and even if you look at
Max
the ban
or
right now,
Earther.
we told them it's out on the ban. Like 4 jungles are taken
Blue
off.
team's turn
The
to
Knacker is
pick.
So
banned
I
out.
guess they're trying to go for the piece now. I mean the sensei side.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
why
yeah, Zafi's would actually make a lot of sense in this combo with them. Oh, okay, so
Kira.
they're going to be going in for the Kira. I
So
mean,
I'm not sure about Kira pick because they can still counter it with the Linda's pick. Linda's is still open. Linda, okay,
honestly,
so for everyone who doesn't know it, Linda's is kind of a direct counter to Kira because you cannot go into the walls and you cannot. I mean, if
mhm.
he's able to provide proper vision, and if you're able to draft Elsu and Linda's both on the same side, it's pretty much easy for Kira already. So I want to see a Fennec pick. Fennec looks so strong in that comp. So
I mean, they still have a jungler left, and I wouldn't be surprised if they lock into a Zafin right now because
yeah,
Zafin
the
is
piece
into a
looks really strong right now.
Okay, so they're gonna be opting for
Well,
live
okay,
Blue
competition.
team's turn
Butterfly
to
and a
pick.
Telnos. So they're gonna go for a side lane Malik,
Mhm.
which in my opinion is not something that you wanna do. So this is what I was talking about. People just pick up the like picks because they're open. For example, they'll just pick up Malik because it's open. They'll just pick up Flavio or Caffeine without even drafting a comp that goes around with them.
And see, butterfly pick for me, like they're picking a butterfly into a gilder.
They're picking a butterfly into an omen. That's even
Yeah,
scary. I mean, who
I
would
mean,
do you think the butterfly is gonna kick?
and see, like I know for a fact, even Pen can the dive into the back line, and Murloc will just go in, and butterfly can come and clear it up. But they have an omen, they have a gilder, so
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
think
if
they.
they actually place this builder into the mid, and then they
Mhm.
pick up a support like Aurum that can actually just
Mhm.
catch on to someone, it's
True.
gonna be so scary for these two assassins. They are playing with two assassins now.
Okay, so they're gonna be locking in the Amelie.
Yeah, no wonder they banned Rourke because they had like an assassin in their mind they wanted to play. So let's see how it goes for me. The red side looks
Yeah,
heavier.
the right side on draft. I feel like they've won the drafting phase, but let's see how they take it into the game and how they come up with a wombo combo. And Pen is actually going for the Purify.
I guess a lot of game depends on how this Malik plays
Mhm.
because
True.
it's gonna be a lot of things around him. And
Yeah.
on
I
the
mean, like,
other side, if
yeah, go on.
Omen is like a soft counter to Fade because of the damage reduction he gets on his team.
10
And
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
he can just cage the Fade, so he cannot go out of anywhere. So if you actually think about it, Fade is equally squishy. No, even if he got like around a buff of 57 HP per level with patch, that's like
Okay,
14
Ash, I'll
HP.
just cut you off because your voice
So
is getting muffled. Like,
but still, you're not that tanky, right? I mean, if you get caught by the Omen now, you're just dead into the fight. Considering the Hayate can actually just melt you with his ult. So
uh,
really
Ash,
want
I
to
think
see.
you have to
Okay,
fix your
so
microphone a little
Sensei
bit.
team is actually playing one of their strongest heroes. If you can see, they're going for Telenas and they're going for Butterfly, and they have Legend. I'm saying the season just started 3 months ago, and they're already Legend. So
Okay, so chat, who do you think? Do you think Sensei team is going to make a comeback in this match, or do you think both can dominate will just swap it off with 2-0?
Arena of Valor. Get
Okay,
ready.
so this is going to be a
Minions will
normal
be
start for both
deployed
the
in
teams.
5 seconds.
I believe it's actually going to
Or,
start off with a blue buff
okay,
right
so
now. Okay,
yeah,
Ash, I
can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Yeah, I can hear you
Yeah,
perfect.
all right. So my AirPods disconnected. My bad. I didn't realize.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you're
thanks for
using a
notifying.
Bluetooth earpiece?
Yeah, yeah, I'm using the Copso.
Mhm.
So Pain Mid, I guess it's S tier in my opinion because the level 2 on this mage is the strongest compared to any other. Maybe Raz has the strongest B because of, strongest second level because he can rotate really fast. But apart from that, I guess Pain just has the strongest level 2. So,
Yeah, and this is the second match in this tournament that Hayate has been flexing the mid lane. First, it was done by Team TV, that was your team, and
yeah,
now
that
we
was
can see,
my thing.
yeah,
Mm,
and now we can see
that's
Akihiko.
good to see because I am not saying it's a bad pick in the mid,
Hmm.
but just that, it has a lot of true damage. So if you're able to secure true damage, right? I always say that there should be two types of damages in each team. So if you're able to secure Malik or the Hayate on same team, you already have true damage. You don't need AP anymore. But if I'm not wrong, even Amelie deals some sort of AP. Let's see how it goes. It's
I
pretty
mean,
much.
yeah, I feel like if you look at the rotation, they're all trying to secure the Spirit Sentinel, so most probably we'll be seeing a fight coming out from them. Telenas tried to rotate to mid lane, but he just opted to go back into the lane because Arthur is just pushing the lane. And that'll be a easy Spirit Sentinel coming in from the bottom lane.
Alright, someone just commented I should stop. I don't know what I said something. So, um, Spirit Sentinel is just like, I guess if
Yeah,
enemy is trying to take Spirit Sentinel, I'd just go for the Abyssal right away if I have the vision on
mhm.
it. So, for me, the Abyssal is a larger objective compared to the Spirit Sentinel.
Yeah, and then as you can see, like BF is starting off with his red buff and he's going to be securing that, and he's going to be, and even he's already ahead in terms of level compared to Emily.
So, Hayate is doing a great job farming all this while.
Mhm.
Um, that's what
Okay,
you want
so
to do as
yeah,
Hayate. Okay, they're
and Team
taking the,
Sentinel,
they're trying
yeah,
to
Team
sneak
Sentinel is
the
going to
Abyssal.
start off with the
Yeah.
Abyssal, and Omen is just nowhere to be seen, so
I
there's
guess
going
they
to be a
can
force
contest
fight.
it, all four of them. No, actually, they're
No,
outnumbered. I'll
actually
just
no,
take
yeah,
this
they're
back off.
outnumbered.
Yeah, yeah. So, this is one thing you need to be aware of. If your enemy laner is missing, just let the first abyssal go.
Mhm.
It's fine. It's not the end of the world for you guys. But okay, they should have
Okay,
tried to
I don't know
also.
what is Arthur, how was Arthur trying to do. He just an alt and guild are coming in to save.
They're just diving too hard for the first
Yeah,
tower, and they're gonna take it and take 2 kills. So I'm not sure after the abyssal.
A
They
red
should
team
have just
tower
gone
has
for
been
the red
destroyed.
team should have just gone in the bottom lane, help things clear that way, so
mhm.
that they are not able to push. You have a butterfly, of course they're going to be really, really aggressive early game because even if she's able to pick up one of the kill, she just gets the reset, and then after that she can just keep melting your entire team if they're low.
I mean, the only thing that they came up with is the jungle. I mean, they cleared the blue buff and one jungle, like in order to reply to it, but I don't think it was that worth it because they ended up giving 2 kills and 1 turret, and so they're going to be jumping in.
Yeah, so now Malik is just being
Yeah,
overextended. But Ahiko okay, so that guy actually lands a good Hayate ult, but most of them had orb and they just used it, so it just wasted it. So this is just too strong of an early team comp from them. Like Malik and Butterfly, they're just Malik can tank for ages, and then there's Butterfly who can actually melt you so easily the early game. Considering you don't have like a high DPS assassin like
A red team tower has been
Quicknap,
destroyed.
or high burst damage. I'm sorry if it's DPS burst, but high burst damage from Quicknap. So I don't think so. They should even be taking the early fight. They should just farm and
farm up.
just
Yep.
go for the late game. But one thing that I feel on the red side is missing is the only damage output is just on Hayate. Who else
Yep.
is gonna do the damage? So if that would have been a lane Emily, she could have just like flickered in and just went on to the Telenaut and just killed her because her crit value is really strong. But since it's like a jungle, so you don't have that flicker. The Thane's just gonna push you away if you try to go on the back line. And you have, I mean, they have a Malak. He's just gonna shock the Telenaut, and there's nothing you can do as Emily does.
So this is going to be a tricky play coming in from Boscadomir, and they're going to be able to secure the Abyssal Driver. As you can see, there are already 4 men on top, and you know they can actually collapse on this Omen, but they choose not to, and they're just sitting on the bush.
Now they have the opportunity to push this tower. Meanwhile, the enemies can actually push the top tier tower. I mean, the top tower.
Yeah,
so
I mean, like,
Malak
just back off right now, like how Omen is doing. Omen is back off, knowing that.
Omen just let it go, and he just saved his mid. I mean, he's just trying to save his mid tier 2 tower. So that's how you should be. I mean, you gave away your free kill. You are on 4-1-3, so you gave a good shutdown to the enemy. You don't want that. So even like a little. Okay, so if you give like a little window to the enemy to come back, they might just come back into the game.
And that's
you don't want the
ulti coming in from the Gilder right here. Pain tried to go and save the middle tower, but Gilder coming out with the clutch ulti, and because of that, Pain wasn't able to do anything and ended up giving up the tower and his life as well. And as you can see, like because of that small mistake, that small window that boss can dominate, they were
actually able to take out 2 towers.
Plus 2 kills as well.
They're actually opening these maps for themselves. That's what you don't want. You don't want a team with such a high CC to open up the map for themselves, and they're just gonna start invading you.
Yeah,
so,
and as you see, there's a fight happening in the open. There's 2 in the bot lane. They're able to capitalize on that. So this will be an easy turret coming in for both can dominate. And I'm still liking where both can dominate are going with it at the moment. Like Sensei was good.
Actually, see what they did is like they went from the abyssal lane, they focused the tower on the abyssal lane, then they went on the mid lane, they took the tower there, and then they went top, and then they took the tower there. So
and Sensei wasn't able
to lost towers there now. So that's what they're doing. They're actually just trading and just opening the map for themselves. That's like really good map awareness, considering that actually in the start they just were falling apart. So this is really smart of them.
I mean, like
this is one thing you need to work on. I mean, they didn't lose their patience, they didn't lose their mind state.
And
you really need to work on that. Yeah.
And if you've noticed in the beginning, like Sensei was winning by a huge margin, but now because of that small window opening that both opponents have, now they're on par, they're on neck to neck in terms of goal.
So now these guys have 2 Fafnir talents on their team, and I would go for a Frostcape right away, but
oh, that was a beautiful stun and on the Thane.
Just look at the CC coming out from them.
Oh, but Thane is actually able to run away. Hayate throws him with the ulti and he's able to shoot it. But at that point,
clean Hayate also. And Helena's overextended and she's gonna die for it. They're just going one by one. I don't know. They feel like it's some kind of Royal Rumble. So after 30 seconds,
yeah, and that's we'll be able to clean out the entire map. So, this is the thing we were talking about. Butterfly.
If the Butterfly is just so
reset, then it's gonna be.
If you give her a reset, she is just too annoying. I don't know why Omen just went back there after he. Okay, I guess he lagged out, but that wasn't really smart.
Because in the beginning, like both can dominate actually had a really good team fight, catching off the Taloners, catching off the Thanes.
So one way that actually I guess Red Side can win the match is if the Omen is able to ult the Telenaut or the Butterfly, and Hayate is able to ult like at least 3 of them. That's where I guess it's going to be very scary for the blue side. Because Omen, as the game tries to progress, it's just going to keep getting tankier. It's just going to keep. It still deals like a lot of good damage. So you just need to be careful about that Omen because Omen scales so much into the late game.
And let me talk about the itemization done by Hayate right here. Do you think like Frostcape would have been better instead of going for a 60 moving?
I actually prefer Hayate going for a Frostcape right away, but maybe he went. I don't know, I'm not sure why he went for Slicks, but a lot of people actually try to do that. But in my opinion, I always go for a frostcape because I like to kite the enemy. Like you can just slow their movement speed and then you just keep kiting them. Um, as we can see now, they're pushing the bottom, and Emily is pushing the mid while Omen is pushing the top.
Yeah.
They
So this
can.
is
I don't know why the Telenas went back, so they just wasted a Drake.
yeah, like they
So
were not able to capitalize on that. They got nothing on that, right? No, but actually, that was a really well played overall by both Team Dominant, knowing that Gilder,
yeah,
Arthur,
so
and
they
Ed hold them off, and
definitely
only
they just pressure both of the lanes, and they're like, okay, we'll just push you back to your own towers. But
yeah.
what was smart in that they were actually outnumbered. They could have just pushed two towers over there. I guess they were too scared to lose their tower and open up the map for themselves. Again, I'm
So
saying this. This is just a Royal Rumble from blue side.
that
They
was
are just going one by one.
Did you see
And I
the
guess it's too,
yeah?
yes,
Did
it
you see
can
the
be the
wombo
game.
combo? Yeah. Did you see the wombo combo coming in from the Gilder and that Hayate right
Hayate,
now?
yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
I mean,
So
like,
I guess it's pretty much the game for them.
yeah. CC is playing actually a tremendous game in this Gilder right now. The way he's using his S1 to zone off people and to catch people, like the way he's utilizing his, ultimate, just on point, and Malok jumping in right now, and that was a beautiful catch
Oh,
by
Malik
Gilder.
is gonna get two of them,
Yeah.
actually three of them.
And
So
I feel like both can dominate
they
to
should
just back up
stop
from
it.
them with butterflies
Yeah.
and he will be
So I
able to
guess
play.
it's too late. They can
Yeah.
actually just get one kill out of that for sure. Now it's gonna be too aggressive if they actually still stay.
Okay, so yeah.
Double
I mean,
kill.
but the play. Oh, look at that save there by Gilder
Killed
again.
her. So that
Yeah.
was crazy. So definitely I'd say that Gilder knows how to play. I haven't seen such a good Gilder for like such a long time. I mean,
Yeah, that's it.
he
I mean,
knows
in
what
the
he's doing. He's trying to zone them, he's trying to CC them, and he's actually waiting for all of them to use their CC so that he goes in and use his ultimate because it gets cancelled if he gets CC. So that's really smart of him.
yeah, I mean, like right now, what Sensei should be doing is they should be playing along the cooldown reduction of Gilder whenever he uses his ulti. Like that's going to be an open window for them to engage, but I don't know why they are not utilizing that. Because if you have noticed, they generally engage when Gilder has his ultimate. Okay, so
Yes,
there was
the
a little
one thing that I feel is this pain is just overextending. Um,
and as you
come
can
on.
see here right now, like they can't contest for this because Malak is nowhere near there. And Butterfly
Yeah,
going into
okay,
the
so
backline is going to catch Hayate.
almost.
Hayate is killed off right now.
This
And
is
Talon,
just a really messy fight. Omen actually went into case to pain, while it
Double
shouldn't be the
kill.
case. I mean, of course you want to go into Castellanos, but I think they actually use the flicker both on the same side. Now they're just gonna run down the mid.
yeah. I mean, overall, that was a really beautiful play coming in from Sensei. Because if you have noticed, Butterfly, he just went into the backline and knowing, this is what I was talking about, knowing where if Gilder ultimate is up or not. As you have seen, Gilder ultimate being used it and they know that, there's nothing that they can get CC'd for.
I guess they can still no. I guess it's GG for them.
Yeah. I guess it's easy for them because the
Yeah,
web
so,
is just going to cover and that's it.
I guess both the teams were just like. I guess this game was like, who can throw this game better? One team's like, I'm gonna throw this better. Others like, come on, hole might be right over here. I'll show you how it's done.
Both can dominate was actually on a really, really good position right there, to be honest. But because of that fight they took, because if you have noticed, when they were fighting for the Dark Slayer, Malok was nowhere near them, and maybe they took that advantage. They took it to the advantage thinking Malok is not there, but they totally forgot about Butterfly, and there's nobody to CC a Butterfly, and Omen ends up ulting a 10. So because of that, it went into the favor of Sensei. And
Malik
also,
did most damage in both the games.
yeah, it's actually really, really weird.
So I don't know how it. I mean, attack doing the most damage even after getting nerfed. So that's really weird for us.
Yeah, I guess there's gonna be another nerf coming in for Malak. But
Definitely.
overall, this was, I wouldn't say
I
a
still
clean
feel
game. Yeah, I wouldn't say this was a clean game
it
coming in from
wasn't
both.
clean at all. I wouldn't say it was clean for either of the sides.
Yeah, exactly.
I told you it was like a competition who throws it better.
Anyway, let's see what they have for us in the gem tree. We'll be back with you guys in a minute, so stay tuned.
team's turn to ban. Red team's turn
Live in 3, 2,
to
1.
ban.
Live.
So okay, hello guys, we are back with game 3 between both Skin Dominate and Team Sensei. So this has been a really interesting
Team's turn
start
to
of the
ban.
tournament. Like most of the matches are going into best of 3, like which obviously which I generally thought it would go into best of 2 most probably, but teams are putting up a lot of fight and they're going to be putting everything on the line here, because if any of the team loses, they're gonna kick out from they're gonna get kicked out from the tournament and we'll have to say goodbye to them. So what do you think? Who do
So
you think is on top?
it comes
Like,
out to one knockout match, and that's what makes it interesting. You have already picked up most of your good heroes in first 2 rounds, and now you're gonna play a knockout with the hero that you're not that comfortable with.
True.
So
I mean, this is
in
where
my
it comes
opinion, I
to
wouldn't say
play.
ban this on the A side. What do you think about it? I mean, you just waste a ban on the B side, right? I mean, you can secure caffeine.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they should have just waited. Like they should have focused on other band, like knowing that they're going to be the first pick coming into the match.
yeah, but I'm not sure about Zip or Dirac being the A side ban, because they're just too strong of a hero, and you just want your enemies to ban it for yourself.
And
So
knowing both the teams, I can guarantee that both can dominate, will be comfortable with Dirac or Zip as well. But I don't know why did they ban it out in the first stages.
yeah, so they're going for the most loved mage in this Indian server.
Yeah.
Tap Jannar.
Yeah, Jinx. tap champions, guys.
Red
Yeah,
team's
so
So-
we have a tap Jannar. Let's see what they can counter it with. So if you have a tap Jannar against you, just go for a Baldum right away. You just wasted all out. So
No, but then it actually depends on how the Baldum is being played, because even yesterday's matches, I was actually talking about like there was a Jina and there was a Baldum, but Baldum wasn't able to land his ulti. So because of that, like Jina came out on top.
so,
Okay, so they're gonna be
Lumber
playing
works
like
too. Yeah. So-
Lumber and a Marja.
Marja is fine against Jannar because she can still go on the backline with her ult. She still does good damage. I mean, she of course lacks the damage like other mages, but her sustain and she basically counters most of the assassins like Kira, Kriknak. They cannot kill her. They don't have a potential gank in the mid after that. So I wouldn't say a counter, but yeah, she's still strong against them because she can just get out of there. So apart from Lumber, I guess I would have really preferred a Baldum over here because he's just strong.
Exactly.
No. Okay, that's not that's just too strong of 2 heroes that they already picked. I guess Jannar and Krizik's combo is too annoying, or maybe Xenial and Jannar combo is too annoying. But I would
Yeah.
love to see a Krizik's Jannar combo. Like Krizik's goes in, he just uses his ability to suck everyone in, and then Jannar just goes rampage. Because I mean, all you have to do is just tap with a hero. How badly can you miss with tap? Lapton in lane is definitely strong now because Caffeine is banned. Hayate has already been played from the A side, so the only marksman that's left that's really in S tier right now is Laville. So
And they don't hesitate to take it off. And okay, so they're going for the Baldum.
I guess the only 2 viable marksmen that the red team can pick now is either should be a Valkyne or either
A Joker?
should be a Joker. So
Red team's turn to
I mean,
both of them not being picked and going into Wildcats right away. So
I mean, like,
would
Vol-
actually
yeah.
wait on Wildcats pick.
blue team's
Yeah, I mean, I would have
turn
waited
to
as
ban.
well, because like picking a Volcat into a Baldum, I mean, like it'll just be a waste of ulti if Volcat dives in and Baldum is able to land his ulti. But then like Baldum ulti will go to waste because of the fact that he's going to be landing in only on one guy.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why they did that, but
Team's turn to
Wildcat is
ban.
not a pick that you just want to pick right away. It's just more of like a counter pick to your enemy jungler. You just want to see what they pick and then you pick it up. Or maybe if you're out of the options for assassins, like you don't have Kriknak, you don't have Zil, the piece, that's
True.
the point where you pick it Volcat because I'm not saying he's a bad hero. He's still a really good hero, but I'm not in support of Volcat into a Lavio who has Bow of Slaughter and a Baldwin for sure. So I'm not even sure about the Nakrot ban. I would have just banned out all the marksmen that were possible. Hayate, or I would have banned out
Joker,
maybe
yeah.
Joker. Yeah, Joker is a really good ban. I can still deal with a Valheim pretty much easily if I'm playing Lavio, I feel. But
Red team's
giving
turn
out
to pick.
Joker wouldn't be really smart because Joker is like a counter to Lavio right away. So
I mean, in your opinion, like which combo would have been better, Jinal combo or Jinar Kha'Zix combo? Like, if you were in
I
team,
really love Jinora Kha'Zix combo. It's just too strong. I mean, it's that Kha'Zix is able to land his ability, and then Jinar just walks in, and he just uses B and reduces all the movement speed for everyone around. It's just like such a heavy dive to deal with, and they don't have anyone to counter the dive with because they picked up a lumber, which is somewhat good against Jinar. You can just ult him so that he doesn't come in, but Baldum is still a stronger pick against Jinar.
and correct me if I'm wrong, I remember in the last tournament when both Skin Dominator was playing, they actually opted for a Max and they ended up losing the match because like Max couldn't do anything. And I hope that history doesn't repeat again because even that on the previous tournament, like I was casting for the Max, right? And I remember like BMG, he opted for the Max.
I'm really
Red
worried,
team's
like,
turn
Yeah,
to pick.
I mean, like
actually made it too
if you look
far
at the
into
position coming in from Team Sensei and the drafting done by both can dominate, I feel like they just the last two picks. I guess they just went for the comfortable picks. Like, what do you think about that? Because Max pick into a Volcat, Lumber, Marja, and Wonder Woman.
I would have gone for, I guess, Azil. But okay, one thing that everyone feels is Kira is dead now. Like, Kira is not a good hero anymore. Like, that's what I've been seeing in all the group chats. Everyone's commenting it, but it's not as bad as everyone is portraying it. It's still a decent, good hero, but of course, it's not broken anymore, but doesn't mean it's not good anymore. So that's one thing you should be taking care of, and I don't think Kira would have been my go-to hero right now. I would have just gone for Azil
Zero, yeah,
and
exactly.
just gone in, but I don't know,
I
I'm
mean,
not
like
sure about the
at the
picks
moment, like
because
looking at the pick and I mean looking at the draft phase, like I feel like Sensei is
10
going to be
seconds
really, really
remaining.
comfortable playing out this game.
Sensei has really three strong heroes in my opinion. Lumber, Marja, and Hayate. On the other side, these guys have three really strong heroes: Labium, Janor, and Baldwin, or even Kira. So it's pretty much an even matchup. It will always come down how they actually are able to execute their combos because it doesn't matter how OP of a hero you're picking if you're not able to sync in with your team. It's always about the combos you are actually able to put forward. So even if you're not playing S tier heroes, but you're able to pick up heroes whose combos are really strong together, it still feels like S tier. So that's one thing. I mean, that's how you should draft. I guess you should not just look at what hero you're picking, but you should always look at how it goes with the heroes that you have picked already.
And if you look at the enchantments coming
Welcome
in
to
from both the team,
Arena
we
of
have two
Valor.
endless cycle coming in from Team Sensei, and we have one endless cycle coming in from the side of both can dominate.
Get
Yeah, so
ready.
one thing that I've
Minions will
changed
be
is
deployed
I
in 5
recently started
seconds.
playing with that new heal item.
Mm-hmm.
I've dropped off my
Prepare to engage.
magic orb, but I
Okay.
actually feel that heal is too strong. It just brings you back to like full HP almost.
Can you break down the enchantment for us? Like even for the
No,
viewers as well?
I'll just do it after the game because
Okay,
let's
okay, sure.
talk about the rotations first. Yeah. These guys are three man in the mid, but I guess Lado is just gonna clear this entire first. So I actually feel if you have a Baldur, you can actually go in first. I mean, you can actually share the first wave because they don't really have any hero that is too heavy that can actually punish you if you overextend. I
And
mean,
it's
just look
actually
at
weird. Yeah, and it's actually weird how Merja opted to stay in his lane instead of like rotating with Hayate and the Lumber. But yeah, I guess it works out in his
Okay, there
favor.
is, yeah. Now, okay, so if Marja would have rotated, they would have actually, I mean, they would have actually been able to secure the vision bird while they're not able to because Marja didn't choose to rotate. So,
And Volkan is looking to rotate towards both junglers have reached their spike. Both of them are on level 4 right now, and let's see what happens. I feel like there's gonna be a fight erupting soon because
I
the
guess
Sentinel.
Volkan has a really strong early level spike at level
Mhm.
4. He can just dive, and because he cannot die after his ult for like a few seconds, that just makes him too strong to tower dive.
And as you can see, there's 3 men on top currently, and they were able to secure the Space Sentinel. And episode is going to be up in 3 seconds. The waves are getting
Yeah,
pushed in,
because
and another wave is going to crush in right now. And let's see how they play alongside it, because the
Volkan
wave.
just has just such a fast clear. He just went for Spirit Sentinel, cleared it, cleared the mid, and Abyssal just spawned. So that's how fast of a jungle clear he has. If you're able to use your B properly, it just gives you the. I mean,
Okay, so
we
they're
said
going to
look, there's a fight breaking out.
Marja, and Marja is going to instantly, and Hayate with the ulti coming in, dishing out a lot of damage. But Jina is just going to kite away, and Lavia, as you can see, he's left untouched. Lumber was forced to flicker out,
Alright.
and
Meanwhile, Max went to the backline and killed Hayat. So Max is just doing the Max thing. It's just gonna be really annoying for the Hayate, at least in the early game, because he
And-
doesn't have any armor at all. So
things would have gone really good for Sensei if Wonder Woman was able to hit the lasso, but it just it just went haywire. Like he wasn't able to bring Laville into it. But overall, like
I would actually, if I could actually talk to the Jannar, I would just tell him to actually go for the curse right away, so that it actually provides a team-wide unity, and the only hero that can actually make it on their team is gonna be Jannar. So I guess just go for it right away because Margin is too reliant on her heal.
yeah, and I don't know why they're trying to start the Abyssal Dragon. Because the fact that Kira is way behind and Volkar is just lingering around his jungle, and he'll be able to join his team. So this is going to be a 3-on-4 right now if Volkar reaches his time. Even Wonder Woman is rotating
even
towards
Wonder-
the mid lane.
So, I mean, that's one thing that you shouldn't really be worried about when you have Max. Even if your enemy is trying to rotate, you can still just ult and come in.
I mean, if I was Max right now, I would have just been pushing my tower because a team fight is not
Right,
about to
he used
erupt.
his ult. I guess they are all gonna plan to go in now. The blue team passes.
Mhm.
So
I mean, like
this is
the-
still a fine pause for me. I mean, nothing's
like,
happening.
yeah. I mean, if you look at it, like if I was Max, I would have just stayed in my lane, and the wave crashed into the tower, so I could have just hit few shots on the tower. Because knowing that my ultimate is up, I can just join with my team fight anytime I want to.
Yeah, I mean, if the Max actually of anyone apart from that Hayate, it's a bad Max ult. You just want to go out and you just want to go for that Hayate because that's the only potential kill I see for Max. Maybe you can kill them when they're low, but apart from that, I don't see any potential kill. I mean, Volcat has his ult, Marja has her ult, Lumber is too tanky for Max to kill, of course, and even the Wonder Woman has her ult to just escape if she's low. So Hayate is the only viable target for this Max. To able to zone him out of the team fights, just decrease the damage output from red. That's what Max should be focusing on, and that's what he's doing. He actually ulted him out.
Okay, so he's diving in really.
Yeah,
I mean, like they got the Abyssal Dragon in there, and they're able to secure the kill on Wonder Woman. Lekin, the Baldam ulti actually saves Wonder Woman from dying off.
yeah. Okay, so
That was
How
actually
does
a
it work?
really. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem with Baldam. Like Baldam can be in favor of you, or it can actually help the opponents. Yep, and
Yeah,
that's what just happened right now.
that's why one reason, guys, we don't let Riplov play Baldwin. You don't want that guy on Baldwin. It's more of like the opponents have two supports and you have one less.
Yeah, but
So-
then right now, if we break out the team fights, like I feel like there was a really bad engage coming off of the back. going in really deep for the Hayate,
Yeah, that was
knowing that
really deep, just to provide an opening for for your
for
own
the
team to
Abyssal.
get the
Yeah.
abyssal. What you could have done is like you just have rotated to the abyssal, and when they try to contest it, you could have just jumped onto them at that time, or you could have just ulted them, and your team could have
Yeah.
got the abyssal because they were already backing off. So it's not like you didn't have the vision. If you use your max ult, you have the vision. You just
You have the vision, and he
scare
knew
them
that
off.
there were already 4 of them lining it up.
Yeah, you just scare them off and just get the objective and get back. So that's one thing I guess he should be focusing on, but he's not able to. But I'm pretty sure that's quite his comfort pick because I've seen him a lot of times play Max.
And he's like he got the emblem. I mean, he has the server best for a reason because he has used the champion a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you get the server best for 2 reasons. Either you spam it a lot, or either you're actually good at it.
Good at
So-
it, yeah.
We'll just get to know if he actually spammed it or he's actually good.
But then, like, if he does what he had done the previous fight, then I wouldn't put him under the radar as a really good max.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blank might get caught off right now, but then they're just gonna get poked, and then he goes in a little bit deep, and but the cavalry comes in, the reinforcement comes in, number shows on
Okay,
ultimate.
Bowser is actually just saving them over and over again.
Yeah. And Kira is gonna come and he's gonna go for the backline, but no, he can't do anything. And Volker is really deep, but he comes out, killing out the main carry, the
So
Arctic.
that's like a wasted Arctic Orb in my opinion. Then
Yeah.
he was gonna die no matter what happens.
He was gonna die. Yeah, exactly. And he should have just waited and hold on to it. But as we mentioned, like this is the 2 Baldom ultis that actually helped Team Sensei, and it went to their favor because like CC missed out 2 of the ultimates, and it actually saved Team Sensei.
I guess the Bowser's gonna be just getting too much trash talk from his own team because he's just saving them over and over again. This is like the second time he did it. So not really cool from his side. Okay, yeah. So they're able to sneak out this one missile, and that's like a good thing because they're pretty much even in the goal. If you actually see all the 3 games till
So
now,
they're going to be collapsing into the Wonder Woman, but yeah, she's going to walk away safely. She still has her ultimate as well if they overstep.
I'm not sure if they're gonna push it because that's just like 1 minion and it's too easy to spare. So now they can actually pressure it because there's no one to contest it. But Wonder Woman is making it back.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman is a level ahead of Max.
And Laviel is in a really bad spot. If the Volcat can land his stun right there, then I don't think Laviel is
Yeah,
going to make
it's
it alive.
That. So
That was overall a good rotation coming in from Team Sensei, knowing that Laviel is left alone in his lane.
they're just
they're-
overextending. I mean, Lavin should just stay back, farm.
Tower has been
Lavin has the
destroyed.
best power spike in all the 10 years that's being played right now. If he gets to the late game, he has all the items that he needs. He's just gonna be melting through them. So since like anyone, I mean, no one on the red side is even tanky, he can just go for that Blink thing build. So he should just farm now. I mean, just leave aside the team fight, just keep farming and just get to all your items, and then the late game actually like your damage potential is way higher than your opponent.
Okay, so there's a fight erupting in the bot lane, and the cavalry is coming in, and I don't think Max can make it out alive. He threw down his ultimate, and if he goes on to the Hayate, he might make it out alive, but he misclicks and clicks it
Yeah,
on Marja. But there was
Not
actually...
sure. He's still making it alive. Yeah, okay,
He's
no.
making it, but he's gonna pay for it. I mean, but it worked out for both can dominate in one way because they were able to know that Hayate is left alone, so
Tower has been
Kira
destroyed.
instantly
Yeah.
uses her ultimate and just goes for the Hayate and instantly kills them off. But because
not
of that,
sure
they're going to be,
Scenario
yeah,
Has been destroyed.
they're going to be losing a mid tier 1 turret, and because of this, the jungle is opened up for Team Sensei.
Yeah, they lost all the first tier 1 towers, and that just opens the entire jungle for the enemy to come in and keep in waiting.
Yeah. And as you can see
Looking
here,
at how
Kira and Level is actually trying to take the Dark Slayer, and Sensei has no clue about it even now.
yeah, I guess they will be able to sneak. Maybe they
Yeah.
did it because as soon as they saw that they had the notification of the enemies took down the Abyssal, They're like, all right, they're all there. We'll just go for this one. So that's like a good objective trade.
I don't know what's the cooldown what's the cooldown reduction in Jinar's ultimate, but that was a waste of ultimate, like using it.
Nearly like 20 seconds, but I guess they just backed off. They're like, we all are gonna go back. We're just gonna spawn the Drake, and then we can take the fight because Kira went too low after that.
And this match, I won't even be talking about the goal because all of them are going neck to neck. And
the Wonder Woman is actually overextended, and she can die for this one. But
and if Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman can use the ulti to evade and stun them and get the window that they want. But the cooldown, if they work alongside that, then she's gonna be paying with her life, and that's gonna cause Sensei the team fight. Depending on how they use the ultimate, and Kira goes in really good.
Volkan was forced to die because he was overextending. Kira messes up or dive onto Hayate, and now she's just in a really bad spot.
And this Volkan is actually doing a lot of hard work.
I guess it's not just the Volkan doing the work, but I guess it's Balden not playing properly, and even the Shinar. They're not just things because Balden and Shinar, they can actually even complement each other, or they can just destroy each other because if the Balden gets all of them and Shinar falls after they're out of these. So that's going to be a really good combo where they're not able to do it.
Volkan's ulti is up and he's going to throw it down, and Shinar just going in, and I don't think Volkan is going to make it out alive, but in the end it works out in their favor because of the fact that they're able to secure the tier 3 turret, and they're
definitely, Wildcat is played like that. Wildcat is like a suicide bomber. You just go in, scare off the enemies, and get out the objectives. That's how Wildcat is played. So
and then
you focus the enemy carries, and your carry focuses the tower. So.
And I actually like what Hayate and the remaining teams are doing. Like, they knew that Volkan is going to go in and he's going to dish out, soaking in all the damage, and they instantly took down the turret instead of focusing on the champion. And that's what generally people make mistakes on.
Definitely, and now they're just overstaying for a Wonder Woman. That's like a tank, and you shouldn't be focusing her too hard. So,
and that's an
all of them are up now, and they should just regroup, go back, and think what they want to do. And Max is just building the wrong item for a game. He shouldn't go for Frostgate. Go for an Omni Arms. Just go in, delete that Hayate. That's your only job. Lumber's playing really well for now. His knockups have been all on Jannar, so that he's not able to come in. He's getting a little support from Balden too, because Balden seems to be helping the red side.
Yeah, and then it's actually really weird. Like, Austin Dominant came up with the Dark there, but ended up giving up the tier 3 turret. And they were not able to secure the turret in that process.
Okay, because he just used the ult to go out. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, because right now, like, they can just capitalize on that, knowing that Jinar's ultimate is down. They can just force a fight in Dark Slayer lane. And
he's gonna be built now. He has 3 items, and he's gonna be melting through that Balden now.
And Wonder Woman, as you can see, he's gonna keep coming in, and there was a good ulti coming. I feel like Volkan uses ulti as a scare. He was able to use.
Was trying to set up a gank, but he got unlucky because Kira was already waiting for him. So
and then that's a really
good engage from Max, and I guess it's gonna be pretty much a clear up.
Yeah, and thank God it didn't hit Marja, because Baldo was gonna save Marja, I guess, if Marja didn't die.
Okay, so Max died to Wonder Woman because he went too deep into towers.
And I don't know what the Laville and Balam is trying to do. They should just go back and clear out the top where there is pushing on to them right now. But overall, there was a really good play coming out from both Skin Dominate, but they went in too deep and they ended up getting 1 kill. And Wonder Woman might be caught up right now. Even Numbers coming to support her, and she can just walk away from it easily.
They're just like both the teams. They're just overcommitting to the fight. They're just, that's what I can see. They're just overcommitting to the fight. Even if they're able to secure the fight in their favor, they just overstay and just give it to the other side. So we have seen in all the 3 games, they have been doing it over and over. Trolls are real in all the 3 games.
Exactly. I guess so.
Now
They're
they're
gonna be waiting in the bush.
camping, and I guess they shouldn't be focused on these two picks. I don't know why they are so focused on the Marja and the.
Yeah, Max hasn't still used his ultimate right now, and I guess this is GG for Bossk and Dominant because there was no need for them to camp and dish out the damage on them. And he comes in, tries to save his Baldam, and is able to secure the kill, but at what cost?
Okay, Baldwin just actually went to the wrong side, but I guess
Yeah.
it should be pretty much the game because Baldwin's low.
Oh, that was a beautiful
Some
lasso
really
coming
nice
out of the
kills, yeah.
woman. That's an
And
ace
it's
for them,
GG.
and that's going
Double
to be GG.
kill.
Or a little bit of taunting from the Wonder Woman, that's definitely good because a little banter is fun in my opinion. Alright, so I guess I still am in the favor of the draft of the blue side, but the execution was poor.
Yeah. And I would actually point out its CC on that Baldam because like his ultimates were not on point because knowing that they have a Jinnar, like they can play around that if he captures like 3-4 of them in his ultimate, and
Yeah,
when
but
they're
Dinar was too focused on that. I mean, ulting that Lumber and Marja, while he can just easily melt through Hayate. So the target focus was wrong, but overall the better teams are the teams who played better the particular day wins, and that's why Sensei came out on the top today. So I guess that's all from my side, guys. We've taken off.
Okay, thank you so much for joining in, and all the best for your matches.
Thanks, man.
So see you guys in a bit. We'll be back with the next match, so stay tuned.
team's turn to ban. Team's turn to ban. Blue team's turn to ban.
And we are back with first match of the quarterfinals. Just a team versus Team Crimson Age. And this is gonna, we are expecting lots of more action with the recently concluded match between Sensei and Bots Can Dominate. It was, a treat of a treat of a match for our viewers, and that's what more of what we're looking for in the matches to come. So, and with that, we see a Dirac, Zip, and Pain ban so far. How are you guys enjoying it, viewers? Spam the chat with who do you think is gonna win the first match of the quarterfinals.
Blue team's turn to pick.
All right, and so viewers, really do share your thoughts in the chat on how you're enjoying the stream. If you're still facing lag issues with the stream, or if you don't think the costing is up to the mark, do share your feedback, and we'll definitely try and strive to keep improving until we reach near perfection, at least, if not perfection. So do share your thoughts, let us know, and enjoy the stream. For the first match, it'll be me alone spending some time with you guys, because we want to give the casters a break.
Blue team's turn to pick.
Also, we urge you guys to please like, share, and subscribe as much as you can. And all participants are requested to not announce or share results in in the YouTube chat once the match is completed. Do not spoil it for our viewers. There is a delay between the live game and the stream for obvious reasons. So we see a Kafni, Krizix, and Jinnar combo from Crimson Age. Lumber and Laville picks so far from Just a Team. So guys, Just a Team is also one of the underdog favorites. I shouldn't actually call them underdogs. They're already great players, and but they're not that popular or famous as as far as I know. And hence, it'll be great to see teams like these who are not that famous actually, reach that pinnacle. Scimitar is, for example, is one of the lesser known names. Then Jexay we also have heard a lot about. 1vex9. So all of these guys. Bikudon was on our chat yesterday, I believe. Yeah, and Anjali, I apologize for not being as melodious as Hades. Abhishek, no, CA is a domestic team, if I may say so. They're a local team.
Turn to ban.
Guys, please do hit that like, share, and subscribe button as much as you can. 30 live viewers, only 29 likes. Come on. Destroy that like and share button. Thank you so much, Beyonder. So yeah, guys, I'm not your typical caster who focuses so much on the technical aspects of the game, because I am not an expert and I am not afraid to admit it. I have a love for the game, and that's why I'm here, and that's why CCE is CCE. So I'll interact more with you guys, and also comment, cast on various aspects of the match. Poison Heart, thanks for the suggestion. We'll definitely work on that. Sure, yeah, guys, feel free to set up share your thoughts on who you think are going to be the top 4 teams for the semifinals. So just to let you all know who have qualified from the various groups so far for the quarterfinals, we have Team Crimson Age and Just a Team as the first match. Next match is going to be the 2 CCE teams, Team Eevee and Fender Gaming, up at 4:30 p.m., or which may be slightly delayed. Beyond that, in the beta group, we have Classy versus Senpai and Eternal Chronix versus Sensei. So do share your predictions on who do you think is gonna win. Alright, so far just the team's gone for Lumber, Laville, Crixie, and Superman pick. Whereas we see a Richter pick from Deadly possibly. So not sure, but as far as I recall, Richter, they do have a very strong Richter player, CA, as we've seen in the previous rounds. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, viewers. Surya, if you want the recent matches results, I'll just recap for you guys all the results so far. So yesterday we had Crimson Age versus Heart Superiors. Crimson Age won. Flying Chapel versus Just a Team won. Rickrolled versus Eevee, it was Eevee who won. Katapuchi versus Fender Gaming won. Airstrike versus Classy won. Senpai versus Lagify, Senpai won. Eternal Chronix versus Kerala Blasters earlier this morning, it was Eternal Chronix that won. And the last match, or the most recent match, was What Can Dominate and versus Sensei, where Sensei won 2-1. And up next, or the upcoming matches, I'll just repeat for our viewers, is Crimson Age versus Just a Team right now. Next up, we'll have Team Eevee versus Fender Gaming, both CC teams. After that, we have Classy versus Senpai and Eternal Chronix versus Sensei. So I hope you're just as excited about it as I am. So do share your thoughts, guys, on who you think is gonna win, and move on to the semifinals. All right, let us know who you think's gonna win this one.
10 seconds remaining.
And thank you so much for the lovely comments, Poison Heart, and support, of course, Poison Heart, Ashwin, Surya, everyone, guys, all of you. You know, in case I've missed your names, thank you so much for the love and support to CC. And Gandia YouTube as well. Alrighty, so we have Crimson Age, mostly veterans and one diamond, if I'm not mistaken. And on the other hand, just a team, is mostly Kongs as far as if I know. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. And guys, this is these things go to show that it's not the ranks that matter, but how you play as a five-man team. That's what really matters for you. Poison Heart, all the results are updated on the tournament website. We can share the link with you if you wish.
Welcome to Arena of Valor.
And we see a pause right at the start of the game. DVS and Anudeep, yes, apart from Classy, all the rest of the teams or the remaining seven teams are all from South Asia server, or in fact India primarily. But yes, we do hope to see more teams from the neighboring South Asian countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka participating in our tournaments, in our future tournaments.
Get ready. Minions will be deployed in 5 seconds.
Sheikh, yes, they are from the SA server.
Prepare to engage.
Crimson X seems to know Crimson Age quite well, or at least he's supporting them because they're his namesake. So GLHF to both the teams, and we see a fight breaking out early on. Both teams just happy to play it safe right now. Ooh, 1 versus 9 caught off there, but attacking the lumber there. Righty, and Murad just happy to clear the creeps, go back. So we haven't seen too many successful Murad picks in the tourney so far. And Chief, yes, both the teams are in fact OP, but then it's a quarterfinal, so all the teams are OP that have made it so far, in my opinion. And I'm sure most of our viewers would agree. Both teams happy to just play it safe right now, waiting for the dragon to spawn. It's gathering up. KG and Volcath, I'm not sure if Volcath would be able to make it. Oh yes, they do, and Volcath goes for that Spirit Sentinel. Crixie with that blind that's run into the Superman trying to steal the Sentinel. And Laville and Cafney fighting it out for the Vision Bird. Cafney Laville taking on each other one-on-one. Murad going for the dragon. Let's see if the red team can secure it. I'm sure the blue team is going to try and contest it. Lavil lands that double trouble on Volcat. Murad goes for the attack. Volcat caught off here. Will escape safely, and the red team should be able to secure the Abyssal Dragon with that. Superman has also come down, but in the meanwhile, Kilgroth invading the jungle, trying to get that gold advantage. And in fact, the blue team is ahead in gold right now. And in the previous stages of the tournament, we have seen Crimson Age, notice that they have a very offensive style of play, and they like really getting in there and fighting. And we see the second pause of the game so far. This one is from the blue team. Gandia, you'll be happy to know that we are already in touch with, our management is already in touch with the Esports Federation of India and Lokesh Suji himself. So that's the thing, guys. We are not just trying to organize tournaments. We're trying to build an entire ecosystem around mobile specifically and esports more in general. And the whole idea is to build a strong enough ecosystem to support all the elements of the game, not just the players, but the casters, streamers, the YouTube content creators, everyone. So that we can create a whole ecosystem of opportunities around esports. Zeus Gaming, welcome. Thank you for tuning in today. You're late, I must say. You're generally one of the fewer ones to touch join early birds to join the stream. And we see some fights breaking out in the top jungle. Murad trying to contest that Spirit Sentinel, but Volcat gets it safely. No kills so far. Both teams, playing safe, not overtly aggressive. Just trying to poke each other so far. And Crimson Age slightly ahead in gold, about 400, 500 odd. But no major difference in gold as such. And the second Abyssal Dragon has spawned. Let's see who gets this one. Crimson Age going for it. Volcat engaging with the lead. Krizix just pushing them off. And this should be an easy dragon for the blue team. It is. And they come in for the engage, but the blue team backs off. With that, the blue team Crimson Age have slightly marginalized their lead. They're now almost at 1k gold lead. Now the red team invading the blue team's jungle, so stealing Volcat's blue buff and the second camp. KG comes in to save the day, but will not be able to save the buff. So Murad just edging on that gold advantage. Murad and Laville leading the gold farm for the red team, whereas Volcat is slightly behind. Jinnar and Kafni and Kilgroth are doing fairly better in that sense. But again, the red team catching up in the goal difference. This is a really tight match so far, guys. So, no kills so far yet. This is a very interesting game so far. Volcat tower diving taken out, stunned and not able to fully utilize the ulti. Jinnar is also tower diving. As I said earlier, the blue team or Crimson Age is known for their offensive plays, but this really did not This was a really messy attack from them. They all went in one by one and just ended up dying. Eventually leading to a 1.5k goal lead for the red team. So just a team, really getting ahead of the fight there in the first fight and getting 4 kills out of that fight, 4 kills to none.
A blue team tower has been destroyed.
Be enveloped in dark.
Again, the red team. This Lumber is doing a great job of invading the jungle and making sure that Volkath has a hard time farming. As a result of which, Volkath is pretty far behind in the farm as compared to Murad. Murad almost has a 50% goal advantage over Volkath, and with that, the red team going for the second dragon gets it easy, no contest. The blue team just trying to invade the jungle here, or possibly looking at DS, not sure. Okay, just a team converging at the top. Looks like they're gonna try and pressure the first tower for the top lane. Should be able to get it easy. The blue team just playing defensive now. Right, and they engage. Jinnah starts with the ulti. Jinnah is going to be taken out. Oh, he uses the orb, but still taken out. Not sure what the blue team is thinking here. They really need to get their act together. They're just going in one by one, and their positioning, in my opinion, needs to be better. Right, and just a team looking very dominant here. They're now going for the DS. And Murad again going for the third DS, just a team edging on that gold advantage. Looking ahead, invading the tower. Kafni looking to be taken out here, taken out by Murad. And meanwhile, Jexaov or Superman is just pushing the top lane. So the red team happy to split push here. They're well ahead in the objectives right now. They've got 1 DS, 3 dragons, and 3 towers, whereas the blue team has only got an abyssal dragon just so far. And with that, they look like they're about to get their 4th tower. They do. They've also got Drake in the middle lane. They should be able to easily get that second tier 2 tower from the mid lane. Just team looking really dominant here. CA under a lot of pressure. 0-7. Will this be a storm? Murad, Krizik's taken out, pardon me. But they've managed to clear the creeps, because of which the Drake is tanking. Oh, Volkath goes out, ults, and escapes just barely. So Drake was able to do a significant amount of damage to the tier 3 tower, and in the meanwhile, the team split push and get the bot tower and the mid tower, and they will be looking to end here. Wow, they have just dominated this one. Crimson Age have been dominated. I would not like to say otherwise, but this is a storm, and Crimson Age have just been dominated by just a team in this matchup. GG, well played to just a team. And if you talk about the damage, Laville with 36% damage there. Whereas if you look at Gaffney's damage, exactly half, so 18% in terms of percentage, but in terms of numbers, it's almost 1/3. So yep, and even the Volcath jungle only 7.4% damage. Kilgroth was the only Kilgroth and Jinnar for that matter were the only ones who were actually able to dish out any amount of damage. Stay tuned, viewers. We'll be right back with the next match.
Team's turn to ban.
And we're back with the second match of the first quarterfinal for the CCE Monsoon Tourney 20. Team CA lost the last one pretty bad with a 12-0 stomp. look forward to a comeback from them. And with me I have Tahir, also known as Devil's
Team's
twin.
turn to
So
pick.
guys, please welcome Tahir. And Tahir, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Piyush. How you doing?
Team's
I'm
turn
great. I'm
to
great too.
bat.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, pretty interesting match, the first one, man. I saw Superman being picked and I was way too excited. I'm just sad that I couldn't join that match.
Team's turn
I
to
always
pick.
enjoy a Superman being played because it's such a high risk, high reward hero.
Red team's
Absolutely.
turn to pick.
Okay,
And
so right now, coming to the going on match, we see the standard bans, Zip being banned, Lavel being banned, Capney and Dirac. These are pretty standard, and we see a Pain being picked. This is going to be a really interesting match because I haven't seen a really good Pain in the tourney so far. Like I
as
would
far as
love
I
to
know,
see one.
one of these CA players plays a really good Pain. I don't recall the name, but one of them does play a really good Pain, and we've seen that in one of the matches.
Mhm. Oh, we've already seen one, is it? Okay, I might have missed that match, Piyush.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
as far as I recall, I'm not sure. Not necessarily in the tourney matches, but in the scrims.
Blue team's turn to pick.
And we see a Thane and a Valheim being picked here by Team Red. And Valheim is a really strong early game hero. Like we can expect some dominance coming out of the Valheim, and a Malok being hovered by Team Blue. Malok is not as significantly strong as he used to be before the patch which just came out. So
Right.
let's see how this Malok pans out for them, because I'd still say there are way better heroes in this patch to be played.
Absolutely. And if we so just to remind you, we have just a team on the red side, and it's Crimson Age on the blue. That's the name, just a team. And these
Okay.
are, to let you know, these are 5 people who have randomly come together to form a team. But
And-
all really good players. So yeah, they're
Oh,
from
I'm
joined
actually
together
aware
recently.
from YouTube Jax AOV, right? I think I'm in the same guild with him.
Oh, interesting.
So I'm kind of aware, and yeah, he plays a really killer Enzo, dude.
Oh, interesting. So let's see if he gets a hold on to this Enzo, since we don't have an Enzo ban so far.
No, I think he's not proceeding towards his jungle for now. I think he's playing side lane for this team.
Oh,
And as far as I recall, the CCE tryouts, right? He played side lane there as well.
interesting to see.
Yeah, so I see a Florentino being banned here. I think this was a respect ban coming for Jax AOV, because Florentino did take a nerf and he's not as strong as he used to be, because the knockup which he had in his second skill, right? That did
Yep.
get nerfed.
Absolutely.
But I really like the team coming out from Team Red here, because they've gone for a Liliana, and Liliana being so mobile, and it used to be such a good hero in the previous patch, and this patch she did take a hit because of her damage, but I think she was buffed in the previous patch, right? Her second skill, if I'm not aware. Yeah,
I have a very bad memory with patches, so I'll choose not to comment on that one.
That's okay, but I think I'm actually 80% sure of that her second skill did get a buff, so I think we're good there.
Awesome.
And we also see a Kriknak being taken out. That's a really good, interesting ban, because I think a Zephy's ban, which they just switched to, was way better, because Kriknak does have a high burst ratio, but Fennec and Pain can get out of the way easily. And we see Fennec and Pain selecting Punish still. I wonder who's jungling there.
I would be really excited to see a Rui in a match. This will be the first Rui in the tourney. And
Yeah, but I
Shimmy
think they're
used to
just
be
hovering
aggressive
that
with
pick because they already have a support as in Thane's form, right?
True. Let's see.
So
But they've
I
actually
think they're
banned
just
their
hovering.
support. If you see the red team or just a team, in their bans they've banned both Lumber and Alice.
Yep, and we also see a Zip 3 supports being banned by Team Red there, because they know a support can have a really big impact in the game, right? So, but they did pick up the Thane, and they just wanted to ban the other supports which they thought did really well against the Thane probably. And that was quite interesting. So let's see, because Team Blue's support, I mean Crimson Age support, I think does a really good job. That's the reason we see so many support bans coming out. And then our viewers were actually talking about a that they wanted to see a Brunelda in a match, and we saw the first hero being Howard was Brunelda. That would have been an interesting pick.
Yep, absolutely. And what are they going to pick
But
at the end?
for now, I'm just wondering what their strategy is, because they have a Pain, they have a Fennec and a Malok. So Fennec and Pain can jungle. I wonder if this is a mid Pain or a jungle Pain, because that would be really interesting. I wouldn't be so sure that they should go for another marksman if they're gonna have a Fennec jungle.
Their composition. Oh, wow.
Red team's turn.
So they did go for another marksman here. We have another. I mean, I think yesterday we saw a dual marksman team being picked, but unfortunately they lost that match. So this time we have another two marksmen set up here. So I think that will probably be a mid Pain, a jungle Fennec, and then Hayate in the dragon lane.
Absolutely. It's going to be very interesting.
I agree, and also they've picked up the Nacroth. Team Red has picked up the Nacroth, so they will have a really good initiation with the Thane, and the Nacroth can get in and get out.
I'm personally very keen to see this Thane versus Nacroth matchup because both are very mobile heroes.
And also if you remember, me and Aries in this team, we were talking about how versatile Richter is, and Richter being open until the last pick is quite surprising for me, because in this meta he does really well, right?
I think even yesterday
he complements all the aggressive plays.
I think I was discussing with Aries yesterday, and we saw Malok 10th pick. You know, so something along those lines.
Yep. So Malok did take a nerf in this patch. I think that's the reason most of the teams wouldn't go for him. But when it comes to Richter is still really strong in the meta, because we know that with his S2 he's immune.
Remaining.
He can knock up people with his first skill, and his ult does so much damage, man. And if you manage to get the stacks in with the mark, you also silence the opponent. So Richter being such a strong hero, being picked so last, quite surprising, but a really good pick.
You're a Richter one trick.
I'm not actually a side laner, but I really enjoy watching a good Richter, you know?
Yep. Nah, just messing with you. But yeah, I mean, definitely, I am aware that you're a Richter fanboy. So yeah.
No, I'm actually the meta fanboy, Piyush. I definitely pick the heroes which are really good in this meta, because that gives you a stronger edge, and as you are in the quarterfinals, a lot is on the line, right?
Absolutely.
So for now, we see, like, as we were talking about a mid Pain and a jungle Fennec coming out, Hayate is going to be pretty passive, farming out, waiting for his Fennec. Because Nacroth, even if he gets a jump onto the Fennec, right? Fennec is still a really hard marksman to kill. Because I've seen a lot of casters call Fennec not so vulnerable ADC in the jungle. Because it's so strong. Because with the S2, if you go through an enemy, it actually resets it. So it's a really strong jungle pick, and I think Crimson Age knows what they're doing, and they're going with one of their strong picks, which is the Fennec here.
No, absolutely agree. And I'm in fact very keen to see how this is going to play out, because they only have Crimson Age has 2 orbs, and Just a Team has 3, but Just a Team has also Just a Team also has 2 endless cycles, which Crimson Age doesn't. So Crimson's Age has 0 endless cycles.
Well,
that
for now,
can play a pivotal role.
Endless Cycle did get a remodel in this patch. I think that's the reason most of the teams are avoiding taking that. But a quite good rotation coming in from Team Red, whereas all of them came in mid, cleared the wave together, and they're moving towards the bot. And Liliana also managed to steal that small camp from that Fennec. That is going to impact the jungle there. But I still think Fennec has a really good wave clear, and he can keep up with the Nacroth there.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't invade too much, or the blue team defends their jungle well enough, Fennec should be good to go.
Well, for now, what I'm seeing coming out from the blue side, right? Pain is a really strong level 2 hero, whereas as soon as he gets both of his abilities, he'll be really bursty, and they need to take advantage of that. But unfortunately, Pain was so caught up in the mid lane because three people were clearing the way from the red side. Crimson Age actually fell a little behind from in the rotation, and I think that's the reason we didn't get to see the power spike of this Pain.
True, and they've also fallen behind by almost 500 gold in that process, you know.
Yeah, Piyush, because we see a lot of good teams in this tourney itself, right? Like
Mhm.
they always come prioritize the mid lane, clear it as soon as possible, and the team try to
And
rotate
here,
together.
we see the first team fight, but all three escape alive.
Yep,
So,
like they had a really good disengage there because
yep.
they saw that they were being outnumbered and Thane and Align were coming to the mid lane, so they just backed off because they knew it wasn't a fight to be taken. Really good stuns coming out of the Valheim there, whereas he just poked the Fennec out, making sure that they won't be able to contest the other dragon, but still
First
Bardam
Black
and Pain go in and the Pain falls. That was really unfortunate. But the Fennec being poked out by that Valheim really made the difference in that fight.
Yep. In fact, so this was a very early fight compared to the previous game. I think the previous game, the first fight was after 6 minutes.
Like
Was
both the
good.
teams were really passive in the previous team, but this time that Pain just got caught out. Really good ult coming
by
out of the
Baldum.
Baldum there.
Yep.
And the Nakroth was caught, but unfortunately the Baldum did not have any follow up because Hayate was stuck clearing that lane. Valheim has a really, I told you right, we were just talking about it during the draft where Valheim is really strong early game and he can bully out a Hayate because Hayate, even if he ults on him, Valheim can just use his S2 and get away from it.
And Valheim, getting ahead in farm here, 2.1k gold already. So well ahead in farm above everyone else. So the red team
The red team is actually doing really good with their Valheim because they're also giving him their mid lane so that Valheim can really make a difference in the early games. So for now, that Pain was almost caught out, but fortunately, you had to use his ult to get out of that sticky situation. Another team fight, a really good ult coming out of that Malok there, dropping it into 4 people, but unfortunately Richter just knocks up Hayate and busts him down. That was a really good first kill coming out of the Richter there, and
Pain, I don't know what he's doing there.
well, Pain just got caught out because he shouldn't have been there because 4 of Team Red was already alive and they were just waiting to get more kills there.
Absolutely. That was a bad engage from the Pain there.
So for now, I think Team Red is looking really good because they were able to secure almost 4 kills out of that trade. And if you let a Nakroth just get kills early game, right, he'll be all over the map because wherever his teammates aren't there, he'll be pushing those lanes. He'll be constantly invading your jungle and pressurizing you. So far, it looks like a really good game coming for Team Red because that Nakroth is snowballing out of hand alongside that Valheim.
Absolutely. And Valheim is just farming away to glory here.
Well, Valheim having that early game spike, he is utilizing all of it, and I think that's what a good Valheim would also do because we just saw that where he was standing in the bushes and he was using his right click so that he can get his passive. So a really good macro play coming out of that Valheim. So far we see Hayate still playing passive, trying to farm and making sure the gold deficit increases. And Richter is trying to invade there, whereas he's waiting for the Fennec to come. But the Fennec is on the other side of the map trying to contest this dragon.
The red team is slightly broken away here. Will the blue team be able to take advantage? They do. They get 2 kills, but yes, the red team following up really strong there and not making them pay.
Yep, because the Richter rotated all the way from the top lane, right? And that Richter getting into that fight really made a difference here, Piyush.
Kill.
So right now, as we
Richter
were,
coming through so far.
Tower has been
Yep, as we were talking about it earlier, right? See, Nakroth just went in and he's invading the small camps away from the Fennec. And whenever a Fennec falls behind, it will be a little harder because the Nakroth can just jump in, get in, try to get a kill. Even if he doesn't, he can just back out easily.
Yep, Nakroth is very, very mobile there, and with his jukes, good Nakroth can really just escape out of any situation.
I agree there, and also like there is about 5k of gold difference now, and it is gonna be going like it is gonna increase because that Valheim and Nakroth are gonna make sure the enemy camps and their camps have been taken to the full extent.
And just a team, this is a pause from the blue team. So Team Crimson Age, they're looking to probably use this as a strategic pause and recalibrate themselves, right? Because this match is crucial for them. If they lose this one, then they're out of the tourney. So it's gonna be very.
That is right, and we see them trying to pressure out that bot lane there. They're gonna try to go for the tower, but the Liliana is there, and the Richter is following up as well. Richter just jumps in on the Fennec and the Hayate, manages to get out, and now Nakroth shows up along with the Liliana, and this is a lot of damage coming out of that Nakroth and Liliana because they've snowballed ahead. These late game heroes do really well if they're ahead, and that's what we're seeing right now.
At the bottom lane, there's also a fight happening at the top lane, which this team also won, where they killed the DS laner and got a tower in the process. So just a team
And
really
also,
on top here, and they're going for the
we
DS
just
now.
saw the Valheim. No, we just saw Valheim and the Thane, like waiting to not give the blue buff to the Valheim. Instead, they gave it to the Liliana. That was a really good play because Liliana, having that range and now the gold lead as well, is going to dish out a lot of damage because she's completed her boomstick as well.
Did you just see that poke on that Baldum? That'll give you a fair idea of the amount of damage she's dealing out.
Yep, that's the reason I like the Liliana pick here because it was a really strong hero, and now that she got buffed, she's even stronger now. Like, this is just fun to watch, man. Like, we were talking about a Richter being strong, and Liliana is doing the same here.
Baldum catches the Morphia, but I don't think that's going to be much use. Oh, nice. That was a very good
Nice,
combo.
they did take out. Yup, they did take out the Valheim, but they still look quite sticky because they had to back off.
Yes, they had a wonderful engage, but the gold difference just got to them here. They were just outplayed because of the gold, the damage that the red team was dealing out was just insane.
Yup, and Piyush Nakroth wasn't even there in that fight. All the way he was pushing the top lane there, and he did manage to get a high ground out of it.
Game over for Crimson Age. It looks very dire for them.
Yup, because so far, whenever you let an assassin go up against two marksmen, this is what happens if the assassin is in the lead, right? Because there'll be a lot of presence on the map, plus Nakroth being so mobile. I think that's the reason, that's what really worked out for Team Red here, and they did manage to get the W out.
Okay, so with that, Crimson Age is eliminated. Just a team moves on to the next stage. So GG will play to both teams. Hard luck to Crimson Age. GG to Just Team. Stay tuned, guys.
Crimson Age actually played really well because I really liked their draft, but unfortunately they kind of lagged behind in their rotations as we were speaking about it.
Exactly. Very true. Very true. And with that, we have just 10 minutes to go for the match of Team EV versus Fenrir Esports. And personally, Tyre, I'm very, very excited about that.
I'm very excited to this match as well.
Both the CC teams going heads on, one against the other, and it's going to be really interesting to watch.
Yup, because I think we were talking about this yesterday, right, Piyush? And you said you came up with the golden words: "May the best team win."
See, absolutely, man. And I used to stand by it.
Those are the words.
While my heart hopes for Fenrir to win, my mind thinks it's gonna be EV that's winning. So I don't know who to root for. To be very honest.
Yup, actually, this is a really interesting match, and I hope our audience are excited as much as we are because it's gonna be a heck of a show.
It is. And we look forward to it. So viewers, stay tuned. We'll be back shortly, and we want to see the views touching 100 viewers, guys. Come on. We really want to see you guys touching 100 views for the next matchup. Please stay tuned. We'll be
Let's
starting.
go, guys. Come on, call your friends because this is gonna be a really hyped up match. I think Miriam is still the number one in the server, right? So we're gonna have one of the best SA servers playing this game. So I'm really hyped up here, Piyush.
We'll also be joined by Kuma Naga Krauser. So it'll be really interesting to have these guys in the casting panel, Naga and Devils, doing it together. It's going to be great to watch. I'm just going to sit back and watch the match.
Definitely.
And in the meanwhile, let's go and spam the share button. Let's destroy the share button, guys, and get more viewers online.
Blue team's turn to ban.
Hello guys, we are back, and this is the match that we guys have all been waiting for. It's gonna be Team CCE EV going against Team CCE Flanders Gaming.
Yup, really exciting game here,
To
Kuma.
ban.
I mean, I'm
Because
actually yeah, and right now I don't know I don't know whom to support as well, and I don't know what picks and bans are gonna come out from both the teams.
Yup,
Yeah.
so we were talking about this earlier, right? Like conversation
exactly.
with me, you and Piyush, we were saying our mind says Team EV, but the heart says Team Fenrir because we have a really like a set of really sweet players there. Aries, Faith. These guys are also my close friend and like used to be my ex teammate. So I really don't know, man. Like I need to go with what my heart says, and right now we see a calf ban being hovered, and I think I would agree with that as well because we know Hades, otherwise known as Umbreon, he's really strong with his Caphony, and they actually switch it out for a Dirac because Dirac controls the game, whereas Caphony just bursts everyone down.
I mean, honestly speaking, like coming a direct ban from the blue side, I'm actually kind of confused because like they can ban out some other champion and leave either Caphony or Dirac open, and they can just easily take it because they are first pick.
I actually agree with that, but there's another catch to it because whenever you pick a Dirac, you also leave 2 slots open. And
True.
that's gonna be an insta lock with the KG and Richter because these 2 heroes do a really good job against Dirac.
Yeah, and if you noticed it or not, CCE Fake, he was actually hovering the Timmy for the memes against Ripper.
Yup, he was, and they just end up locking up the Malok, and I think that secures a really flexible pick for them because Malok can be played mid, and he can go towards the side lane as well.
Yeah,
and
plus he can
same
go
goes for the
support as
Richter
well.
pick by Team Red there, by Team EV.
And we've actually seen Pharaoh actually pulling off a really, really good victory game as well.
Yup, so they are strong with the Richter in the side lane and the mid lane, and here we see a Pain being picked. Whoa, hype city there, Kuma, because right now we can expect a really strong Pain coming out of Miriam or Pharaoh because both of them are good with this hero.
Yeah, both of them are actually flexible with Pain, and they're actually going to take away the Zeal because generally, like if you have noticed from the previous matches that Team EV had, they actually picked up Pain, and the opponent thought they were going for a jungle Pain, so everything was left open, and then they installed low a Zeal again. Pain was shoved into the mid lane and he was in the jungle, and they had no counter to that.
Yup, definitely, and I really like the picks coming out here because they went for an Omen and a Zill.
Zill
being really strong in the jungle, and we were talking about him being strong against a Pain as well. And I think this is a really good draft looking for Team Fenrir there.
And then like I'm guessing looking at Omen and Zill being picked up, I'm guessing Malok will eventually be a support, or it can even go to the mid lane.
I think
really
we might see a mid lane Malok being played by Azrael here, and also I'm really keen to see what Team EV is about to pick against them because they already have a Pain and a Richter being locked.
I mean, like,
so they can go for a mid Pain and they can also jungle something else, and that just gives them a lot of flexibility. And we see a hover over the Hayate. And Hayate, I think, will do a really good job against a Malok, Kuma. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like I just love to see Hayate melting the tanks, and there's a certain amount of happiness.
It gives you a lot of satisfaction. If I'm not
exactly.
wrong.
Like, but included that after you go in, after all of they've used their abilities and it's on cooldown, if you don't get disturbed by it, then it's so fun to just watch.
Yup. It is really strong if no one stuns a Hayate because he keeps dishing that true damage in, and it's as well. I think he deals crit damage with his. The true damage he does is crits. I think, right.
Yep, it does.
And now we see an Alice being banned by Team EV there. That's a really good ban, Kuma, because the flexibility of a Malok being mid and rotating alongside with Fate as an Alice Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
and
really
then
good,
like
man.
the Malice combo is one of the most annoying comp to play against,
Definitely,
and
definitely.
they don't want to deal with that. So it's always better to take them off. And if they're not gonna play it, then it's always better to ban it off. So we can see a
So
number.
Fender also goes for a they go for a lumber ban, and I think this lumber is also a really good pick which they can go for because lumber's passive, it actually boosts your damage. I mean your defense, right? Your armor.
Our defense. Plus,
Yep.
we have seen a lot of matches being played alongside Lumber, and Lumber has actually been a really, really good support. Like whoever team was playing it again, and especially with a Malok, if you can land a knock up on even 2 or 3 of them, and if Malok capitalize on that and follows it up, then there's
Surely.
because
Like
you're
a lot of
taking damage.
counter potential coming out of the lumber, right?
Yeah, because
And also, if I'm not wrong, this patch the support items did get changed, and I think with the support item, lumber is even stronger now
it's
with the new
really,
support
really
items.
strong.
So we see a Krizix being banned here. I think that's out of respect to Fate's Krizix because he plays a really stellar Krizix.
And if that, I feel like they don't want to deal with it. So, like I said, if you don't want to deal with it with some specific champions, it's always better to ban it off or
Yep, I definitely agree with you, Kuba. Like because every time we play ranked in our server, right, we see a lot of heroes being banned, specifically Dirac. Like you basically never get to play Dirac in rank.
I mean,
So if you don't like it, just take it away.
Dirac, yeah, Zip and Dirac, these are the 2 champions that you will never get to play.
Because they're really strong and annoying to play against.
I like this pick coming in from Team EV. They picked on the Annette, and if she lands the ulti well, then Malok, she won't be able to reach the backline if Annette's always there protecting the higher carry.
Yep, what Annette is gonna do is she's gonna create a barrier protecting all of her ADCs and her mage. So I think that's a really good pick because Annette kind of is a strong. I mean, no, it is actually strong against Malak if I'm not wrong.
Yep, it is. Plus, on top of that, Annette has a lot of magic scaling as well. If I'm not wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. And she deal a lot of damage.
Especially if she manages to land her second skill.
Yep.
That'll cause a lot of utility when it comes to cover.
And also the best part about Annette is that Annette is kind of like a utility support. Like if she lands her stun and if she catches even 2 of the carries, Hayate can just go in and Pain can just reach the backline. And I'm actually I'm liking the picks, but I would actually want us kind of like a beefy jungle coming in from Team EV, and I like the ban that they went for the Zaphis because they were eventually going for the 10.
And so, I think they've done their homework right here, Kuma, because Zephys being a really strong hero, Fenrir really needs to take away Zephys because it just gives a lot of sustain, and they do not want to go against sustain here. And we see a Lubu being picked. I think we can see a jungle Pain coming out of Miriam Akuma, and I'm really excited for this. What are your thoughts?
It is a Miriam jungle, and Miriam on Pain. It's really, really scary. I mean, even Pharaoh plays it good. I mean, I'm not saying Pharaoh is bad on Pain. He's good. Like when it comes to a jungle
Definitely,
Pain,
these players are like a few of the best from our servers, as possible. Like Miriam holding the top position for the previous season, and this season he still looks good.
Yeah, I mean, like he was ranking up, and I had a talk with Ash, and Ash was telling me, Miriam doesn't want to scream because he wants to try for the
Save
top
his
one.
best heroes. Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
He's used to being on top one. Now that he's not in top one, he's kind of disturbed by it. I like that. I like the fact that he's actually like taking this seriously and taking into a challenge. I should be the one in top
Definitely. Because whenever we see such players, it always excites us casters to cast such players' game. Because they give you the top-notch level of gameplay, and also I really like Fenrir's draft here as well because they have a Thane, a Malok, and an Omen, and we know Ares plays a really good Omen, and alongside they also have a Talanas, so they have 3 really big guys who can protect the Talanas, and Zil being as mobile as he is, he will be jumping around all of Team EV. So let's see what's going to happen in this game because this is a really exciting match because we see a few of the best heroes coming out because I remember whenever I used to pick Thane, right? And you go to the recommended side, you always see Miriam's build and the win rate will be something insane, like along the lines of an 80% win
Yeah.
rate.
That's why I can feel you on that. And if you look at the enchantments coming up from both the team, we have Artro and Berry. They have the Endless Cycle as well. And from Team
Hmm.
EV side, there's only one. There's only
And that
Marion.
is, but that is on Miriam, and Miriam
Mm,
is a player, a force to be reckoned with. Like
exactly.
Miriam having a buyback, I think that'll make a lot of difference in this game. And with that, we are in with the first game. I mean, first game between Team Fenrir and Team EV. Kuma, I'm just hyped up, dude.
Yo, I'm literally shivering right now. I'm getting goosebumps.
A really exciting game for us over
Minions will
here.
be
Yeah, this
deployed
is going to be
in
really,
5
really exciting
seconds.
because this match we all have been waiting for like since yesterday. The round was being played, and when we heard that Family Gaming and Team EV was going to play
EV?
it out, like, yeah,
Yep,
we were
yep.
we were just waiting for it. And so this is going to be a normal start for both the teams. They're just going to be
And there we see, like me and Piyush were actually talking about this, where the support, the marksman, and the mid laner, like start off from mid, clear the wave, and roam together. And both the team seems to be doing a really good job there. And
Team is
Team
going to
gets
get a win.
caught out and gets poked by the Richter there. That was a quite aggressive poke,
Yeah.
Kuma.
And you know that puts them in a really, really bad spot right now. And as you can see, Malok is actually going for the blue buff, and they have no idea about it. And I don't think Malok
Yup.
is gonna. Yeah, and I don't think even they know that Malok is taking their blue buff right now.
That was
And
a
he's gonna-
really cheeky play by Azriel because he literally takes the blue buff and runs away. But as we are saying that, Pain catches out the Zill in the mid lane and gets the first blood, Kuma. The
Plus-
first blood is already been
Yeah.
taken.
See, Artro, because of Artro overstepping, Pain got the blue buff from him, though he
Mhm.
missed out. Like literally, like if Artro had just backed up from there, like that would have been a really huge win from them. But giving away the
Definitely,
first blood,
Kuma.
so that's gonna compensate for the blue buff goal, and plus he's getting the buff as well.
Definitely, definitely. And as I'm really liking the aggression coming out of Team EV there, because we've all seen Team Fenrir play. They're really what do you say, objective focused
Yeah,
team,
yeah, yep,
whereas
exactly.
they play for objective and they're quite passive. And here Team EV are being the aggressors.
Yep.
And that's the reason I think they're in a good spot because they're catching them off guard by that unmatched aggression.
Yeah, and then like, don't forget that Fenrir Gaming, you know, if Team EV makes a slight small mistake, Fenrir Gaming is gonna take advantage of that. Because
Definitely, I agree, and I hope that happens as well because I want to see a really intense game, Kuma.
Yeah,
That's what
like,
I'm here
yeah.
for, and I think that's the reason our audience are here
Yeah.
for as well.
my heart wants it to be a 2-0 storm, but I actually want to see a best of 3 coming in from this side. And so they're going to be securing the
Yup.
advantage because Eris is going to get caught up right now by the Lubu, but he can just walk away. So there's going to be a trade for the buffs and an Abyssal. And Malak is going to go straight into the blue buff, trying to secure it for Jill. Umbreon is right there, but Umbreon might get caught up right now because he has no clue that.
Yep, this is a really good play coming out of Team Fenrir here, but they need to back off because
And-
that Richter is coming in from behind along with that Pain, and they just take. Oh my god, this is a really interesting attack because
Yeah,
they're
and
still trying to
it's
back
gonna
off,
be a
and
full
Berry is
fight
still.
now.
Mhm.
And there was actually a good rotation coming in from Slivion as well. As you can see, Omen is still over there, and Pen wasn't able to run away from Slivion and giving away another kill to Lubu. And I feel like this is going to be a really easy tower for Lubu, and they're going to be taking away the red buff as well. Maluk is here to check in for the buff, but what can Maluk do?
Annette is still staying and making sure they try to secure that red buff. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Okay, so
and Annette does secure it.
I feel like Riplum is gonna get flame in the chat, and that's a solo from Miriam.
He just didn't care. Okay, there's a Maluk, but I'm still gonna steal your buff, man.
And as you can see here, Pain comes out with a huge solo kill onto that Omen.
Like, we were talking about it because Miriam, like, Pain is a really strong hero in the hands of a really good player, and I think Miriam is giving us a very good example of that.
And even like Miriam, even his itemization, like I want to tell all the chats, like do look out for the itemization that they're going for, because generally Miriam, you know, you'll see some weird build.
Yep, you see weird junglers as well. I've seen that guy play Maganga jungle, Kuma. That blew me out of my mind once because a Maganga jungle.
Gaming shouldn't be lurking around the jungle, knowing that 5 of them are here and everything is gonna collapse on them. There was a really deep ulti going in from Azrael right there, and
Yes,
because of
that was a really nice pushback by the Thane as well, but unfortunately there was a lot of follow-up coming from Team EV because we saw the Lubu already making his way towards the bot side, whereas Omen unfortunately could not make it on time because the Talanas was already caught out and he had to use his buyback as well.
right now, because they're just gonna dive into the Talanas and they're gonna get away with the kill. They're gonna secure the buff as well, and I don't like Fenrir Gaming. Has to step down, think, and play a lot because they're lagging way behind. I mean, in terms of
Well,
ball,
like I can tell you what must be going on through Fenrir's head right now because they are trying to be passive and trying to defend, but the aggression coming out from Team EV, right?
Yeah.
They're just not able to match the aggression because they're going in for the buffs, they're going in for the kills, and we just saw the tower, Atalanas being tower dived there. Like 3 of them just went in and took her down.
Blue team
I think
tower has been
the Fenrir Gaming needs to step up the aggression a little, but unfortunately they cannot do it at the moment because they are in a goal deficit.
and at the moment, Team EV is actually showing off a really good 5v5 mobile game right now. So let's move on. And Redbird is going to get caught off right now, but then Lugu comes in. This is what I was talking about. The reinforcement that is coming out from Team EV is just too good. They're just right there whenever a team fight is evolving.
Yup, the cleanup crew is really good, and that was a really good macro play coming out of Atro there, whereas he was able to get out, but that pain! Kuma, what did we just see?
That was a beautifully timed ulti plus the taunt coming in, the legendary spam on the emotes.
Oh, actually, there is a thing where you can set a taunt as soon as you get a kill, right?
destroyed.
And that was a beautiful trip because I was actually gonna talk about Zion. Like that was a perfect use of an Arctic Orb. Like that was
Yup,
perfectly
yup.
well.
He was in between 3 people when he used his Arctic Orb and did manage to get away as well. But that ult coming out of that pain, right? Miriam is really good with his ults, whereas they're so precise.
Yeah. And he's already 7-0 in 5 coming into this match.
Yup. You can see him. Like
yeah,
he's
and
just
then,
showing off that gold advantage and with his damage.
Plus, look at his item. Look at his third item that he's building.
Oh, he went for yup. That's a really interesting item build coming out from Miriam there.
That's 100 IQ right there. And then, as you can see, they're trying to take the DS, and Annette and Farah is just zoning them off. They can't answer to that, and that's
and we also see the red buff being given to the Hayate there. Hayate is really strong with his red buff because that gives him an additional slow so that he can dish out more damage to the enemies. A really good, like, these team have played together a lot of matches, and I think that's the reason they know what to do. And right now that top lane tower is being uncontested and it will be taken down by Umbreon and Pharaoh there.
Oh, that's actually good pushback onto Farah, and Farah might die over like Annette coming in huge with that.
Yup, Annette coming in and along with that Arctic Orb. Unfortunately, the engage was really good, but they're just so behind in gold. And also, when it comes to the items, right? Like you can see that Richter still had his Arctic Orb until the 8-minute mark of the game. So that just shows that they've had a really dominant early game here.
And as you can see, like Omen was nowhere near because he was trying to push. I mean, he was trying to take down the
Clear the way, yes.
in the foot left. Yeah. But
well, unfortunately for them, they just lost their second tier 2 tower in this game. Only 2 towers remain on the side of blue. This looks like a really tight situation for them.
And as you can see, the dragon is still there. And if you all know, dragon, the longer it stays in the battlefield, the higher resistance gets over time.
Yup. And we also see, just look at that build from that Richter as well, Kuma. He just straight up went in for those Gilded Greaves, that Aegis and the Mantle of Ra. Showing the maximization of that. You do not need damage on a Richter in the early game because it gives you a lot of utility with the knockups and his ult.
Yep, and on top of that, like if he goes into late game, he can just build a Muramasa and then he's going to be dishing out a lot of damage. And Ultra going to get caught up right now, is he going to get punished? Yes, he does. So I guess...
And right now we see Team Blue just holding on to their dear life. They only have one tower left, and I do not think they will be able to defend that because all 5 members from Team EV are there.
And
And they're just going
Miriam
in for that dive. And
really a
Thane,
really
that was a really good
back.
play. He just pushed two of
Yeah.
the members from TV into the altar. That was a really good play by Thane. I think he just
Yeah,
tried
but
to hold the game for as little as possible right now.
and this is what I like from Team EV, knowing the dead timers of the opponent, they knew that Outro and Telenos was coming up. I mean, Zeal and Telenos was coming up, so they just back off and they clear the
Yeah,
jungle.
even if you're so far ahead in gold, you do not mess with 5v3, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
unless the opponents really get caught out,
And
you do
if
not go
people-
in.
yeah. And if people are actually watching this match, they should take note, because generally we've seen people throwing matches because they think that all the towers are down, we can just end it. But
Yup,
they-
yup,
but
definitely,
because of a
definitely.
small mistake, and they don't want to make any small mistake, because like I said, if Team EV even manages to have a small mistake, Premier Gaming is just gonna collapse on that, because that's
Yep,
the
I
specialty
think
of Premier Gaming.
they've played enough games against Team Fenrir to know that once you make a mistake, this team is really good at their comebacks. But they
Exactly.
did go for the safe play, they did back out, and they just went for the Dark Slayer Kuma. Like having all three of your towers down,
As
and
you can see the 3 buff minions that are just walking towards the mid lane, and there's gonna be a fight erupting in the mid lane.
did you just see that Pain Alt Kuma that just deleted 3 members of Team Fenrir Gaming?
Yeah,
Miriam
and
just showing his dominance with the Pain.
Follow up by Hayate overall. I mean, we'll be going into game 2, and Fenrir Gaming has a lot, to work on right now, because they
Yup,
just
that was a lot of pressure coming out of that Pain. Like Miriam just showed them that if you do not ban one of his strong heroes, he will pick it this late into the tourney, whereas this is the quarterfinals, and he showed them a dominant
Yep.
performance. I'm sorry there.
And as you can see, Miriam has 30% damage with 79% participation.
Like Miriam was basically everywhere, whereas he knows the macro and he knows how the hero is supposed to be played, right? Like he uses his ult in the max range. He uses his first kill, get in, and we saw how dominant he was doing that as well. Because he was basically 11-0 and 8. He had except the most damage taken there.
Okay, so that was a really, really exciting first match.
Yup, so with that, we are done with the first game coming out from Fenrir Gaming and Team EV. Team EV does take the first game, and let's see while we wait to get in the second one.
Blue team's turn to ban.
And hey
Okay, guys,
we
so
are
we
back.
are in with the second game. Kuma, like the hype is real, bro. The hype is real.
Yeah, like I can't like right now I can't even comprehend what's going on right now. I can't even like calculate what's going on because last game like there was a proper storm coming off from Eevee and they had an 11k gold lead, and that is the highest lead that I think we've witnessed in this tournament so far.
Yup, because they took down a Slayer in the 7-minute mark there. And also, right now, we see the Malok being banned by Team Fenrir because they played the Malok in the first game and now they do not want to give the
Yeah.
Malok away to Team Eevee.
Yep, and as we all know, Zip is going to be a insta ban. I'm not so sure about this Omen ban because of the fact that Omen, yeah, or maybe okay. So the Omen ban comes in. I mean, this is actually a really weird ban coming in from.
Well, I think for now they're just banning out what the side laners might pick because in the previous game we saw the Lubu put in a lot of work, whereas his rotations were a little faster and he was there in the team fights a little faster than the Omen as well. Unfortunately, Omen was being pressured by that pain, if we remember, right?
Okay, so if they lock in this level, Kafni and Direct will be open. So let's see what they're going to be picking. Okay, so they're going to be pinning the paint. So we have Direct open, we have Kafni open, and I don't know what Fenrir Gaming is going to
Well,
first pick.
no, that was actually a really smart ban coming out of Team Eevee there because right now, if Fenrir Gaming decides to go for the level, they'll be giving away the Caffeine. And if they go for the Caffeine, they'll be giving away the
Direct. Yeah, so
Yep.
like, everything is on the line for Fenrir Gaming right here. Because if they pick one hero, they're going to be giving away 2 heroes for free. So I'm actually liking this pick. Like picking out a Caffeine. Like you guys take the Direct, you guys take the level, we'll just stay on with the Caffeine.
Okay, I think Eevee just went ahead and they're gonna take both the heroes because we were just talking about the Laval and the Dirak being opened, and Dirak has been locked, and let's see what is gonna be played in that Dragon lane against that Caffeine.
Okay, so as we can see, Umbreon is flexing all of his skins right now. But then
Definitely, I would be flexing my skills as well. Like, why not? You have to do that.
I mean,
So
like, I feel like at the end of the day, he's gonna go for the Lavio because you have a Lavio open and you don't want to leave that open. And yeah, as I said, he was just flexing his skin. So viewers, so this is gonna be okay. So the kill growth is gonna be locked in, or they might just be hovering. But will we see a Florentino game? Because I'm actually really excited to see Florentino. I always get hyped up whenever I see a Florentino. Please, Aries, make my day better. Lock into the Florentino. They're thinking about it. They're thinking about whether to pick a Florentino or a Kilgrowth. And they so they opted for the Kilgrowth, and Kilgrowth is it's a champion. That can actually split push well. Plus the damage coming out from him. If he's fast enough, he can just go into the backline and he can just dish out all the spell that Direct is throwing at him because he will be CC immune. This is actually a really good pick, and I would be really happy to see an Illumia pick coming out. Okay, so they're low.
We see a Crixie being locked there, Kuma.
Like,
A really interesting pick because so far Fenrir is looking really good in the draft as well because we've been seeing a lot of pro players also play Crixie. Because Crixie has the same range and can knock up people around as well because she deals a lot of damage in the team fights.
Plus
especially with those AoE skills.
Yeah, plus in the early game. Okay, so there's another team hover.
Well, I think they should just go for the teamy pick, man. Like, come on. Just show us a teamy. We've had enough now.
we need a redemption for Riploff. I think that's what it though.
But EV being the smart players that they are trying to go for that Lumber now.
Okay,
and Lumber, I think... Oh, they went for a Zill instead.
I feel like they don't... Yeah, and right now, because they picked Zill, they have all liberty to ban all the jungle that they don't want to face against.
And I think I really agree with that Zephyr spec as well. Because Zephyr is really strong against against the Zill if he snowballs ahead in the early game. And early game, hands down, Zephyrs is stronger, right?
Yeah, and then on top of that, I'm actually, I actually want to see, because you all know they start with a formation of 1-1-3. Like three of them are going to be funneling the mid lane, and the early damages that will be coming out from the Gaffney and the Kha'Zix. I mean
Yep,
the
yep.
the Kha'Zix. That's going to be a lot. So if Laville or the support or even Direct gets damaged, and if their health bar drops below 70% or 50%, that's going to be affecting in securing that.
It
Begin
surely will. But right now, I see that there is the Kha'Zix still being open for Faith. Kha'Zix can go. I mean, Kha'Zix does well with the Gaffney, I think. So, really interesting. A Yibnet being banned here. What are your thoughts on that, Kuma?
I'm actually off. This ban actually caught me off guard right now. Like a Yibnet ban coming in, because I know Team Fenrir, Team EV as well, and I'm not so sure. Like, why did they go for this Yibnet ban? Like, I feel like you might be able to break it down for us.
I think, like Kuma, I think Team EV knows something about Team Fenrir, which we don't. Because people usually snipe them, right? You know what your opponents have been practicing with. So I think they're just, and it's also a justified ban because the Groot is unkillable. We all know that. He is really annoying, and especially with his ult.
And I like this pick that is coming out from Team EV right now. They're like,
they are denying a pick from Fenrir, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's better, instead of you guys using it, let us just pick it, because we are first pick, so let us just take it.
These guys have really done their homework well, and I'm sure in the quarterfinals of the tourney, you do not want to make any mistakes. So they're doing a really good job with the draft as well. And like, I was talking to Ash about it as well. Like, Ash actually had a bit to say about Team Fenrir, whereas he said Fenrir is really good in the draft, and I think Team EV actually did their homework, and they're being really strong here as well.
And this just goes to show, like, if you have done your homework, if you're practicing enough, because many people has lost matches because of the pick and ban phase. I mean, you can agree with me on that, because they just pick out those meta champions and they don't think about a team composition. Like, before you go into a match, you should have a team composition in your mind that, okay, if they ban this up, we will go for this, we will go for that. But generally, what you see is they just ban off the meta champions, and they just pick around what they're comfortable with.
They don't focus on the part where a lot of heroes synergize with each other.
Exactly.
And we were talking about that, right? You said there was a wombo combo coming out of Fenrir Gaming, and we saw the power of the draft as well. Though they were so behind in gold, they were still able to hold off. I mean, they did lose the game given the state of the gold lead, but they did stand out really strong.
And I'm actually really excited to see, like, this match, what is going to happen, because we see a Yena being picked off right now. And what do you think, like, Killgod and a Yena in a matchup?
Well, so far, Yena does have the really high burst potential here, but we must know that both these heroes are really strong in the level 4 power phase. Like, as soon as they get their ults, both of them just pop off. They're really strong at that time. So I think it's an even matchup, and I would even say that it's a skill-based matchup.
Yeah, like at the moment, like, Killgrowth is going into the jungle and Wonder Woman is going to be sent to the offlane, because I legit thought Wonder Woman was going to be the jungler for this match.
Yep, but instead we see a switch that Wonder Woman is going against that Yena, and that'll be a really interesting match, because I know Ares has been playing. I think he's been practicing with Wonder Woman, and let's just see what Fenrir has in store for us, because we see a Crixie, a Killgrowth, a Gaffney, and a Wonder Woman going up against a really strong lineup by Team EV as well.
And also, I want to see how Fate, like, on this high ground right now, on this high stage right now, in this state of this tournament, how does he play along Baldum? Because as you have noticed from the previous matches, Baldum, like, from the previous match where Baldum was being played, like, Baldum actually saved the opponent by, because of his mistiming on that ultimate, right?
Yep. I think this time it is the quarterfinals here, and they are in a rough state because there is a best of 3 and they are one game down. I think Fate will tone down a bit of the aggression, and they know what they're doing. They might have done their homework, and that's the reason they picked that Baldum as in the support.
Yep.
So let's see both the teams making themselves towards the mid lane. We see the Wonder Woman assisting that Kilgroth in the jungle, and Fate does catch off that Kha'Zix, and the Kha'Zix has been
Had
poked.
to flicker. Yeah, and then he had to flicker out. And you know,
Yeah,
flicker
because
timing.
they saw there was a lot of CC there, and also if he would have stayed his welcome a little longer, Trixie would have hit level 2 and she would have had the knock up as well.
And the
So
knock up with
Riplop
the
did know that he had to back off there.
yeah. And that's gonna be a huge cost. Like if they play around this, cause after this, obviously sure they're gonna be rotating towards the abyssal land.
And I'm
So-
pretty sure they have the timer on that flicker as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they should be working along the flicker timing. Like, and as we all know, both of these teams that they're playing right now, both the teams have been playing this game for a very long time. They know
For
the cooldown reduction of all the summoner spell plus the skills because
Yup.
they have used it. And let's see what happens. So the
Okay, so so
finally backing
far
in.
we did see two pauses coming out, and one was from Team Blue. I think they might have had a bit of a network issue, but we are not really sure. So far both the teams just playing passive, and 3 members from Team EV
Yeah, and then-
are in the bot lane, whereas Crixie and Kilgroth are still in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, like there was actually a good knock up there by Crixie onto that Zil right now. As you can see, Zil is on 70% health because Crixie was able to land his second skill and he was able to give him that knock up and
Like-
follow up with a S1.
I agree because like Kuma, like these teams have like really did their homework, and Crixie, we all know that she used to be really good in the patch before this, and then I mean in the previous server which we used to play against, right? And right now we see that range of Crixie being utilized properly, whereas she just knocked up that Zil again. And poking the Zil always makes sure that the opponents like stay behind, right? You wouldn't want to fight into a team when your jungler is low.
And Ares is gonna go and check out how many of them are there, and let's see what she does. Okay, she goes in really heavy out there, and Miriam's gonna follow up with his ulti, but Ares was forced to flicker. But I feel like they all planned it out because for them, because of that reason, this is gonna be a free episode record.
Yup, and we also see that they just going in for the straight up invade because that Wonder Woman is low, and also the like Team EV also had the vision that there was no one around to protect their blue buff.
That was actually well executed by both the teams, but Team EV came out on top because of the fact that they were able to clear the jungle and kill Growth without a blue buff. You know, it's actually really.
It's gonna be really hard because he will not have that cooldown reduction from the blue, right?
He won't have the cooldown reduction, plus he won't have the mana regen, right? And if
Yup,
he doesn't have enough mana, then he has to go back to base. And recalling back to base, that's gonna be like 10 to 20 seconds wastage of time. So in between that, both the teams are on such high level that they can capitalize on that.
Definitely, and we see 4 members of Team Fenrir making themselves towards the bot lane. They are gonna try to get this level, and Barry just shows himself in the lane. Faith does as well, and Amrion, being the smart player he is, does not get out of the tower and is gonna claim
Okay, so
the win.
Vector is gonna get
As
caught
we are
out right
saying,
now.
the Kha'Zix does get caught out.
And then
Tries to go for the counter engage. Dirac is here, and the Baldum ult coming out there, Kuma.
And Wonder Woman with that follow up, and that was actually a really.
This is a really good fight coming from Fenrir Gaming here. Whoa, that was a really good engage there, Kuma.
But that was all fate. That was all CCE fate coming in. That was well executed.
We were just talking about it, right? You were saying that Baldum is a bit of a riskier pick here, but this team knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
And in the meantime, we see that Yina and the Zil going in for the second invade, and they take their blue again, Kuma. This is the second time KG has been robbed of that blue buff.
Yeah, but at least KG came out on top because they were able to secure a kill on Zil, and luckily KG was able to kill off Zil, so the buff got transferred to KG. But
Yep, definitely that is a good sign, but unfortunately what happened here is, like, even though they did get the kills, right, if you look at the goal difference, there isn't much. That is due to the jungle being invaded, and Wonder Woman, as she was fighting in the bot lane earlier, she couldn't respond or protect the blue buff for KG.
And right now, I'm still surprised that no one is, replying to that push that is being done by Barry right now. And okay, so Lavel is going to step up, and Abyssal Dragon is going to be started by Marium, and I don't think it's going to be left contested. And
Yup,
as you
that
can see,
Abyssal Dragon was uncontested. That was due to Berry being in the top lane and pressuring like that tower.
and as you can see, Crixie was inside the bush all along, but knowing how smart Embryon is, he didn't overstep.
Yes,
generally,
these players have a really good macro sense, Kuma. Like
Yeah.
we've been seeing them throughout the tourney. We've also seen them during the tryout for CCE, my bad. And I think that's the experience talking here.
Yeah, I mean, like generally, if you notice, then on this kind of scenario, when they have no vision over it, because they had zero vision, and as you know, Kha'Zix was rotating from the mid lane, so they had no vision over their, red buff. So because of that, Umbreon did the smart thing, and then he stayed back. Whereas in other scenarios,
Definitely,
people
Alex,
generally,
exactly. If I had to point something out, right, Kuma, like exactly during this pause, though Team EV is behind on kills, whereas they're just 3-0,
Oh yeah, I've
they're
noticed
still
that.
ahead in gold. They're
But,
still
yeah.
ahead in gold, yes.
They're ahead by 300 gold, and even those small goal deficit, it matters a lot. Like even a
Yup,
split second.
that basically shows the experience of a player, right? Where you know where to find your farm, you know how to constantly invade and punish the enemy jungle whenever they are not in their jungle protecting it.
So the post is lifted
So
up,
far-
and we're back in the game right now.
And we see Team Fenrir placing themselves around the top side now, trying to get the tower, but Kha'Zix and Lavel managed to
Yeah,
defend it, and now
That
we
was a
see Team
beautiful
EV being the
flicker.
aggressors.
that was a beautiful flicker coming out from the Kha'Zix, and because of that, they were able to manage a kill. And that was a beautiful snipe coming. in.
Beautiful snipe coming out of that Derag. That was just flawless because he managed to get Berry, and Berry now being stomped. You can see Berry's item build. He just went in for one Gilded Greaves and the rest were just gloves because he knows that maximizes the damage.
I mean, like even from the itemization, you can see that what kind of level of games that we are spectating right now. And I
And
know for a
also,
fact that
in the
even the
bot lane,
viewers-
if you have a look, right, Yena is playing really aggressive, and Wonder Woman has to play from behind because she is in the goal deficit. Yena having completed her Spear of Longinus, that puts a lot of pressure on Wonder Woman.
And what I like about Team EV is because of the fact that whenever they're making an engage, it's never 2 versus 5 or it's never 2 versus 3. It's always like 4 plus.
Yup,
Like
team
the
fights
rotation
are
is-
really well planned by both of these teams because
Yeah.
they know where to be and how to protect their towers. And right now, we see Team Fenrir being positioned on the top, but unfortunately, that Lavel ult wasn't followed up by that Zill because they knew that they were outnumbered and Team Fenrir was well positioned. But
Yeah, and-
fortunately, they were able to push them back.
Yeah, and because of that, that was a free tower given over to Team EV. I mean, overall, they're actually playing a really, really good game. They didn't end up giving a kill, but they end up securing a tower.
Whoa,
Okay, so-
while we were saying that the Zill completely got out in the in that mid lane and dropped, but fortunately for him, his team was in the better position to take down a tower instead of a kill.
Yeah, and then
And Miriam just goes ahead and uses endless cycle as well.
yeah. I mean, maybe he didn't want it to teleport back to base because it will take a lot of time. So maybe he just like, let me just dish out some damage, keep them busy, and while my team takes the tower.
Yup,
Okay, so-
yup, that that could actually be a legit game plan because these teams know that they do have the buyback available on there. And as we were saying this, the fight breaks down. KG drops, Kha'Zix as well drops, and this Yena is putting in a lot of work. And will the Caffeine will be able to get away? Yes, they do because they had to disengage because that Yana was doing a lot more damage than she's supposed to there.
And Fenrir Gaming is actually playing really, really good this game. They're able to reply because previous game, if you notice, if a fight was happening, they were not able to reply. They were not able to
Yeah,
reply.
Kuma,
by
I think
anything, but
Fenrir
like-
Gaming, one of those players were actually watching the stream. We were talking about them in the previous match that they had to match the aggression a little.
Yep.
Because they were
And-
being really defensive and being pushed into their base, but this time they are showing in a bit of aggression, and they are still ahead in when it comes to the kills department.
Yep, they are. But if you look at the goal deficit, like Team EV is way ahead in goal by 3k at the moment, and it's going to be touching 4k soon.
So for now, we see Team EV positioning themselves around the Slayer lane, and Gaffney being jumped on by that still. That was a really good play coming out of Miriam, whereas he just hid in the bush, waited for someone to show up, and the KG just jumps in on the Dirac. The fight is almost everywhere here, Kuma.
And that was actually a really good kiting mechanic coming out from the Laville right now. Look at his health. He was safe from a silver health, but kill growth made it possible. Like he got the flicker out of Dirac and he was able to secure the kill as well.
Yes, he did manage to secure the Dirac killers here as well. But right now they are still behind when it comes to the map control here, and that's the reason we see that Laville basically taking out the entire jungle of that KG, and a red buff on a marksman is always dangerous, Kuma.
Yeah, and if you notice, when Umbreon was disengaging from the fight, he had like 10 to 20% of health, but look at the lifesteal that he got, and he's just going to be easily taking this Abyssal Dragon as well.
Yep, definitely, because as they are ahead and have a lot of map control, and we can also see how well Miriam is farming here. He just went back to his jungle, taking down 2 camps at the same time. Now he's pretty much gonna clear out all of his jungle except his red, because they know that it works really well on a Laville, and they're just gonna go ahead and start off the Slayer now. And we also see the Krizik being positioned in the bushes there.
And if you look at the itemization, like I was just watching Krizik did a knockup and spammed his S1, but then Vaporeon was just, it felt like a pinch of damage coming in, and I just looked at his item and whoa.
Definitely, because
Gaia's
right now they are in the goal lead and they are trying to starve out Team Fenrir here. Team Fenrir needs a really good team fight, but unfortunately this Wonder Woman being caught out there, I do not think that they will be able to defend this push coming out from Team EV here, because it would really take a really crucial kill. For example, the Dirac, the Zill or the Laville needs to go down for them to stabilize, have a stable fight.
Oh, that was a beautiful ulti coming in from the Laville, and they're going to follow it up with the Krizik going in, and Zill making sure they get the kill.
And snipe does come out by the Dirac, but unfortunately it was a little too far to take down that KG.
We totally missed it out. It was 2 versus 1 on Yena and Gaffney. And Yena just destroyed the Gaffney, and then he's going in really, really big. He knows his power spike, but I don't know whether he can finish off the kill, but Baldum walks away, and I guess this is going to be the game for Team Eevee. Oh wait.
Well, while we are saying that Dirac literally gets blown away by that Kissy and that Wonder Woman, but it is still a 2v4 on the map, and that Yena's power spike will still do the job for Team Eevee. This is really close and so hard to watch, but unfortunately that Laville did manage to end the game for Team Eevee there.
And it's sad to say goodbye to such a good team, the Fenrir Gaming. But overall, Team Eevee played from the textbook, from the screams, and they did their homework, and they came out on top. As you notice, the team fights that were just happening right now, all around, like they knew that Gaffney and Baldum was in top, so they forced the fight. Like they went in 2 turrets.
Yep.
In the the tower was standing, but despite that, they just went in knowing that there is going to be no backup.
Especially that Yena as well, right, Kumar? She did a lot of work. She was in a 1v2 situation, but still managed to get out on top. And also, if you've noticed, Miriam is also he played one of his best heroes here as well.
Yep.
Like Zill also being a legendary proficiency from him. Like we saw the best heroes being picked by Team Eevee because they know Fenrir was strong, and we did see that in the early game as well, Kumar.
Yeah, and then if you look at the damage charts, like Mariam, on that, even previous game he dealt the highest damage on that pain, and even on Zill he dealt 33% damage.
Yep, that shows the proficiency and the amount of practice he must have had on that hero.
Yeah, and overall this was a beautiful game coming.
So with this, we close out the game, whereas Team Eevee takes this series against Fenrir Gaming 2 to 0.
Yeah, and we'll come back shortly with the next matches. So stay tuned, guys, and have fun.
Yep, and just to announce, the next match is at 6 p.m., guys. So you may want to go grab a snack in the meanwhile.
Hey, let's go.
Oh, it's at
Let's go.
6:30, is it?
6 o'clock.
Oh, 6 o'clock.
Okay. All right, got it.
All right. Bye, viewers. Catch you guys in a bit.
Yeah, I'll disconnect as well. I'll catch you in some time.
I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. jack it up. feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Can make me move.
Blue team's turn to ban.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live with the third match of the quarterfinals. First match of Group Beta. It is Senpai versus Eternal Classy. Sorry, and on the blue side we have Team Classy, which is a team from the MISP community again, and on the red side we have Senpai, which is one of the up and coming new teams that's come up this tournament. And we really look forward to more such teams, who can actually make it to the quarterfinals, who are new and doing their best. What are your thoughts, Aries?
So I think the bans are pretty standard with Malok and Zip on the blue side. What this does tell me is that they don't want the Zip either because they have the first pick and they still banned it out. Generally, teams on the red side want to ban Zip because it's a hero that you can get away with picking first. So they banned the Larval or the Cafney. I expected Dirac coming out from the blue side now. Okay, they go for Richter instead. Um, this does leave Dirac open for the red side. So not sure why they decided to go with Richter first. It is definitely a very strong hero. It's a very versatile hero. If it goes, it can go mid, it can go support.
Oh, and one of the things we also need to keep track of, Aries, is the fact that these teams have also experienced more metas or newer metas, because they come from a community where they've received the more recent patches and updates. So they have actually experienced and tried out more new metas and combinations, right? So very interestingly, during Classy's match yesterday, me and Kuma were actually talking about this. The fact that their compositions or metas are never really very tanky. They just have a light tank. They're like more like those warriors who just travel light and do the killing, right? So you'll notice that even today, hopefully.
But this is pretty smart from Senpai. What they've done is they've mined out Cafney, and they snatched both Tirak and Lavil.
Right.
So Lavil is one of the two best marksmen even after the nerf, I think, with Cafney being the other. So for a lot of teams, including ourselves, those are very high priority picks or bans, especially in a global pick ban scenario. Where
I'm surprised they didn't ban out Flash, knowing that Sky Blue is a devastating Flash.
And if I'm not mistaken, Sky Blue jungles for them, right?
Yes, he was a Flash jungle. He took a mega kill in the first round with Flash.
Okay, that's pretty insane. Okay.
So yep, and even yesterday he played an insane Flash. So Sky Blue is devastating with his flashes.
They're going for Lubu. I think Lubu versus Hina is a pretty. I'm not sure where this is. This a support Richter because they got Hina and Raz, so that it kind of shows that they might go for a marksman jungle or a Richter support. I don't see where this Richter is going to go otherwise.
Right. Today, we actually see Mikos is missing. Mikos is their, MM, and who's also, part of the official APL casting team. Who's part of the official APL casting team, right? And he's missing from the action today. I think because he had informed me, but unfortunately. We couldn't really do much about the timings, but yeah, he's missing today. I wonder if that'll affect Team Classy.
I think considering that their marksman is missing, they might be looking at a marksman jungle. I think that's the reason why they got Richter and Hina. While Richter support is really good, it can suffer if you start to fall behind. So.
Absolutely.
I don't want to see a Richter support here. I would personally want to see it in one of the side lanes. And looks like the red team hasn't read this. I think they're still under the impression that it is going to be the Richter support. And they're banning out the
Richter mid most probably.
No, they have Raz.
Let's see. I don't know. I expect the unexpected from Classy.
I mean, it could still be a Raz.
I mean, absolutely. That is the standard meta, but I want to see if they do something out of the obvious there.
Looks like the red side is banning out Telenas. They expect this Richter to be a support, so they ban out a lane marksman. I would personally want them to ban Elandor or maybe even Lindis, because some of these international teams are very proficient with jungle marksmen like Lindis or Elandor, and you can run over the game with either of those heroes if you're very good at it.
Very true.
They ban out the Kriknak, so they are expecting this Richter to be in that support position.
I'm curious to see who's gonna jungle here. Very curious.
Okay, I like the Zephys pick because Zephys is right now is really good against heroes. It's good against Richter, it's good against Hina, and it's also good against Raz because you can man fight into them. And we see Scott Howard.
Interesting.
I have nothing to say. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. I've never seen his card.
I told you their metas are completely off. They just get you by the track. Confused. You don't even realize what they're doing. And let's see, will they pick an MM here? Interesting.
Oh, okay, they're going for a Valheim. So it does look like it's a Rictus support. And I really don't want to see his cut jungle. That'll be super weird, I guess.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, he
Sky
looks
Blue.
like he is locking
Sky
up.
Blue is, I mean, I don't want to compare two players. They're all unique in their own sense. But
Uh-huh.
Sky, just like we say, Meruem can pretty much jungle with any hero. I think
Uh-huh.
I would say the same for Sky Blue as well.
I want to take a moment here and appreciate that beautiful Dolan skin. I know Pharaoh also has it, and he keeps hovering it every time just to show people that he has that skin, I guess. But that is such a clean skin, and it is a tool of jungle, so I'm pretty excited to see a tool of jungle. That's something that we haven't seen very often this tournament. I think I'm not sure if anybody played it, but it is quite good.
I was Sky Blue playing Tulin yesterday as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
You guys correct me if I'm wrong, please.
I think it's this is I don't know. It's an okay Dolan game. I don't think it's the best Dolan game. I think the heroes on the side of Senpai are pretty tanky. So I'm not sure how much work this Dolan is going to do. But the rest of their lineup is also very, very skirmishy, right? You have Richter that can just dive the backline. You have Yena that can go in. You have Raz that can go in. And now you have a Dolan that's going to clean up.
Absolutely. And that's what that's the kind of composition I'm very curious about. I mean, I have personally not seen so many or many such metas in players from the domestic teams. Have you? I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, guys.
I think the domestic teams are still sticking to what works because
the standard metas. Yep.
Yeah, because we tried experimenting a little bit with some weird heroes, but it didn't really work out. So we decided to.
Of course. No, I'm not saying it's wrong or right. It's just an opinion, right? And I feel but only by experimenting can you get somewhere. Obviously, you're not meant to experiment in tournaments, but in scripts, yes, definitely.
And looking at the enchantment setup, the stool has gone for the Holy Thunder, which is a pretty standard enchantment, and no endless cycles on the side of Classy. Zero endless cycles there. So it's a pretty good shift in the meta, and looks like Senpai just going with the one endless cycle. This is pretty standard. Seeing your marksman with an endless cycle is, you die in the early game once, and then you just use it and you're instantly back alive. That's the idea behind having an endless cycle on the marksman.
And you can see, yep. Wow.
And I think the Zephyrus has gone for a double green enchantment. Not sure if he's gone for the HP one or the healing one. Either way, both of those are pretty good. I think that's a very underrated enchantment, honestly. And I want to see what this Richter support can do. I'm pretty excited about it. I don't think we've seen a lot of Richter support in this tournament so far. So, and it coming from one of the best teams, Team Classy, is definitely something to watch out for.
Absolutely. And Umbreon in the chat says Sky Tulin is auto GG.
Okay, so let's see what the Stolen can do. I hear you, Ash, and I am as excited as you are to see a Dolan jungle because I really like that hero.
Absolutely. And oh wow.
This Thane is going to completely get caught. But he does end up surviving because of his passive, that's that regen, healing, I don't know what to call it. Yeah. We do see the Lugu also trying to bully the Yena pretty aggressively. I like that because in the early levels, Lugu is a lot stronger than Yena.
But did you notice, that Yena actually reset the blue buff before proceeding to her lane? And these are the things, these minute things make a lot of difference. So these are some tips for our, beginner players like me, where you go and, actually pick up these things, right, from the stream. These tiny nuances.
Yeah, so it's generally what a lot of teams do is their jungler starts on the Slayer side, so that by the time you're done with your clear, you can go for the Abyssal Dragon.
Exactly.
So, except in this case, he started on the Dragon side, I imagine, because he was aware that his jungle clear is going to be quite quick. So he started on the other side and he wanted to go for a gank on the top lane. At least that's the thought process behind his rotation. And As I say that, you can see him moving up to that top lane. He wants to go clear the wave, potentially contest the Sentinel, and then go back for the Abyssal Dragon. I think that was a really good rotation from Sky Blue there.
We see a fight breaking out at the bottom lane, and Hyde in Bush being ganked upon by 4 of them, but to no avail. He escaped safely.
But this is time wasted, right? They could have used time to do something else on them, because that Tolan just got a free Spirit Sentinel, and now
they've rotated for the Dragon.
He's back to
the Dragon. And Raz taking on Thane. Again, this Raz is just trying to bully that Thane.
But the Dirac and the Lavia coming out from Team Senpai are, these are 2 extremely strong heroes in the current patch.
Absolutely.
I think Dirac just makes the game unplayable for a lot of players. It's very obnoxious. His CC is ridiculous.
Oh yes, it's very annoying.
And
especially as a Dirac. Trust me, I hate Dirac opponents. I mean, this stops your ulti in its tracks before you can even start. And
looks like the Abyssal Dragon is going to get started though, and the Dirac does throw it as well. Beautiful push coming in from the in there, and this Laviel is going to work with his passive, just hammering on top of them. Dirac Snipe comes in, takes down another. Is the Stolen going to get the Thunderbird off? No. The Dirac comes in.
With a lovely protect there. Yeah, sorry, Dirac with a lovely protect there. I don't know why I'm calling Dirac Thane.
I think the Dirac could have just let the Thunderbird hit, because I saw the Laviel use Zartic of any Mark of the Frost. But really good team fight coming out from Team Senpai there. With that beautiful engage from the Thane on top of 4 people. Good follow up as well. And mind you, this was all without their Zephys. I didn't see the Zephys. I'm not sure if I missed it, but I didn't see him in that fight at all.
I didn't notice Zephys in there. But yeah, he's been busy farming, and with that you can see Zephys is at 1.9k gold. He's farming away to glory, while Tulan is still at 2k gold. So Sky Blue is just farming away. He doesn't miss one single chance to farm. Look at that.
Yeah, and honestly, Said, one of the big differences that I want to point out to a lot of our viewers is these players are so proficient with their last hitting, and that small bit of gold does make a big difference. Trust me, if you are not focused on your last hitting, Arena of Valor honestly is very forgiving if you don't get your last hits off.
Oh yes, very forgiving indeed, I must say.
Other MOBAs like Dota or League of Legends are extremely punishing. You get zero.
While we were talking about that, Valheim takes out Dirac and Thane, in the bottom lane.
And they're going to pressure this tower pretty heavily now with this Valheim and the Raz.
Get it. And I'm expecting that they will also hold on for the dragon, or will they? Yep, looks like it. Tulan will look to get the dragon, or no?
I think all of them backed out. I want to see the Zephys now just go for the dragon. I want them to rush this Abyssal Dragon because the blue team is not positioned for it. However, Lulu is going back to base. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he got poked out by Lina. So I don't think they can do this dragon now. Unless Richter and Valheim show top.
Zephys now start the dragon. Will the blue team look to contest? No.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's happened here. So since Zephys had vision of the Valheim in the top, they instantly went for it because they knew that both the marksman and support are going to be around for this.
Yep.
And good rotation from Team Senpai. Now they are going to pressure this tower, and they might even get it for free here. While that Lubu.
Oh, Yena! Wow, well played, Yena. Did you see that in the bottom lane? Yena was taking them on 1-on-3. And wow, OP! Sky Blue just takes out to Thane and Valheim to level together.
I was actually watching the top lane where who was getting pressured by the 3 of them, the Valheim, the Richter, and the Raz, and that wasn't a pretty sad start. We tried to find
you missed that wonderful Yena and Tulan combo there. They literally took out 4 of their players or 3 of their players, and it was wonderful to watch.
And just because of these small micro plays coming out from Team Classy, they are ahead quite significantly. They're about almost 3,000, 4,000 gold ahead now. the Stolen, this is exactly how the Stolen wants to be played. It's a very snowball-oriented hero, which just wants to keep getting kills all the time.
He's at 4.4, 4.8k gold ahead already. So almost 1.3k gold ahead of the nearest opponent.
Yeah, the Stolen is massive. He's already got curse. He's got his full evil secret completed. Whereas the Zephys is still sitting on top of his Leviathan and half of his rank paper. So the Stolen is absolutely massive right now. The Stolen is going to continue to scale. Once he has a Hecate's online, the Stolen is going to be hurting and hurting a lot. While I say that, Stolen just picks off the Lubu in the top lane as well. Oh, the Stolen is just starting to take over the game.
I told you. I told you so. And I think they'll now look to get one of their objectives, so either the Slayer or the Dragon. Or they're happy to just push and poke right now.
Interesting item choice. He's going for the Raiders before the Hecate's. Maybe I think he wants that additional sustain to be able to fight the Zephys.
And they get the Dragon, yes. As predicted. So meanwhile, Yena looking to steal and invade the buff, but Zephys gets it. Thane pushing Yena out, but yeah, she makes it.
There's no follow-up, right? It took them so long.
And meanwhile, Classy pressuring the bot tower to a tier 2 tower.
I think the Zephys is gonna end up dropping. No,
look at that damage from Valheim.
Look at the damage from this Stolen, man. This Stolen is putting in so much work. He's just all over the place. He was just in the top lane now, and suddenly he's bot. I imagine he's
too fast for the casters to catch, apparently. Yep. And they're just clearing out the opponent jungle. Not still depriving them of all farm, essentially. Look at Yena clearing out that jungle, but yeah, Zephys gets the gold eventually.
Yeah, the smite. It was a good smite from him. I think the blue side will just reset now, and they'll probably go for the Slayer. Honestly, I don't want the red team to contest this. I think they should just try to push out their lanes, because if they try and contest this, they are behind by 6,000 gold. They will just die, and at that point, the game is just over. They're better off just pushing out their lanes.
Okay, and the fight erupts here. Laville lands that double trouble on Valheim, but no one to kill him. Thane rushing in. Tulen joins the fight. Tulen joins the party and takes out Thane. And Richter with that knockup. Tulen with that ulti on Dirac takes him out. Tulen with that ulti on... Oh, Laville makes it out alive.
A really good engage there from Team Classy. I think they're going for the high ground without the Dark Slayer, and they might look to finish the game.
They do.
Zephys does go in. I think the Zephys should just focus on clearing the wave now.
Zephys taken out.
He's just dead.
Lubu will save. No, taken out.
Oh no, that was a good Raz S2 there.
Yep.
But they do get the bot tower though. I think this minion wave is going to be able to finish off the bot tower.
It should easily be able to get it, and I wonder if they'll, now what objective they'll look to get, because the blue team has to reset, so the red team should definitely look to at least score an objective right now.
I would honestly want the blue team to be on the other side of the Dark Slayer, while their Lubo is just pushing the Dark Slayer lane. I want them to go for the Abyssal Dragon, because they cannot fight them at the Slayer anyway. It's pointless going there. I don't think they should try to take a fight at the stage. They're too far behind. They might as well just try to farm their way back into this game, because Laville in the late game is definitely going to outscale that Valheim, and while their chances are looking pretty bleak, that is their way back into this game. That Laville and the Dirac.
And if you notice, Tulen is at 9k farm already, and
the Thane gets
bullying. Yep, the Thane gets bullied there.
I don't know why they continue to stay on that side of the map. They should just look to pressure the opposite side, because they are going to go to Dark Slayer eventually, and that is going to happen.
Yep, the blue team goes for this DS. Laville with the double trouble. Will it land? It lets Raz, but yeah, the blue team get the Slayer eventually. They also get the Spirit Sentinel.
And look at this Stolen, man. This Stolen is... I think the game is just done. I don't think you can... The Stolen is too far ahead. And even if he doesn't get the reset on his ultimate, he's just still going to kill all of you with just his passive and his S1 and S2. He's that far ahead in this game. Look at how much damage
Look at the damage. Oh my god. Look at the damage to Thane. I mean, he was a tank. He looks squishy as a tank.
Good Dirac S2 coming out there. Or extension. Richter also being forced out here. Not sure why this Richter is going in again. I think he's going to die. Yeah, he does end up dropping. There was no minion wave there. I don't know why he went in.
Yep, absolutely. And chances looking
Oh
slim
my
here for
god,
the
the Zephyrs is just exploding to this damage from the Doolin. Look at how much damage this Doolin is doing. My
Absolutely.
god, this Doolin has 6 items at 12 minutes. That's a very, very fat Doolin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he farmed so fast.
I mean, he is 10-0 and 4, right?
Look at that. He's just clearing out that jungle.
Honestly, the blue side have nothing to do now. They can just like reset and farm their entire jungle. They do the Abyssal Dragon, but this late in the game, the Abyssal Dragon is just, you know, especially if you're ahead, it's sort of irrelevant, honestly. The gold coming from it is not that great.
Yep, they're behind by 9k gold. I think, while Senpai are not out of this game for sure yet, they can still fight it back if, if they work. I mean, if everything works out for them just as they plan. Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, one silver lining for them is this Lavil. He does have that Bow of Slaughter completed, and he is going for that Muramasa. So once he gets that Muramasa, this Lavil is going to be online. And at that point, if they still don't win a team fight, I think it's going to be GG.
Even that Lubu, he's pressuring that bottom lane. Raz coming in, but let's see. They'll get a couple of shots into the tower.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty good decision. And this is interesting. Doolin is going to camp out over here. But I like what the red team is doing. They're not moving, they're not budging, they're not leaving the base.
They're just holding on to hugging the base and really doing a good job at it. That's precisely what you should do when you're down and under.
Yeah, because if they do venture out of the base, right, definitely fight that. I do want them to, I do want this Lubu to go bottom lane again because it looks like the Dark Slayer is going to spawn in 3 seconds and the blue team are going to go back for it. So I would want to see this Lubu on the other side of the map because look at how aggressively he has been pushing.
Yep, okay, looks like Lubu is caught out here. He will get caught out. Oh, flickers out.
I have no idea where he's trying to go. He's just wasting their time, I guess, because he's definitely dead.
Oh, in the meanwhile, we see a fight also breaking out in the blue team jungle, and Yena caught off here. So that's a good enough trade, I think, Yena for Lubu.
But now you don't have your one side on the side of Senpai, right? The only hero that could go out on the map was this Lubu.
Oh, and Lavil lands that double trouble perfectly, gets stolen, but yeah, they still get that Slayer easily.
I think the blue side can also go for the Abyssal Dragon. It is the Enraged Abyssal Dragon now, and that's it's a pretty good objective. And not sure about this contest coming in from the red side. They are setting up this area, but I think they're too far behind to be able to do something about this.
Yep, I think right now if they fight anywhere outside the tower, if they engage in team fight, it's just going to be one of those situations where no matter how well you do, you just will lack the firepower to eliminate them.
Yeah, they just wisely back out. Their Lavil is completely online, so this is probably the best fight that they can have.
Yep,
Dirac is pretty close to his Hecates, so that's going to help him a lot. And if they can take a good team fight, I think the red side can come back into this. Dirac are being blown there, trying to protect that last high ground turret. But looks like the blue side are going to do a very good job at pressuring all 3 lanes at the same time. And they end up taking the high ground tower.
Yep. Looks like this is going to be game over for Senpai or not. Senpai holding on. They take 2 out. Sky Blue still alive. Sky Blue, Raj taken out. Yena taken out.
This is what
And
I'm seeing, right? This Lavelle, look at how much damage this Lavelle is doing. I want to see.
oh, he lands that double trouble, but no, backs off wisely so.
Yeah, I don't think he should go out there because the Dolan is just still going to kill him if he shows up.
That turn is deadly. Oh,
Oh,
and
beautiful
oh
play
my
there.
god.
That
Yeah,
was
Tulin, I
so
think, finally taken
good
out.
by the
Nope,
D-Rock, right?
he still escapes. Wow, finally they get all 5. They should look to make it, take home this advantage and probably get a tower or 2 if they can.
Yeah, you can see the Lavelle blue spread, but look at this. Everybody's already back in 3 seconds. I don't think they're going to get anything out of this. They might probably get their own jungle, but
Yep. Let's hope something.
they're still about 3 to 4 fights away from causing serious damage to structures on the side of.
But yeah, look at that gold gap that they've covered. They were literally 10k behind, and now they're only 5k behind. So they've made. This is what they need to keep doing. They need to catch up in the farm, and then they can actually take them head on. In a team
I
fight.
think this Thane is getting poked down unnecessarily. Good. I'm not sure about the engagement. I think this Yena is just going to die. I'm not sure why.
Lavelle doing his job perfectly here. Oh, nice snipe! My God, do we see a comeback here from Senpai? What do you think, Aries?
I think they do have the potential. I think, like I said, one of the best heroes in the game to do that 1v9. And looks like they are just going to battle down mid. They might be able to end the game here. There are 30 seconds. And I'm not sure if the Stolen and Raz can go into the full 5-man of Team Senpai here. And Team Senpai pulling off an amazing comeback, it looks like.
Looks like they're going to put off a miracle here.
Oh, Lavelle is going for the base. Yes, they are going to be able to end this game. No. Yes, they do end this game.
Oh my God, we have just seen an upset of major sorts.
I think the blue side got a little over enthusiastic there. That Yena going in first and then Victor going in.
Oh my God.
Sure.
Wow, this is an upset of sorts. Senpai coming out with a miracle here.
Them they do.
And I'm personally glad, Aries, that we never counted them out. Otherwise, you would have been in big trouble from the crowd here.
Yeah, I want to see what the chat is saying though. I knew that the Lavelle
Chat is very quiet. I don't know for what reason. Chat, what do you have to say? Come on, guys. Why so quiet?
Anyway, I think the MVP for this, in my opinion, and on the side of blue, no surprises that 31 and 6 Tulan. I think Sky Blues is going to tell his team, guys, can you stop throwing, please? And looks like we might see a very exciting game number 2. So stay tuned.
Sky, Team Classy looking to get back, and Team Senpai, can they ride that momentum that they've just built? Let's see, viewers. Stay tuned. We'll be back with the second match shortly.
Blue team's turn to ban.
And we're back with match 2 of Classy versus Senpai, with Senpai causing a huge upset there, winning it, completely turning around that match, despite Classy getting the mega creeps early on.
Yeah, really good comeback there from Team Senpai, riding on top of that late game love, just farming away and making making a really good comeback. They do ban the Pain this game. They hovered the Flash first and decided to ban Pain. They banned the Flash this time. So, Piyush, I guess they watched your stream and they heard you say that why don't you ban Flash?
Oh my god, yeah. Indeed.
I want to see a Caffeine come out of Senpai now because it's still open for some reason. I have no idea why. Because I think Caffeine is more broken than Malok, honestly.
While I agree with that, I don't know.
And
Malok is a very
right?
good flexi pick, so it's a good choice.
Yeah, but they can't pick Dirac again because global pick ban. They already picked Dirac in the last game, so yeah, they do go for the Caffeine. I think that was pretty expected from them, and they instantly lock it in.
I'm guessing we'll probably see a Darcy jungle from Sky Blue. Wild guess.
Yeah, they could. Okay, they go for the Ignite instant. Maybe it's a comfort pick for them. Because I don't know how good it is against the Caffeine, and they go for the own mark. Lots of CC coming in from the red side this game.
Yep.
Okay, no, they go for the Verez instead. I'll be excited to see where this Verez is going to go. I'm not sure if he's going to support Verez. I don't want to see.
Last match they played a very support.
Yeah, I saw that. I remember that. This was the only team that's been picking Verez, and they went for Verez support. Which, I haven't seen a lot of that, so it'll be fun to watch. And we see a Raz Hover coming out from Warlord here. Not sure about that. I think Ignis will win that lane because of a faster wave clear. Raz is good at a lot of things, but wave clear isn't one of them. So the Ignis should be able to output it.
And the chat is now saying, I thought there is no coming back after Super Minions.
Funny thing actually, if you game, honestly, you can come back at any point in
exactly.
While the core is still up. And they go for the Omen, and like they're going Chi. Chi versus Omen. I think Chi wins early game, but eventually when Omen comes up, okay, they go for Lubu instead. So it's the same concept. Lubu is going to probably able to be, bully Omen in the early game, but once Omen has his items, this Lubu can't do anything. And it goes both ways, where Omen can't kill either because of how much lifesteal he has. So it's going to be an absolute stalemate. Ban. Good ban there from them. They don't want to give them a free frontline hero that can protect this Caffeine.
Yeah, sorry. Something on the mic there.
Now a Wisp ban being hovered. I'm not sure if Team Classy has played Wisp before. I think they must have. I think that's the reason why they banned Wisp, because Wisp
actually, so that in that sense, I think it was Mikos who played Wisp, and not sure if their replacement plays Wisp as much. So it's really interesting to see here.
I think these players have done their homework because this ban, and it's actually pretty good, honestly. Now when I look at Wisp would synergize pretty well with that because unlock people and then Wisp will just drop her out.
Yep. And oh my god. So, Senpai now going with that Raz pick. Warlord is a famous Raz. We have seen him playing Raz in most of the previous rounds, or in a couple of rounds previously. So this is going to be an interesting matchup here.
I have no idea why they banned because they already harbored the Chi instead. I don't know. I think they think that the Lubu might, because I think Skybell went with Lubu jungle in one of the games.
Yes, he did.
So,
He did.
So maybe they're afraid that this Chi is going to moments of, and they decide to ban it out. Hyden River now taking his time to pick their hero. I want them to, they do go for the Laval. I think the Laval would have been a better ban. We saw what the Laval did last game. However, Caffney honestly is pretty good against Laval because she outranges him. Not in lane maybe, but once Caffney has her items up, you just get 2-shot by this Caffney.
But if Lovell is able to land that double trouble, then he does have an upper hand.
Yep, absolutely. And
double trouble and post slaughter, and I think Caffney would pretty much be dead meat. Hades, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it works both. Where you can kill the other, it just comes down to how good you are. Yep. The hero. So Volkart being picked, I like the very good early game hero. His jungle clear is extremely quick. He has a very early power spike. It's a pretty annoying hero to take down. And even in the late game, right, you almost always want to trade your life with the enemy marksman. So even if you're dying after killing the Laval, you are happy with it as a Volkart.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Volkart is there for a trade-off. But who's in the jungle? Yeah, Volkart jungle most probably.
Yeah, this will be a Volkart jungle. I
curious to see what will be here. Zephys. Oh, interesting.
I think they want to match because Volkart is a very and so is the Zephys. I think that's the idea behind the Zephys spec. I like it because Volkart cannot kill the Zephys too, right? It will take some time to burn through the Zephys, and Zephys also offers a lot of return damage.
Yep. Interesting. So now, once again, they don't have a really proper tanky composition, but they do all have all those three heroes who are, semi-tank, so to speak.
Yeah, they have these three bruisers, right? The Were and the Zephys. I'll be pretty interested to see how the does against the Omen, because I think that is still an Omen favored matchup, but they went with the Lubu into the Omen. So maybe their Lubu is just very proficient with it.
Let's see. No, not sure.
And we see two one on the Caffney and one on standard stuff. Lubu going for the Devil's Awakening. A lot of some players also do, where it gives you good level 1 and level 2 potential.
Right. And now, chat, come on, predict who's going to win this one. I mean, I'm super excited for this game to start. Who do you think is going to win in Aries?
Honestly, looking at the lineup, I'm not sure how this support is. I know they pulled it off earlier, but I think if this Volkart gets ahead, they might not give time for the blue side, the red side to farm back. So it'll be all on the two junglers, the Volkart and the Zephys. Whoever hits their rotation faster will be in an advantage.
Totally agree there. And we see the standard four men coming into the mid lane. Zephys now going back for the blue buff.
A good poke there from but he still managed to get out of that with I think his passive. I don't remember what he did. But
Raz chasing Varys here. So viewers, that MUAY THAI skin is what we're looking to give away. Check it out carefully and get us 1,000 subs if you want that one.
Oh, that's such a beautiful skin, right? It's better than. Oh, good steal on that Vision Seagull by the Caffney there. I think he was very patient with that. And then once he saw the opportunity. Yeah, he just popped his S1 and went for it. Good
Yeah, I
cap.
mean,
Yeah.
Caffeine is very easy to last hit because of that. You want to last it desperately, you just switch to S1 and bam, bam, you have it.
But again, and Hades can this. You want to be playing in your machine gun form because of your mobility. Like we see, oh, the Aegis gets picked off there. So the first blood coming out for the World Cup is big news for Team Senpai there, and looks like we might see them getting aggressed upon. But
Senpai looking to ride that momentum from the previous match and now dominating that Spirit Sentinel. Zeph is looking to contest, and I think he gets it. Yes, he does.
but
And
this
a strong follow up there from Classy.
I have no idea why Volkart decided not to cut through because the Zephyr's ultimate was down and it was used without the blue buff, so it would take longer to come back up. Not sure why he decided not to fight that because I personally think that Volkart in the early game is definitely stronger than the Zephyr's. He does a lot
I
of
think
damage.
Senpai is doing the right thing by treading on the side of caution here, and just playing it safe, trying to capitalize on their advantage, sticking to the basics. Right? Look at that lumber resetting the dragon. Just getting the basics right. And Omen and
Okay.
Lubu going at it. Ignis comes in for the backup. Omen escapes with his life there.
Yeah, this is why Omen is such.
Meanwhile, Volcap takes the dragon. So the blue team take the dragon. And you see that, they're just sticking to the basics, trying to build up on that goal lead.
Uh, I think for both the teams, it's those two big marksmen are going to hard carry them in the late. The junglers are base until the marksmen come online because once this Caffney is online, and we might see this Veras going down here. Oh yes, this Caffney is just running her down. Oh, good ultimate there, but Volkat now going in really, really deep. Beautiful.
Varys, look at that Varys! Oh my god! That escape, but yeah, couldn't make it out alive. And Laville also gets taken out in the process by Raz.
Good rotations coming out from Fire. Zeph is also being forced into a defensive ultimate there, and oh, look at this. I like this aggression coming out from Team Senpai. They want to contest the Zephys in his jungle. And will they be able to fight this here? Oh, Lubu might get caught. No, he backs out. Good call there from Senpai. You don't have your wolf fighting with us.
Yep, and what do we see here? So, Team Classy looking nervous here, I think, 3-0. Senpai looking to dominate and, ride on that momentum that they've built up.
A small gold lead as well for them. They're 800 gold. And if they manage to, find somewhere, there is a pause. Yes, so what I was saying is if they manage to get somewhere widen this gap and then just start diving them with this Volkat.
Yep, they just need to pressure, Team Classy into actually making mistakes and engaging in wrong team fights. Because they're on point with their objectives so far. They just need to stick to that, and they can really pressure Classy here.
Yeah, we might be seeing a 2-0 coming out from Team Senpai here. Chat, do let us know what your thoughts are. Is going to win while we get this game back up. I think both lineups are very, very even, and the game is resuming. So I am going to see what is happening in this lane. Looks like this lumber is being scouted out. 4-man rotation to the. Ignis walking in very aggressively there.
And
yeah, this Caffney is.
You go on.
Yeah, this Caffney is happy with the way. And that's what you want your ADC to be farming. And looks like this loop is going to drop. So 4-0, and this Volkat just diving in on top of this Ignis. 5-0 now. Team Senpai really showing up in this game number 2. Very impressive stuff from them.
Absolutely. And this could be an major upset for, Team Classy. Here, Senpai looking to, Classy looking to pressure the bot tower.
Oh my god, this Caffney is going to kill this Veras. Very wild.
No, Veris makes it out. Veris makes it out alive.
And good Abyssal Dragon that yes, he
Yep.
instantly went in.
Raz looking to contest. Zeph is looking for the steal, and no, they reset it. Happy to let
Really
it
good
go.
heads up play from both the teams, realizing that the Abyssal Dragon was being attempted there. The Raz showed up instantaneously. Now, Team Senpai does have a 1000 gold lead, so that's pretty big for them. I'm not sure what on this side of the map. I think that was a miscommunication. I think the Omen could have just pressured that side anyway. I don't know why he showed up here. And oh, this Gaffney's gonna get caught. Yeah, that coming out.
But she makes it out with that shield. Oh no. Zeph is there with the finish, to finish it off. Also now taking on the lumber. Meanwhile, Raz takes out Lubu?
The Labil.
The Lovell. Yes. Thank you for
Oh,
helping me out
look
there.
at the damage of the Zephys. I think the Zephys is dead. Omen comes
the
in for all.
Yep. Omen and Volcat there.
And now the Gaffney moves to the top.
And I think the blue team, yep, just resetting the dragon there, and happy to just farm away. But just look at that. I mean, in spite of all the objectives and kills that Senpai is getting, Classy is not letting them get ahead in the gold. Do you notice that?
Yeah, they are ahead by nearly 2000. This is how you slowly build up a goal lead.
I'm just saying they're not really able to, snowball as quickly as they would have thought or expected.
And the Swearer is getting really, really low. Support, whereas this is the problem with support, whereas you need a lot of items to get tanky, otherwise it's just about to sustain. And right now he's sitting on 2700 gold, so he's getting melted by this Raz. And even looking at the farm, this Gaffney is absolutely massive, 4400 gold, has that full Cloud of Sanctity going in for that Loco of Slaughter next, whereas this Lovell is a full 1000 gold behind the Gaffney.
1300 to be exact. And we see some, minor pokes going on, exchanges. Lubu trying to get into that Gaffney. Zeph is coming in for the backup, but Gaffney makes it out. Good
I think
escape.
this Lubu is very overextended here. He might end up extremely far out. He's out by himself. Gaffney coming back in for that poke. This is what I'd like to see from teams. Volcat now pops his out and is going in on top of.
Oh my god. Senpai looking really dominant here.
I think this is going to be a complete cleanup here. If this Varese joins the team fight, oh, Flicker coming in from Radax there, going for that Ignis, but unable to do anything about it, and we do see a Dark Slayer being attacked.
And here we see Raz Raz taking on the Veris there and literally just taking him out. And Volca takes the tower. The DS meanwhile. Oh my god.
And the mid tower ended up dropping as well. So Team Senpai blow this wide open now. They have a 3000 gold lead. They've taken 2 towers on the map. They've taken a Dark Slayer. I want to see them go for the Abyssal Dragon now and push that bottom side while Open Split pushes the top. I want them to group up and try and take the high ground in the bottom lane. I don't know why this Omen is thinking around now. He should have just gone top.
Yep, and meanwhile, Omen and Gaffney going for the dragon. Senpai looking really, really dominant here.
Oh, look at this Raz. He's just setting up for this.
And meanwhile, do you see Lubu split pushing the top lane? While they're engaging, look at that Lubu just split pushing the top lane. Raz takes out Ignis.
Yeah, this is why the Omen should be there, right? He should have.
And he does step in. Omen does step in to guard his tower and his lane.
Ideally, this Omen should be out pushing on the other side. This Lubu should be on his side of the map. The Omen should be across the river. And so that
cleans up the tower.
And looks like this Ware is getting caught again by this Raz. This Raz is putting in so much work, and look at the poke there from the Raz. This Laval is just going to drop. This is such good gameplay coming out from Team Senpai here. I think the Lubu might be in some trouble as well. No, he survives.
Zephys taken out by Gaffney there, and I think Senpai looking to finish here.
No, but the Volcat died, right? He just soloed the Volcat. The Volcat blew his ultimate too early, and Lubu just ran him down. but he did end up losing his life for it. So I don't want Senpai to go high ground now. I just want them to uh, clear the wave, clear the jungle, and back for clear, because this is how you lose games.
Senpai is just clearing out their objectives. Look at them, one by one. They've cleaned out all the tier S2 towers or tier 2 towers.
This is exactly what you need to be doing. You just want to starve the enemy in terms of gold. Now the Zephys is suddenly starting to fall behind. This Omen is sitting on 8,000. This Gaffney is sitting on 7,000. All of these heroes are getting absolutely massive, whereas this Lavin is a full 2,000 gold behind the Gaffney now. And this Gaffney is getting to a stage where she's going to start one-shotting people.
Absolutely. And that's what we don't want. And Gaffney really needs to be taken out here. She's just sitting on that farm, 2-1-4. So she's not even participated that much in team fights, but yeah, she's really ahead in the gold. Even Omen.
I don't agree with this Omen's rotation. Why the Omen is sticking with this team? He should be split pushing that bot lane like who is. He's unnecessarily letting.
Engaged by Sky Blue, but yep, taken out by Raz. Well played there.
This Omen is just giving them away. Being out on the map split pushing, he's letting Lubu farm up, and he can restrict that a lot by just being in the bot lane. Look at how far pushed the bot lane is. He doesn't need to be with this team. This team is strong enough without him.
True, and with the gold lead that they have, they can easily 4v5. If the situation favors them at this stage.
And looks like we will see a high ground attack. Games.
Yep,
so I want to see.
I think Senpai just happy to pressure the high ground towers for now. Gaffney trying to get in a couple of pokes. Lubu caught off but escapes. Ooh, nice flicker ulti by Lumber.
And the Gaffney just ends up taking the tower. Whereas ends up dropping. Lubu going in, but instantly gets.
Senpai looking for the finisher. Oh, look at that Laville dealing out the damage. Oh my god, look at that Laville. Okay, looks like Laville is up and active now. Only Gaffney alive from the blue team.
I have no idea what Senpai was trying to do. They could have just taken that mid tower and backed off. I don't know why they stuck around so long for trying to get those kills. They should have just taken that high ground turret, backed off, taken the mid high ground turret, and cleaned up the enemy jungle. I don't know why they went in so aggressively. Because of that, now they're only 4,000 ahead. I think they were closing in on that 5,000 mark, but them losing so many kills there is just giving a chance to come back in the game.
See.
Meanwhile, Gaffney continues to grow. Has the completed Muramasa completed, so this Gaffney spread through the tanks as well.
Oh my god, just look at that Gaffney's farm, 11k gold. So she's literally 2k ahead of Laville, who's the highest from the red side. And
look at the Zephys.
Will we see a comeback from is Classy attempting a comeback of what they've just received? Is that what they're attempting here?
I mean, they definitely have potential with that Laville.
Yep. Laville and Lubu, if Lubu gets farmed up, he can deal out major damage.
But the issue is that you have heroes that extremely well. You can already see that Raz is putting in so much work. One S2 is just poking them down so heavily, and finally Omen decides to address and brings that the wave. All of the waves are just crashing in now. Oh my god, this Igni is damaged. He just chunked that Raz down from full HP to.
Yep. And Classy just making sure that creeps don't get to their towers and touch their towers. They're happy to just stay back and defend. Zephys going out to farm the jungles in the meanwhile.
So the Darkslayer is gonna respawn in 6 seconds.
Yep, and Senpai would be looking to get that.
I want to see this Omen try and push the bot lane instead of. I don't know why he's.
So they go for the Darkslayer, Volkath and Gaffney.
This Raz getting caught out here, but.
Meanwhile, Omen and Raz engaging. Not sure if that's the best idea because they have got the buff, and they will now look to engage and finish this off.
But did you see that Volkath instantly died there?
Yup. Oh, and oh my god, Classy just with the comeback here. Classy taking them out. all 5 members eliminated. And will Classy look to end this here?
I think they can, because look at where the
Yep, they
I
have
think,
waves crashing in mid, and I think they will just look to push mid and finish it off.
yeah, I think they can end the game here with this Lavil, and yeah, this Lavil is just gonna end the game. They are tanking, and they have a good 10 seconds to do it as well. They're going for the throne.
And no endless cycling. Oh my god, what are we seeing here? 2 back-to-back upsets.
Massive comeback coming out. I think game tells us that Lavil is the king of
Broken.
comebacks.
I think yes. I think both the games, the broken levels just finish it off. Oh my god, this is insane.
And
I mean, if we can't touch 100 viewers with these kind of matches, I don't know what kind of matches they want. What do you think, Aries?
look at the damage that this Raz is now. 43%. Wow, that is the. I mean, the Caffney only doing 20% is surprising to me. And
I told you the Raz, Warlord is a very, very good Raz.
And looks like that is the end of this game group from Team Classy, or very classy comeback, if I may say. We will be back with game number 3. Stay in your seats, stay tuned.
Guys, don't go anywhere. This is just very exciting. We'll be right back.
Blue team's turn to ban. Red team's turn to ban.
And we are back with the next game of this exciting series. People are calling it the series of throws, the series of comebacks, the series of upsets. I don't know what to call it. What do you think, Aries?
Honestly, I think I can call it a series of play coming out from both the teams, showing a lot of resilience. It's not easy to have your opponent sieging your high ground and still think we can come back and we can win this game. You need to have a lot of mental strength. So kudos to both the teams for doing that. And
Yep. The mental fortitude for a comeback is mental fortitude and discipline, I must say. And that's what
absolutely.
both have shown here. So we see some really class plays, guys, and it's really heartening to see matches like these. And if our viewers recall, we had said or promised that we will randomly offer a giveaway at a random time in the previous announcements. That's going to happen after this match because who wouldn't want to watch a final like this, right? This is almost a final of sorts.
Oh,
So
nice.
viewers, please note there will be a giveaway after the end of this match.
Am I eligible to participate in it?
Everyone is.
Great.
All the people watching live will be eligible to participate.
Woohoo. So, chat, do let us know on what has happened so far. Coming back to the draft, it's like a Malok and a Zip being banned by Team Classy, and a Zill and a Flash being banned by Team Senpai. Really trying to, limit Sky Blue in his hero pool potential. I think Sky Blue is a very good player, obviously, but
Absolutely.
he is being target banned here by Team Senpai. And Team Classy going for a net first pick. I'm not sure. Did they pick
Sorry, what?
Team Classy? Did they pick a Dirac already?
Classy, no, they haven't.
Okay, so I don't know why they didn't. Instead, they went. Oh, here is an interesting pick. It's a teamy. I know we were doing this in our series, but we were against Riplov. But okay, yeah, they go for the Baldo instead. I think that's a better hero, honestly. It's a good frontline hero. It has a good ultimate. Teamy right now is very unforgiving. You miss your ult once, and then the whole point of picking Teamy gets defeated, right?
Yeah, but then just imagine how OP his ult is, You can literally respawn the entire team if timed correctly.
Yeah, but that's the reason why don't pick teammates because it's very hard to do. It's not the easiest thing to do.
It's one of the hardest heroes to master that way, in that sense,
Yeah, I'm sure Riplov would agree.
I'm sure he would.
Hey, Riplov, if you're watching, I love you, fan. I'm just kidding around.
Me too, Viplav, from one support to another. Big fan.
So we see a Chi being picked up from Team Classy. I like Chi. I think it's a pretty good hero. And an arrow coming out in response. Now, this will be an interesting game because both these heroes are.
I've not seen this arrow skin before.
Yeah, this is the Shogun skin, if I'm not wrong. I think Afro also has the same skin. And a lot of. I have seen a few people play with the skin. It's a nice purple looking skin, so. We see a Knickknack being banned out by Team Senpai. I think Pain could still go jungle. I think jungle Pain is more effective than honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect Sky Blue to go for a jungle Pain, considering he has this love for mages and jungles.
And Akira being banned out. I'm not sure about that ban actually. Kira's early game was nerfed pretty heavily, and she's not as powerful as she was, just one patch ago. So, neither team picking their path have spended the Lavel and the Kafni, right?
Yep.
Has Sky Blue's team picked Kafni yet? I am not sure.
I think one of the teams has. No, Sky Blue's team hasn't. So Classy hasn't picked Captain yet. whereas Team Senpai has. So
Okay,
Team
I have
Senpai
no
has
idea
picked
why.
Caffney and Lavelle, and Classy has only picked
Laville,
Lavelle
right?
and yeah, and who was the first MM? I'm
I
not
think
sure.
Valheim. That's what he
Yeah,
played. I think
Valheim.
he played Valheim. Okay, now I have no idea what is going to go into the jungle because I literally 5 heroes have been banned.
I think it's going to
You
be
see,
Pain from the blue side. Not sure about the red side.
yeah, but I was just talking in general. Because you see Kira, Nakrot, Murad, Kriknak, and Zil, all these heroes, and the Flash too, right? Even though Flash is a hero that's usually played mid, they know that Sky Blue plays a very sick Flash in the jungle. So they decide to ban that out. So effectively, 6 bans being used only on junglers. Not something you see very often. A lot of teams, prioritize those marksmen and want to take them out. But
And in fact, both teams have not even picked marksman yet.
yeah,
Interestingly.
but this series honestly has a very different the approach. With L'Oreal being picked up, for example, that's a hero you don't see very often. That just tells me that he's one of those old school L'Oreal players.
Absolutely.
And now even with this Telemas pick, I think Hayate was still open, and you decided to go for the Telemas anyway. And as I say that, Hidden River pick locks in that Hayate, and Sky Blue's hovering the Darcy. This beautiful Interstellar Council skin. Sai, I love the skin. It's purple. I think there is.
Yep. I had predicted in the last game you'd see a Darcy jungle from Sky Blue, and here it is.
I think Darcy is not very good against L'Oreal because you can just use your S2 to become immune from the damage if you time it right, and L'Oreal should, especially if you're picking L'Oreal second. I'm not sure about how they want to, what they want to put in the jungle. Senpai sort of have drafted themselves into junglers out. They themselves ban the Zil, the Kriknak, and the Murad. Now they can't pick any of these either. So that puts them in a tough spot about what to pick.
Absolutely, man.
What can they jungle with? Yeah, Rogue is still open. I'm not sure how good Rogue is though. I think they could have gone for something that can get away from the Darcy. Rogue is a good hero, but it's all about tempo with Rogue. Right? Again, one of those heroes that peaks really early and comes online in the game and really pops off. But if you fall behind, your game is over, and then it's all on the carry. But the Stellanas is going against a Pain, a Chi, and a Darcy. So those are some very scary heroes to go into. Any of those heroes can just one-shot you.
Absolutely. And wow, I'm now once again I'm literally shivering with excitement to go into this match. This almost feels like a final of sorts with the amount of the intensity that this game these two teams have built up here.
Absolutely, with especially with these lines so unique, they're so off meta. It's not something you see. I mean, yeah, in that they picked up, but Chi, Telenas, Arrow, L'Oreal, none of these heroes are something you'd see very often, right? These are very niche heroes.
Yep.
So I'm excited. And even looking at the enchantments, right?
And do you see the what do you see the meta of the blue team? They literally have no tank. I mean, not even bruisers in this game.
Yeah, they have like a Chi, which in theory is a tank. At least that's what she's classified as. But that's
Yeah,
not.
I mean, I get that, but yeah, they don't have even one proper tank to actually soak up the damage that is going to be thrown at them.
Yeah, even though Chi is classified as a tank, she's sort of like.
I think they're just going to look to dominate all the lanes individually rather than focus on team fights because in that sense that they can actually dominate that ways. Right.
Okay, but this is where I'm a little worried for this road. There is so much damage on the side of Team Classy. There's the Darcy, there's the Hayate, the Chi, and the Spain. It's so much damage coming in from these 4 heroes, and you go rogue into that. not sure. I think this Rogue's shield is just going to get expended in 1s2 by the Darcy, and after that he's just going to die. But if he's able to get the jump, any of those, we might see a story.
And wow, this is quite exciting. The match has just started off. Errol and Key going at it one on one. Errol gets a good amount of poke in there, and he also gets the early level too. Will he be able to finish off Key there? Doesn't look like it. No, Key makes it out with that flicker. Oh, he gets the
He
first
does
blood.
go in.
Wow.
Well played from the Errol there. A lot of people are sleeping on Errol. I think it's a pretty powerful hero.
Yep.
And Chi going down to this Errol is.
So Team Senpai looking to dominate right from go. The word go here. They're not gonna be. They're gonna be merciless, basically.
Yeah, and look at this. This Rogue. Him go back and try and kill this Chi, and that's what they're doing, right? They've set up so aggressively on this side, but looks like this Rogue is just going to back out and set up around the mid lane. Okay, no, I'm not sure where he's going. Is he going bot? No, he's just standing there.
Is he lagging?
Or maybe he's just confused. Oh, the
And
Darcy.
Sky Blue scores a kill up top. Yep, leveling that for the Darcy, and also going to get the Spirit Sentinel in the process.
I think Errol post level 4 should not be dying anymore. He's level 3 now, but once he gets his level 4, no hero can burst him down quickly. So this Errol should be pretty fine in that regard. But the dragon gets reset though, so coming out Team Classy, they're contesting the Abyssal, making sure that they don't get. And the gold as well, looking pretty even, just 300 in favor of Team Classy.
Yeah, but look at that Dirac, he's inching away on that gold, he's at 1.3k already. Whereas from the, so Rourke is just on 1.2k. And he's just, going away at it. So very interesting to see here.
And, honestly, if the game continues like this, Team Blue is eventually going to win because they have the better late game, right? They have the Darcy, they have the Hayate and the Pain. These heroes insanely won the game. Whereas a Rourke and
they get I think they steal the red buff. Yes, Pain does manage to steal it, but will pay with his life in the process. Oh my god, Key taken down as well. Wow.
This Darcy might get caught though. He's running away. I don't think the Arrow should have the NF there. I think they could have just chased down the Darcy, but they decided not to. The gold looking even now though. 2 kills. I want to see them go for the Abyssal Dragon because honestly the red side are the ones under the gun here because they have the early game lineup and the blue side are just happy farming up. They don't need to be making aggressive moves.
Absolutely.
Good Annette all coming out. 4 heroes on top of her. This should also open up a free Abyssal Dragon for them. But this Ballroom is heading back. I don't know why. I think he could just stick around, give vision for his team. Okay, no, they're not doing the Abyssal Dragon. I think this is a mistake. I think they could have gotten it for free because they see that this
Errol, yep, Errol and Key engaging here up top.
This Rogue is still not going for the Abyssal. Sure, why?
Okay,
and the
blue team. So while we have the pause, viewers, just to let you know, we're gonna conduct the giveaway at at the end of this match eventually, and do tune in. We want to really boost the views for this specific match because it is a final of sorts and it's a match to watch out for. I mean, I'm personally very excited about the level of play that we've seen here, and I'm really excited to see what's in store for us in future tournaments.
Okay, so they resume now.
Yep, and while I say that, they have resumed.
Uh,
And Senpai just looking to reset the dragon here for sorts, not really looking to try and get it.
I really think that Senpai is
And Eren looking really dominant here. Key got off, makes it out, uses the frost orb, but caught in amongst five. Don't think she'll escape.
And they get this. I think but there's no minion wave. The lane did a very good job just clearing out that wave, and they are going to lose their bot tower. They're just getting out macroed here by Team Classy. Team Senpai, even though they're getting those kills, just getting out macroed.
Yep. And look now, they're going for the dragon. Senpai not really in position to contest. And Baldwin gets that berry on the dragon, but yeah, Sky Blue lands the S1, I think, and gets the dragon. And now Roke caught off here, gets killed.
While that was happening, the Errol got in the top lane. So I want to see them switch lanes now. I would want to see Selanas. Oh my god, Selanas die. I missed that.
He takes out Telenas, and there's a pause from the red team.
So, this Baldum is. I don't know what he's building. I don't know how the. How you use the items.
Let's see what will happen here in mid lane. And Warlord L'Oreal taken out.
And they're all gonna die.
And Classy right back up in this match, now taking the gold lead, and all of a sudden looking dominant. Look at the Hayate pressuring the bottom S2 tier 2 tower, and we see a second pause from the red team. Not sure what they're doing here. Maybe one of the players is lagging.
So Hayate getting this tier 2 bot is pretty bad for them, honestly. Because losing a tier 2 this early on at 6 minutes is a huge deal. The Dark Slayer isn't yet, because you just lose control on that side. And now they're all going to rotate. Errol does manage to pretty survivable in that regard. It's pretty hard to take him down.
And here we see the Classy here just happy to clear out the jungle, not let deprive the red team of their farm.
This is such classy gameplay coming.
And they do get the buff. Sky Blue caught off. Oh, Baldum, nice ulti there. Pain caught off. Makes it out alive. Sliding river hide. Oh my god. Wow. That's devastating. Devastating. And no.
I think they had the right idea.
Yeah, I think Baldum landed a perfect ulti there, but Senpai were not really able to capitalize on it as well as they should have.
Yeah.
And in the process, Hayate also taking out the mid tier 2 tower.
And now suddenly, Team Classy have a 5,000 gold lead. Yep, they have a 5,000 gold lead. This Hayate is just going to go bot, continue to farm up. I think that's a huge wave there. I see 3 cannons. That's so much gold for this Hayate, who is sitting on 4,300 gold, has that talent completed, is going in for Frost Cape. So this Hayate is going to become a big problem. And this is where the road pick is baffling for me, right? Now, how do they come back into this game?
Also, I think the Rourke is possibly lagging, at least from the chat. That's what it seems like.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Meanwhile, this Balloon just gets caught and blown up by the Darcy there. Good play coming out from them. Now they red buff as well, and we might see a Dark Slayer being attempted. No, it looks like they're not. They're just trying to go for. Okay, no, they do go back to the Dark Slayer there. Yep. While the Hayate continues the bot lane. So the Hayate Frost cape completed. Now he's going in for Slick Sting. Well, this Hayate is going to start hurting a lot. And the Darcy also has 3 full items now. This Darcy has a low curse, he's got an Eagle Secret and a Boomstick.
And I think now Classy looking in to end the game, really pressuring in from all sides, looking to with the Drake also coming in from the bottom lane. Hayate pressuring the bottom lane, Key pressuring the top, Key and Pain in fact. So really, strongly split pushing here to try and pressure the high ground towers.
They're gonna get a free tier 3.
Yep, they
Although
get it.
I'm not sure if the Baldo should have ulted there. I think he could have saved his ultimate to counter initiate. But oh my god, this Darcy is just popping off here, nearly one-shotting that L'Oreal there. So much damage coming in from this Darcy. Anybody getting caught in his ultimate is just going.
This is crazy damage from Sky2 here.
Oh, good engaged by this.
And I think Darcy, wow, he makes it out with a sliver of health.
Did you see what just happened there? So all of them went on, and the Annette just jumped in with her ult and just zoned all of them away. So really good Annette gameplay there. This Hayate ended up getting a kill. Looks like they are going to finish the game off of that amazing play there by the Darcy and the Hayate and the Annette.
Wow.
Much cleaner game coming out from Team Classy this time. Making sure that they had their objectives sorted, they had a good draft, and they ended up taking the victory.
Absolutely. And this is GG, well played from Team Classy. But I must say, standing ovation to Team Senpai. Great play from them. Please do not be disheartened. You've shown like winners today.
Absolutely, I think they did an game 1 and game 2, especially where they were down and out and they came back, and game 2 again they were so far ahead.
I mean, for me personally, comeback of the tournament goes to them so far.
Absolutely. And the Darcy in the end, so no surprises there, honestly. I think damage. The aggro. And yes, Piyush, I will let you announce the details of the giveaway.
Absolutely. So now, viewers, now that we have seen, Team Classy take it away, get ready for the giveaways. I want to see some numbers, the numbers going up in the view. Come on, guys. Show us some love. Where's the, destroy that share button, destroy that like button, guys. Come on. So guys, are you excited about the giveaway? So the giveaway is gonna be for a premium skin chest. Basically, you will get a skin chest wherein you can choose one of 4 skins. The 4 skins are Violet Fury, Omen Sanguine Blade, Elsu Hopesbane, and Diao-chan Summer Bash. Do you want that, chat? Ready, guys. Alright, guys. So, all you have. Why are you spamming numbers, people? I haven't even announced the competition yet. Why? Why? Guys, hold on. Stop, viewers, stop. Guys, stop. Alright, so do not spam, guys. Okay, spammers will be disqualified. Do not spam. Stop. Shh. Okay. So to win the competition, you have to type hashtag CCE and stop, and then we will conduct a lucky draw. So remember, what do you have to tag? Hashtag CCE. Yep.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view.
It's hashtag CCE, guys. Come on, spam away, spam away. Okay, the winner will be announced at 7:35. Okay, so till then keep spamming CCE. One lucky winner will get the skin chest. $7.35, guys.
When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground,
Hashtag CCE, guys. Hashtag CCE. Come on. And now you should be able to view us live shortly. Get ready for the giveaway. Are you excited? So these are the people who have successfully been enlisted for the lucky draw, as you can see on your screen now. I hope you can all see your names. If you can't see your name, please spam hashtag CCE. Okay, so here goes, and we are rolling now for the winner of the lucky draw. And the winner is Naga Krauser. Oh my god, guys, this was so not rigged. Guys, oh my god, Kuma, you lucky boy. And the winner of the lucky draw, Kuma Naga Krauser. It's your lucky day, brother. Okay, guys, you can stop spamming now. So we have our winner. It's Naga Krauser. रुक जा एक मिनट कुमा को बुलाने दे
I'm not in game.
And viewers, we have Kuma with us, the winner of the skin giveaway. And he's
Yo,
currently on top of the world. And guys,
uh,
let me tell you, big disclaimer here. This was not at all rigged.
oh man, like I was legit surprised when I saw my name right there popping out. I was like, yo, the first thing that came to my head was people are gonna say this is Rick, and I'm still, I can't contain it anymore. Yo,
Wow.
thank you so much for the giveaway. Like,
No,
like,
and
lady,
more
like,
to come,
see,
viewers. Don't lose hope. There are 4 more skin chests to be given away.
and see, the best part is like Lady Luck is always on my side. Like, even on the Tesseract Esports giveaway, I won a giveaway. I got a skin. Plus, on the next giveaway as well, I won a T-shirt. So when it comes to re-rolling, like Lady Luck has always been on my side. So thank you so much. So when are you gonna give me the skin, the chest?
So yes, you will receive the prize after the tournament ends, Kuma.
Okay, okay,
We,
I
we
can
will
wait.
deliver to you within 45 working days of the tournament end. Ideally, it should not take more than a week, but we officially announced 45 days to ensure that there are no discrepancies or misses from our end.
Okay, okay, sure, sure. Anyway, thank you so much, and viewers. I was hyping so much about the skin, and Lady Luck was on my side, so I got it.
Sure. And let's see. So, yep. Hard luck to those who missed out, but guys, you'll definitely you stand a chance to win 4 more. There are 4 more skin chests to be given away. So yeah, I hope you get you win. And yes, DVS and Deep, we definitely agree. You do deserve to be one of the viewers. You've been a
So
little
wait,
bit
so wait,
supportive.
so wait. Like in the next giveaway, say for example, my name appears. So what will happen then?
While to be honest, we haven't decided on that, but yeah, I think to make it fairer for the others, we wouldn't want to give it to you anyways because it doesn't make sense. You'll already have most of those skins, right? You've won a chest, so why not give the others a chance?
Yeah. So basically, if I win the next, you'll re-roll again, right? So basically,
Absolutely,
everybody
yes.
gets. Okay, then that's
Yeah,
very good.
one skin just for all.
Yeah, and then thank you so much.
Yep, absolutely. Alrighty, Kuma, and with that, we'll thank you for joining us, and we look forward to you welcoming you in the next match. Meanwhile, I'll have Ash with me, casting the next match that is between Sensei and Eternal Chronix.
Okay, all the best, guys, and Ash, congratulations again on your incredible victory, because
Thank you.
that was one of the most hyped game. Like if you go back to the commentary and check it out, like both me and Devil Twins, we were so hyped about the match. Like we were literally getting chills. And overall, you
I
guys
mean,
are
both of the teams were from CCE, so
yeah.
I was
And
kind of excited
yeah,
for that.
and then the best part is like a lot of people got to learn from the team fights, the engagement that you guys had overall, and when to use the article properly, plus the positioning of a marksman, how he should be played, and you guys actually showed it, like why you guys are the team favorite or why you guys are best at the moment. So shout out to you
Not,
guys. As
I
well.
wouldn't say best, but there are like a lot of favorites like Classy, so we're just looking forward to play against Classy for sure.
Okay, anyway, you guys carry on. Thank you so much for the gift, and all the best for your casting, and all the best, Ash. I'm hoping
Alright,
and
thanks, man.
yeah. All right.
You guys. And
Alright,
we
guys.
see, yep, Ash. We have
Yeah, okay.
standard bans Zip, Dirac, Pain, and Melok so far.
So I guess I won't see any Zit pick from now to the end of the tournament. Nobody just wants to give this away. While we actually see both Caffeine and Laville making it through the drafts, for me, I actually ban like one of them or pick one of them, or it's just always about trading which one do you feel better. But so what I feel about Laville and Caffeine is like Laville actually wins in the lane trade, but Caffeine generally wins in the output damage because her crit value is definitely higher than Laville, but Laville has a higher sustain that Caffeine does. So we are looking at an Ignis and a Marja. Ignis and Marja are both pretty much good heroes. They Ignis has her CC, Marja has her sustain, so that's pretty much evenly matched in the mid lane.
Also, I think
Victor coming out.
Marja is a comfort pick for Kakashi. I've seen him play a lot of Marja in the tournaments, so that'll be interesting to see as well.
But wait, isn't it the second match that Sensei is playing today, or was it like the previous round?
It's the previous round. Second match today, but the previous round.
Alright, so they had 2 matches today, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. Okay. So Victor being played, but because undoubtedly everyone knows that he is the best DS laner for now. I see an early Kha'Zix coming from the red side. So Kha'Zix is pretty much a meta support because of the engage that he provides. He's just really annoying to deal with. So it definitely pairs like really well with every marksman. He can just provide that sustain to the marksman that he needs. I mean, if anybody's trying to jump onto your marksman, you can protect him because you give the extra stats to your marksman, and you even reduce the armor or the magic on the enemy if you pass through them when you're in that invisibility phase.
And Ash, we have viewers' requests for you and Mikos for casting. Not sure,
I'm
guys.
not sure
Let's see.
who is Mikos.
Mikos is the MM for Team Classy. He's
I've
also
never really had
the caster for the APL.
Oh,
Who
really?
announced our name? Yep.
Oh, I'd love to cast for them, honestly.
Yep.
Okay, so
And let's see, yeah.
there's the Roxy coming in. I'm not really sure about that Roxy pick.
I'm also
I'm
not
not
sure
really
about that butterfly band, to be honest.
I guess it's just a ban towards Rex because Rex, I guess it's his main. So even though you're not that, I mean, even though it's not an S tier hero, but if you're just too comfortable at it, you just make it look like it's too good to deal with. So it's just like a ban towards Rex. I see Omen coming from Sonic. So I guess if I would have like in my mind that I'm gonna go Omen, I would have just banned Roxy over there because Roxy is just like a hard counter to Omen. So,
But what do you think about this Annette pick? So, I personally think Sensei going with a lot of their comfort picks here,
so Annette, I don't know what Annette. I mean, I guess I would go for Ibnet. Ibnet is really good into a Kha'Zix, but I wouldn't really go for an Annette over there. So I guess this is the same comp that they were playing in the morning that they lost. They go for 2 tanky side laners and they flex the the marksman to the jungle. While they had Laville in the morning, now they have Caffeine, and Caffeine is definitely better in jungle than Laville is. So I'm not sure about this because even though the meta is around the marksman, but the meta also includes you need to have like really tanky meat. I mean, so that
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, but Ash, would you disagree with me if I said, if we've seen Classy's picks and some of the APL games as well, the tankiness is not a criteria anymore for the metas. Would you agree?
I'd actually say no because if you actually look at the APL games, right? So most of them actually try to focus that tanks like Thane, there is Lumber, so they're just too tanky, and then you have a marksman to deal all the damage. I have seen so many games that they actually went for double marksman, and then they had like a really heavy tank, so that he can provide like the meat for the marksman, and the marksman can just stay in the backline and deal the damage. So
No, I
one thing I
absolutely agree
feel
with that.
sad about is for the mages, it's not really a meta for mages. Like everyone just comes to your lane and just eats your lane, and you're just there looking at them, and you cannot even say anything to them because that's how the meta is. So
Absolutely.
I'm glad I'm not a mage, at least not in this patch.
Let's see.
So,
Let's
yeah,
see. Mages and supports definitely do need more support from AoE.
Yeah, they definitely. But from what I know, all the mages are getting buffed. I mean, most of the mages are getting buffed for the next patch. I'm pretty sure next patch is going to be dominated by the mages.
Interesting, interesting. So
So
all
this is the
buddies out there,
second
be ready for
time.
that.
This is the second time I have seen that guy on Astrid jungle. And the last time that I saw him, he just went crazy on that pick. He didn't die throughout the game. So
Yep, he goes berserk with that Astrid scenic.
even if it's not an S tier or like an A tier pick, but as I always say, even the tier lists are made according to trio queue or solo queue. In 5-man, when you're playing 5-man, if you can draft around the enemies or if you can draft around your own combinations, everything can work. Like for example, Valheim in solo queue is just so stupid, but Valheim in APL it was so disastrous to look at. So it's not about what tier the hero belongs to; it's how you actually execute it.
Even in the Monsoon Tourney so far, Valiant has a near 100% win rate.
Yeah, Valheim is it's a really good pick when your team lacks CC. He doesn't have that heavy damage in late game, but he definitely can pressure his own lane and can rotate faster than your enemy. So that's one plus to it.
Here we
So
go with game one of the last quarterfinal. It's Sensei versus Eternal Chronix, and we have Sensei on the blue side, Eternal Chronix on the red.
I guess Arthur and is gonna just help Caffeine to clear her first jungle buff, so that she has a faster clear because I guess Astrid is gonna be faster in clearing the jungle since she has a better base damage than Caffeine does. Caffeine doesn't really do extreme damage before getting those 4 crit items.
And let's see, what do we have here? Arthur and Omen engage, just having those small poke exchanges up top.
So one thing that I have noticed in these guys is Rex actually goes for jungle if he's able to secure the assassins, while that guy, Yasona, he goes for marksman jungle. So I guess that's pretty good. Like you're sticking to what you're actually good at.
With that, Rex steals that Vision Seagull.
So he had that long sword buff, like the river buff, and it's just so broken right now. I mean, the length of it's just too long. So the dash is just too crazy long. I think.
And Fallen here, just poking at that Krizix. Astrid working her way up towards Arthur. Is he going to get caught off? Astrid gets the Vision
No, I don't
Bird.
think so. Even if he gets caught off, they don't have that much damage to burst this guy out because Arthur has healing in his kit and he even has the barrier. So I don't think they can kill him for now because he's like a low key. I mean, he's of course a tank, right? You play him because
Definitely.
So this is what I say. They just kept focusing that, and now Caffeine is there.
And we see an engage from both teams.
Just look at the sustain from the Urter, like we were talking about. He's been tanking it throughout, and he's still making it alive. So
Scenic the first to go down in this game. Laville lands a double trouble.
Making the plays, rotating from all the way bottom to top. So this is what I say. Richter is pretty strong in rotations. Like he can clear his wave in like one dash, and then he's just gonna rotate. So
and Laville getting ganked upon here, taken out.
That was a really good gank. If you saw what Marja did, she just ran into that guy and made sure that he's hit by her silence of ult. So that's pretty good. But they accidentally reset the buff. The dragon, my bad.
Yep. I don't know what they were doing there. They just wasted their own time. And
now they're gonna give a free dragon to the enemy. You don't want that.
Yep.
If you actually reset it and it doesn't get reset completely, you just want to look at it. So I guess Enet should have stayed there and look at it, like scout it for his team.
And Arthur and Sonic going on here, one-on-one, but Sonic looks in trouble, but backs off, wisely so.
Yeah, so Omen is 1.4k while Eartha is 1.7. So doesn't make much of a difference, but in early game, the more gold you have, the better it is. And there's a fight breaking down in the bottom.
Yep.
And just one, okay,
And
they are
Levitt
able
with
to
the
secure the
tower.
first tower. He just focused the tower throughout. This was what I was talking about. Krizik can just save his marksman in such a good manner. Like,
And Scenic doing the
Lavil?
cleanup work there. Nice use of the orb by the Capney, but to no avail. And Fallen also taken out a net.
Yeah, so it's just a cleanup. And Krizik, that was such an amazing play from him. The barrier that he provided to Lavil. He was able to take tower, he was able to land really good pokes to the enemies and then just go back. I guess once this Omen gets the Fafnir, it would be hard for Earther to have an equal trade because both of them are... I'm not sure about who is going to win in that matchup because both of them get equally tanky in the late game. Omen has his B, he even has his 2 damage, and then there is his Fafnir. So, not really sure who's going to win the trade, but in my opinion, late game Omen can out-rotate the Earther pretty easily because he is not going to be scared of that early sustain that Earther has. So, Marja gets hit by the double trouble, but it didn't seem like a trouble for her because no backup from the red side. The goals pretty much evenly matched, it's just like 600 in the favor of the red team. Right, so Marja getting heavily poked. I really want to see how this Caffeine does in the late game, but I guess she is gonna... Okay, so Omen came in, he did use his flicker, but he wasn't able to land his ult on the Caffeine. Lavil's gonna go down. Yeah. Eartha is so easily able to focus on the backline. Caffeine goes down. Omen can just clean this up. Ignis is doing so much work over there. The amount of CC he's able to provide, the amount of true damage he's doing, it's just crazy to see a good Ignis play. So, kudos to DB on that one.
Absolutely, and some lovely play there from from Eternal Chronics, and I think Sensei just overextended there, which was what really cost them.
So, in my opinion, one thing that I want to talk about is the psychology when you go into the game. Like, Eternal Chronics are basically, like, I feel like they're quite underrated, but they have always been performing so well throughout the tournament.
Totally agree with you there. That's just what I was discussing with Kuma earlier this morning. That Eternal Chronics are very underrated.
Yeah, sometimes you just look down on your opponent, or you're like, let's just go easy because this is one easy one, and then you just end up throwing the game somewhere because that has happened to us in the second round. We know it. You just don't want to do that to anyone. You just need to be serious about every game that you're playing.
True, I guess that's a lesson for you guys, and even the best of teams can learn.
Okay, so Krizik. Okay, so that is such a beautiful play from Krizik. They actually saw that they were overextended. He used his ult, and they just went in. So, Caffeine, in my opinion, is gonna have a really hard time if the Krizik is able to flicker and use his second ability. Omen dives in with him and just catches the Caffeine. Caffeine is going nowhere. So these guys are coming top to help Lavil. Krizik was able to save Lavil again, and Krizik is making so many plays this game. So no wonder that hero is so annoying for everyone.
Even Ash and Brom as a player has been really a highlight treat to watch throughout today.
Definitely, he's been playing so good.
Astrid, while we speak.
Oh, the double trouble got... Yeah, she is dead again, so the double trouble did hit the Caffeine and this time it paid off. So, One reason why Laville is still a really strong marksman, even after the nerf, is because of his ultimate. It's such a good engage if he's able to hit that. So
Absolutely.
he can catch if you are able to hit the marksman or the mage, and you just go in. It's just a beautiful engage. So that's one reason why you want to have Laville if he's open.
Absolutely. And we see here Omen is teleporting to safety.
So that's
Marja.
actually good. I feel people tend to overstay just to clear the minions, but he'll make it out even though there's going to be a little damage on the tower, or maybe it goes down. But in the end, you're not giving away your life. And on the top, they're equally trading it for the top tower.
Scenic just demolishing Richter there. You know, literally bullying them there. 5 on 3 now. Or 4 on 3, pardon
So,
me.
A blue team tower has been
so
destroyed.
why I feel that Astrid pick is actually paying off is because Astrid is able to dive in the backline with the Kha'Zix, and as soon as she goes low, she just uses her ult and then she's immune to everything. And there's nothing you can do about it. So even though Caffrey is trying to deal a lot of damage on her, she still just takes it all, and then Laville is just melting them on the back.
And Astrid dies, taken out by the
I guess-
Darkslayer.
Yeah,
Astrid
Darkslayer is
curse.
pretty much on the blue team side and helping them to
I
shut
think
that Astrid
Caster's
down.
curse has transferred to you from Kuma Ash.
No, it's always been on me. I guess every time I say a player is doing good, he dies in the next 1 minute. That's been happening. Okay, so Richter's making so amazing plays. He has double knockout, and then the ult, it just deals so crazy much damage.
Yep.
Okay, so Ignis misses his A, so he didn't get that movement speed, and hence he's not able to make it out.
Sensei making
So-
short work of that Ignis and GRD triple X.
Just see how the tide of the game changed. They were all in the driving gear, and then Astrid falls to Darkslayer, and then everything's just looks like on the side of blue side now.
Yep.
So, okay, so Astrid did that again. She cleared the wave with her ultimate. Nothing happened to her because their ultimate is just too strong. So they're able to save their high tier tower now, and they're gonna go back. I guess they should just regather and just make a plan now what they want to do.
I think Eternal Chronics needs to just back off and
Yeah, Richter is just overstaying. Just for a buff, they just gave away their life. So this is what I feel. This is what I was talking to you about. I mean, in the start of the game, people just tend to throw the games by overstaying, and it's not really a good way to play the game. Omen just gets the caffeine, and she is just gonna die. And like, okay, that was so much damage from Astrid, and Ignis is just making crazy plays in this game. The amount of damage she's doing is just off the charts.
I think DB and DB and Brom, sorry, are really highlights and treats to watch from Team Eternal
Not
Chronics. I
just
think they're
them,
all,
I mean, I'm
all
just-
5 doing really well, but
Yeah, all
Brom
five
and
of them
Eternal-
are doing so well this game.
Yep.
Like DB, Cynic, there is Brom, even GRD, XX. They're just in the right position. But one thing that they can fix is how they're overstaying.
Absolutely. And this is interesting.
Like Omen is going either for an Aegis or a Shield of the Lost. That's pretty much a good build because he's just going tanky. He just wants to tank for his team. Just wants to go in, ulti Caffeine, and this is where I feel Caffeine is not that good in jungle because she lacks that mobility if you get caught out.
Daphne, in that sense, is quite weak. If she does get caught, there's not much you can do apart from fight.
Yeah. One thing that you can do is you can use her S2 in a really smart manner. You
Yep,
can
S1
change
and
to the
S2.
laser.
Yes.
You can
S1
change
is-
your form and you can go through the walls if you know that.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's one way you can use it. So if you're taking the fight, just take it around. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. She just gets ulted by
And look at
the
the Astrid taking out
Omen
the
every
support
time.
first.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. Richter should probably be trying. I mean, Richter should try to save the Caffeine or anyone who is trying to jump on the Caffeine, but this is not happening. She is just left alone. She'd be crying on the call that please save me, but no one is just listening to her. Now that was just overcommitment from the Kha'Zix. They could have waited for that. Okay, so now they can just finish the game. Marja cannot do much. Yeah, it's GG from the side of EC. So one thing you need to learn: don't underestimate any of your opponent.
Absolutely.
One suggestion I would give to Sensei is, if you want to go for heroes like Caffeine in jungle, you actually go for a tank that can actually help you sustain. For example, Lumber or Pain, or that can push enemies away from you. And that can do it to some extent, but people can still just flicker out, right? So just try to pick up a Pain if you want to go for a ADC jungle. I get it if you have Alandor, he doesn't even need any protection, honestly. He's just too mobile, he's just gonna keep dancing around those assassins, but it's not the case with Lavil and Caffeine. Yeah, definitely. You can even, I mean, if they're just such a big fan of ADC jungle, I'd say try Finnick. He's amazing.
Yup, and let's see. Viewers, stay connected. We'll be back very shortly with Game 2 of Sensei vs Eternal Chronics.
Blue team's turn to ban.
Okay, hello guys, we are back again with the second game between Eternal Chronics and Sensei. So moving on directly to the pick and ban first. So they're going to be taking away the Caffeine.
So that's like a really smart ban in my opinion, because now the red side knows that the blue side cannot pick up Caffeine, and then if you cannot pick up Caffeine, you just ban it. That's the only way of handling a Caffeine, even though they were able to defeat this caffeine for one round, but
Mhm.
I just say don't let it go. So the pain ban pretty much standard. I'd say I actually feel like Richter ban is stronger than Malik ban in my opinion. I'm not that sure how everyone else feel about it because for me I don't really see Malik as a big trouble. I I feel like we can handle it if your team knows how to play against it. So
So I feel like they're gonna be leaving the zip or either zip or direct open. Team Sese can just hold on to it, or wait, they're gonna leave both zip and direct are open right now, so they're gonna be
so
instantly.
this is the first time I saw Zip and I mean I guess this is the first Zip I've seen throughout the tournament.
No, this is the second zip. Previous match even zip was left out. It just happened yesterday. Even me, I was surprised. Like, so this is the second game that zip.
I
That we're gonna
wouldn't
see.
give Zip away. I guess
Yeah, exactly.
he such
And
I mean he's such an annoying hero.
yeah.
Though there is a little nerf, I mean
Mhm.
his abilities do get nerfed, but even one more minor nerf that I feel like is the energy item I mean the energy stats from the support items were taken
Mhm.
off. So he does have some trouble with energy now and he's not able to spam his abilities as often as he was before. So while they give away one S tier, they traded in two S tier heroes for themselves. So
Yeah, I mean, like, what do you think? Like, having a direct and Richter is way better than having a zip. Like,
it's just comparing two broken heroes to each other. There is no end
true,
to
true,
this
true.
conversation, I guess. I mean, if the Zip is played to the entire potential, he can just
Mhm.
outplay everyone. But it's the same with Dirac. Then that if you're able to play it on the entire potential, no one's gonna even come closer to your carry. So I would like to see Izata, but no one is picking up Izata because Jinar is
I
never
mean,
gonna be
yeah,
my favorite
yeah,
mate.
Jinar, like, here comes the tap hero again, and this is one of the main reasons why, like, most of us don't prefer like to play over Jinar is because of the fact that it's one of the most boring champions to play. I mean, like, he is really broken, but at the same time, he's just
I
a
wouldn't
tap hero
say
at the
he's
other.
broken. It's just easy to play around him.
Mm-hmm.
Depends how comfortable your team is, but it's just too easy to play around him. Like if he ults, you just back off. You just use the support items because it gives you the movement speed, like team-wide movement speed. So you just run out and then you can just engage it back, and then he cannot just do anything.
Okay, so the lumber is gonna be picked in
Lumber
reply
is a
to.
smart pick into Jannar because Lumber ult is if he lands it on the Jannar, like we
Yep.
saw it in the previous game, the Jannar is gonna have a hard time reaching the back line.
Yep.
So
I mean,
there's an old
the speed reduction that you get from that ultimate, including the knockup, it takes up a lot of time. And I honestly feel like if the ulti is landed in the right pathing of Jinar, then Jinar, like you mentioned, it'll be so hard for him to reach to the back line. And let's see, like,
Yes,
what they're
so-
gonna ban off right now. Okay, so the Elandor
Richter-
is being.
they
Banned
banned
off.
Elandor because Elandor is like okay, so the red side already have 3 S tier. In my opinion, I actually feel Lumber is S tier support. He's just too tanky.
True.
He provides stuns, he provides knockers, he
Yeah.
provides armor reduction, he provides
Smoke
excess
shield, yeah.
excessive
That's
armor. So it's just so good to protect your backline. So
Yeah,
in
and
my opinion, that's a smart ban.
Yep. And the best thing about Lumber is that he's really good for disengaging, engaging, depending on how you're playing around him.
To ban.
Plus
Okay, so
today,
they
like-
actually respected ban Rex again because of his
Mhm.
potential to play Butterfly. So they banned Omen, that's pretty much standard because Omen actually gives troubles to the Richter in the lane. Richter is not able to feel your rotate, but Ayena. So
Okay, so Richter is okay.
they're going
Alright.
for either Ayena Abyssal. In 8th I actually saw a lot of Ayena Abyssal and
True.
Richter side lanes, but I just want to see a different marksman being played. Don't pick a
Yeah, I
Joker
mean, like this.
into.
Yeah, I don't think this tournament we've seen a Brunhilde. I don't think
I
we've
guess-
seen a Brunhilde pick even till now.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to play it myself in the tournament if we get to those stages. So
Yeah. So generally, what would you pick? Like, on what kind of team composition like will you prefer to opt for Brunhilde?
Okay, so what I feel Brunhilde is not really good in the lane because there is no particular reason. I just feel like there are better options for now, or maybe her attack speed is lower than the others. But in my opinion, in jungle, she's pretty viable. She is not bad in jungle. So, for example, if there is a Hayate or Telenas or Lavil or Caffeine or maybe Joker, they're just gonna poke a lot on Brunhilde, even a Valheim. So she's definitely gonna have a hard time. Hence, she's not that preferred marksman in ADC.
Okay.
So.
So there's gonna be a Talonus locked in and a Max coming in, so most probably Rex will be using the Volcat into the jungle.
Now they picked up a Yena and they have 4 S tier players. I mean 4 S tier heroes. That's too strong. Now they picked up a Max. I guess the Phoenix still, I guess they actually felt that they're gonna go Phoenix. That's why they actually picked up a Max. Now I really want to see what marksman these guys play.
Okay, so
they're gonna go without a marksman.
Okay, so what do you think about this? Like, we have seen some previous metas where like marksman became, obsolete. Well, do you think that's gonna work or that's gonna apply in this meta at the moment?
In my opinion, I keep saying this. I say this because I'm happy because I'm a ADC player. I really love the meta is around the marksman. You definitely need one core damage dealer, even though you have a Dirac, you have a Tulen, but when it comes to pushing the lanes, either Yena or Richter are going to be split pushing one of them, right? So you just need one marksman to actually chunk down the towers. The earlier towers are easier to push, like the tier 2 or the tier 1, but when it comes to high ground, you really need a marksman or you really need the range over there. So, but I guess if Dirac is, I'm just making this up, I guess it's my assumption, but if Dirac is able to use his shield in a proper manner, they can even take the high ground tower by going closer to it. So, let's see how they actually play it. I would have loved to see Enzo though.
Yeah, Enzo coming out from Rex, that would have been sick though.
I'm not really in a favor of.
Okay, so this is a really good skin coming on from that Max, the Crescent Moon. I haven't seen the skin in game. Like, this is my first time.
I do have that skin because I used to play an Asian server, and when it got merged, they did give it out. So there's this Telenas. I am a huge fan of Telenas pick. So if that gets to late game, I just
and
Sonic.
I've been keeping a close eye on your channel as well, and your video on Telenas came out just recently, right?
So Telenas is my one of the favorite heroes, definitely.
Yeah, and I've learned so much from your Telenas. I'm not even gonna lie. So let's see, like whether Soma can actually pull it off. Cause I've learned a lot, and let's see, like whether he will be doing the stuff that you advise all of us to do, or let's see whether we see a new gameplay.
Hope how it goes. But I guess one reason why this gives out on marksman is because Max, then there is a Jannar, there is a Zip, and then there is Volcat. They're just too heavy of a dive. They're just gonna dive the marksman pretty easily.
And that's what they all signed up for, like coming in from Team Sensei, it's a full dive comp. But if you look at them, like who will max ulti? Okay, so this is going to be a standard.
Yeah, this is pretty standard rotation. Zip is doing Zip stuff, being annoying, and Richter tried to count that, thinking that they'd overextend, but they didn't apparently. I guess Yena should be able to bully this Max after level 4, because he has good damage in it. I haven't seen a Yena being played to her full potential on this server. On other servers, I have seen some crazy plays being made on her, but I just hope people try to play Yena more oftenly so that they get the hang of the hero, because she does requires a lot of microzones.
Yep, and that's one of the main reasons why we don't see a lot of Yena, and that's going to be a solo kill.
There wasn't a... No, that wasn't a pause that I was expecting because there is a fight on top that I was
Yeah,
spectating. That's Yena versus
that's Max exactly, and Yena
um.
and Max is just one shot
They're
away from Yena.
yeah, they're just too low, both of them. So
Hmm.
if because of the delay, Max is able to get the charge on his B where he can dodge, I guess he can actually take a potential kill on Yena. While
Yeah.
this kill should be go. I mean, this kill should go on the favor of Yena. So if this happens as a Yena, I would be really, really tilted. Okay,
Okay,
now
so
this
we're
is.
gonna 3, 2, 1, and we're
I'm
back.
rooting for the Yena, honestly.
Yeah, like oh,
No,
okay, so
the yeah.
no, I
The
mean like.
Max is
Mhm.
able to make it alive. Yena needs to go back now because it's 1.5 minutes. That's usually when the jungle. I mean, the jungler actually clears the entire jungle. So just need to play safe. If you see 130 and your support hasn't given you the version of the early buffs, which side the enemy started, 130 is like the time that you go back to your tower.
Okay, so that's a really interesting fact right there given out by you. And I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are actually, learning a lot since you being on the caster seat. Because, okay, so there's a fight happening. Volkat going in actually really, really deep, but Scenic is able to dodge that out. And
Yes, so
maybe this will be
four
a,
of them are
yeah,
there, and Richter can rotate too, but he just goes to the bottom. I'm not sure.
yeah,
Richter
so,
should have been there.
yeah. And
Okay,
Gina throws
so
down his ultimate and going in, and they're actually really, really low. They haven't seen at their fight. And Zip is going to take away the first kill. Volkat is going in deep, and he's going to use his ulti, and he's
they're
just
just
going to
gonna
back off.
back off. And I honestly felt like the Richter was in the mid. He could have just rotated with the
Yeah, yeah.
Telenas. It's weird to see a Telenas out rotating a Richter. That's not what you want to see as a
Okay,
Richter
so that's
player.
a really good jump on Kakashi right there by critics, but damage has been done and they're just gonna reset for now. Okay, so we see a solo fight happening in the top lane as well, and Max easily gonna
So
walk
as
away.
we expected, the Yena is able to poke the Max pretty much easily because of the silence that she gives. Okay, so in bottom the
Oh, that
right,
was
so
a beautiful steal from Talanas right there with the Astif.
yeah,
I
so
mean, yeah, that's gonna
Lumber
be
has his ult now, and then that ult actually
Oh, okay,
changes a lot of
so
things. Okay,
yeah,
so I
like
say Phoenix should go back right away because Max can come back anytime, and then
oh,
he's
and they're
just gonna
gonna be
alter.
diving onto the
Richter
challenge
dies
right
on.
now.
This is
Okay, so that was a kind of misplay ultimate right there by Braum, but they actually got off with the kill, and I'm not so sure whether Max is gonna use his ultimate. Okay, so he's just gonna go back to his land now. And as you were
I mean,
talking
I guess
about
that's
it, yeah.
smarter because
Mhm.
I don't want to see Max ulting just to get the Lumber down because it's not even sure if he can kill him or not. So that's good. He just uses ultimate and just stayed back. Now, okay, Yena uses. Okay, so the top lane Max is just getting bullied by the Yena.
Okay, so
Meanwhile, this
Dirac
Jannar is doing so
yeah.
much.
Yeah, and then the Dirac is gonna get caught up and he's gonna end up paying with his life. That was 1 for 4. I mean 1 versus 4, so there was no way for Dirac to run away, so let's see
Yeah,
whether
so
a steal will come out
if
or not.
Yena is
But
gonna come in, she does. Okay, so she did mess up a little over there. She
Mhm.
thought she was standing in the bush while she wasn't, but Rex. Okay, so as I said, whenever this team plays marksman, it's always the Yusoma guy on the marksman. I mean, even if it's jungle, but if it's assassin, then Rex does the jungling. So that's one thing I really like to see, that your team is really flexible in the picks too.
true. And that's actually really good ulti coming in from the Lumber, and Jin are gonna dive in really deep with Volcar including as well, but they're just
But he
gonna
survives.
yeah, they're just gonna
So-
walk it off. And as you can see here in the top lane, Tonic is actually dominating flank, and because of that, the blue buff has just been wide open for Yena to
Yeah.
capture it, and he's just gonna walk. She's just gonna walk
So that's
away.
actually smart of her. Like,
Mhm.
rather rotating to the mid and eating the farm out of your mage, she's actually offering the farm to Tilen, and she herself is evading the enemy. So that's pretty smart of her. And just look at the health of the Max. He is just one shot away. They can easily secure this tower because Yena actually can chunk down the towers pretty easily. Volcat is gonna try to
Yo,
save it
Volcat
while I'm not
land?
sure.
Yeah, he
Okay,
lands
so-
the and then he goes for that. So Zip, but Zip is here. So okay, so that was a beautiful land. It was
Okay, yeah, I guess
through on
Scenic
the
is
draw.
gonna go down with that one too. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
and
is
then
no way he can make this alive.
that
Oh,
was
he
a really
does
really
make
good.
it alive. So I don't know why Max shifted his focus to that one minion, while he could have just killed that villain. So that's weird. I
Yeah,
mean, when
yeah, even me, I thought like Tulen was going down for sure because everybody collapsed on there. Even Jinnar was there with his ultimate, he was ready.
yeah, I guess it's just the priority. Minions do look tempting at times.
Like hearing that from
Taking
you,
by the heart.
it makes me so happy hearing that from you, knowing that you love.
I mean, I love
Yeah.
farming. That's one thing everyone knows. I guess on the server, they used to call me farm bot because
Okay,
it's just
so
like if
Richter
there's a
makes
fight
a
going down in the mid. I mean, in the
and
bottom.
Richter.
Wow. Okay, so Walcott is able to secure the kill on Richter. He's just diving the D-Rack. D-Rack's gonna go
and
down. I guess he can secure one more kill. Okay.
Zip actually going in really deep, and
I'm not sure what.
Zoma is actually tanking the turret for that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess they both are gonna go down. I guess
Yeah,
the three are gonna go down.
yeah, and that was a really good use of Ortigo, but right there, but Kenya escaped, but I don't think he's
Okay.
gonna.
No, no, he can. Okay, so
Okay, so the
Phoenix is
Max is coming
definitely
in,
going down. There is no way he can survive this.
and even Jinner follows it up.
Kakashi should go down too, I guess. No. He is so low and he's been making it since so.
I mean, like since the rest of the fight just happened right now, like I thought Kakashi was going to go down for sure, but he's
Yes,
the one
so
who comes out on top. I mean,
that's
right
why I
there,
say
like
Jannar is
yeah.
so annoying. He just has so much sustain. Especially he went for the Barrett's build and it just gives him so much sustain in the early game.
And then there was actually a little bit of miscommunication coming in from Sensei. I thought they were gonna die because of the fact that Fallen was there with Zip trying to eat Jinnar, but Jinnar uses his RT off. And you know,
I
guess
guess
that's what-
the Yena is making good play, so I'd actually want the Richter to go top against the Max. And Yena to just go and kill that Telenas at least once or twice so that I mean Yena does have the potential to just go to the back line and just kill the marksman pretty much easily. So that's one thing I want to see them doing, but this is where I say that you always need to have an ADC in your team comp because it's important. I feel like it's the meta. I mean, the metas are formed because of some reasons, right? So
okay, so that was actually a really well played by Eternal Chronicles right there. I thought they were legit gonna trade towers for meat and both,
I
but they
think they
actually
cannot trade the top tower because Yena is just pressuring that Max so hard right now.
okay. So the
Max
ultimate comes in
is
and
able
Lambo
to.
goes in, and there was a flicker ultimate coming in from
Okay, Max is just ulting the
and-
Tillen over and over again. Now, Walcott is just following up and he is just gonna clear this off. Yeah, definitely.
and Soma is
So-
here to clean it up.
Yeah, this is where the team B they have the range, they have the range advantage because on the other end these guys don't have the advantage. They cannot stay back and deal damage or poke the
Yeah.
enemies.
And Sonic is actually playing a really good game. Like he knew that he would be really late to the team fight. So
I guess he's gonna get two
Yeah.
kills right over here. Yeah, definitely two kills.
okay, so he's gonna move right for the Soma, but Soma
okay,
can just
so-
walk away. Yeah, so
Yeah.
moving back. Oh, okay, so Zip is gonna bring in Jinnar, and that was actually really well played right there. Yo, what is the cooldown on Jinnar's ultimate?
It's 18 to 20 seconds. I mean,
Oh.
at level 3 when he makes it to level 3. So you can just use it twice in a team fight and it's just so annoying to deal with. But I guess these guys are not able to play against the Jinnar efficiently because most of the teams actually just prefer banning him out most of the times. So no one there really does have practice against him. So I'm not sure. I mean, giving out Jinnar and Zip together is just too stupid.
Krista, Yena, Great X, Richter going into the backline, but he was too far.
Okay,
like,
that's
it
a
was
good ultimate from Lumber,
Yeah,
and
Lumber right
now
there.
it's the right time to engage because everyone has everything on cooldown. Yeah, definitely. I guess this is the fight that they can win easily.
Yeah, this is the
So-
fight that they were looking for. Okay, so Max is
Yeah,
gonna
okay,
take out
now-
the Sylvan, but at what cost? Okay, so that's gonna be
4 of them are alive too. 3 of them. Oh, 4 of them. I guess one of them used their resurrection. They had it. So the Telenas is back. There's no much objective that they could push because the high tiers, I mean the second tiers, you just need like a marksman, especially in my opinion. And now these guys are just camping them, and there's gonna be a zip combo game with the Gennaro.
Okay,
So
so they chose not to engage on the number,
they're
knowing
just
how.
choosing.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, I guess these guys know that this can be their last game if they lose. They just wanna play it in an easy manner. So,
Yeah, I mean, and
but one
that's
thing I want to see is how the next game goes if Sensei wins this because now the red side don't have to worry about banning Zip. They don't have to worry about banning most of the marksmen because they're already being used. So, really want to see how the draft goes on the next match. Okay, there's a fight breaking down in the bottom. Victor seems to be lagging to me, but yeah,
and
it
the
seems
match
like
jumped
Victor
right
is
into Dirac, and Dirac is gonna fall down.
just
He's
the
woke up.
cleanup. That Jinar and that Zip is just so annoying. The Zip rolls in, it stuns everyone, and then Jinar just goes and just melts everyone. So
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, like they actually needed a marksman for this composition because of the fact that there's no damage dishing out, like, and that was expected.
this is just so annoying. Like Zip and Jinar combo is so annoying. You can just suck Jinar and sounds wrong, but you can just suck Jinar and go in. And
Yeah,
that's what
like
he's doing. See, like
yeah, that's it.
that's that's so annoying. Like that's like a free kill every time you go in. So
And I don't think like Team Eternal Chronics has any reply to this, or I don't think they will be able to reply to this Zip and Jinar knowing.
yeah, this Zip and Jannar combo just looks really, really broken to me right now. So one thing most of the people don't know is like Zip. Yeah, see, this is what I was gonna talk about. If Zip uses his B on Jinnar's ult, it would still be going, but the Jinnar would be under the protection of Zip. So that's what just happened.
Yeah, and then actually with Zip, there are so many really cool interactions. Even if Crixie ultis, Zip can just eat, and Crixie will. I mean, the ulti won't get cancelled off. Same applies for Kali. Like we don't have in the server, but if Zip eats Kali, then there are so many really cool stuff that you can work alongside with Zip.
Yeah, but if you actually see the gold, right? The gold is pretty much even on the both sides. It's just like 900 on the favor of blue. So that does mean that they are farming pretty well, but most of the gold on the red side is on Yena. So, I mean, it's pretty much obvious because she has been farming and she has been dominating her lanes so well.
Yeah, and then like the goal deficit has been fluctuating the entire game. Like once Team Chronicle was ahead, then Sensei was ahead, then Eternal Chronic was ahead, and now it's Sensei that's leading the goal.
Even though in kill they're like 7 kills ahead of the red team, they still have more towers. So I mean, the red team has more towers. There are 2 more towers taken down by, 2 more tower on their side.
So another post comes in from the red team.
I guess that Victor is lagging. Yeah. I actually felt like he was because he was just standing there. But it's really good of a team spirit. Like he didn't pause it there, even though he knew that there was a fight breaking out. He still waited for the fight to get completed, and then that was the time he paused. So that's really good of the spirit when you're playing on a competition.
No, because of the fact that when there's a team fight happening and then you pause it, then the momentum of the team fight, it just turns into the favor of someone else again, and you can't cope up with that. That few 1-2 seconds.
One more abyssal uncontested going towards the side of the blue side. I guess the most important hero in the game for the red side right now is how this Yena plays. Okay, so the Telenas is coming there. If Yena is able to get. Okay, so yeah, she did. Oh, you just look at the damage.
Oh, okay, so that was really close coming in from the Yena.
Yeah, but she can make it alive in my opinion. She has the back edge.
Plus she has a really good kiting abilities as well.
Yeah, I mean she gets the damage reduction, right? So that's really strong. I guess it's 40%. I'm not definitely sure about the stats, but it's 40 to 50%. That's what I'm aware of. So Zip has 3 more items. So I mean, one is of course a support item. Apart from that, he has three defensive items. To Lumbers, there's two. So Zip is gonna be really annoying.
And as you can see, Sonic is way too deep inside the
Yeah, the
enemy
Lumber
jungle.
lands a really good ult, and they're just fighting in the choke points. So you don't want to fight a Lumber into the choke points. That's
And that was actually a really, really good play coming in from Greetings right now, but Zip is
oh,
just gonna clean up.
he just stuck Telenos on the right moment. This was
And
just
look at
look
the
at
shield coming.
this shield coming out of her. I mean, well,
That was a really, really beautiful play coming out from Fallen right there on that
okay,
Zip.
so this is why Zip should be banned.
A red team tower
He'll
has
just
been
suck you to the
destroyed.
wind.
And that was actually a beautiful snipe coming in from Direct as well, but Zip was right there on time. And did you see the amount of shield that Telenas had on
Yeah,
her?
it was crazy. It was like she was almost on her complete health with that shield.
Yeah, I felt like she
That's
had a little bit
crazy.
more extra. But
Yeah, it was just that was crazy. I wasn't expecting that.
mhm. And this just goes to show why Zip has been banned the entire match.
That was amazing. I don't know if that was calculated or something, but it looks really good.
Okay, Ash, I think your earpiece,
If not, I lost you there
yeah, I think your earpiece is not working or your battery is run dry.
Alright, so there takes the enraged whistle, but back off because
Max is coming in right for a Tulan for second time in a row.
Dinar and this going in together. I just want to see this Yana diving onto that 7
Okay, so that was really, really cool.
because of the trip. If that would have been happening earlier, if that
Mhm.
Yana would have been told to send out properly,
And
I don't think so. She would have survived so much.
we have to give credit to Volcat on this Rex as well.
Ash, you might want to check your speaker.
Like, so I feel that's the game. Dinar, they didn't have a minion though, and they didn't have a heart, so
Yeah, but I feel like they'll be able to do this easily. And Rex is not gonna fall down.
Has been destroyed.
just to make your levels a little calm from the World Cup. Even though we're still in the game and we are the benefit, so that's pretty much up from the second game. Let's tune in for the other one in 5 minutes. Thank you guys.
team's turn to ban.
Hello guys, we are back with the third game between Eternal Chronics and Sensei. Whew.
So
This
the
entire
previous
tournament,
game,
yeah. I mean the previous game, they
still
needed
feel that
a
Zip
marksman.
wasn't- yeah, not just the marksman. I guess the Zip was just doing tremendous plays.
True.
It just looked so beautiful the way he was playing. So kudos to that player, whoever played Zip, and he was just so good with it.
Yeah, that was Fallen, and right now they're gonna be just banning off the
Team's
Zip.
turn to ban.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's smart because they've already played it and they don't want to give it away. I mean, I want to see a Caffeine ban coming from the. No, okay, actually they have played Caffeine, so I guess if I'm not wrong, it's either gonna be. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a Caffeine ban from the red side now because the left side hasn't really played Caffeine, and that's the only marksman that's left. That's really amazing. So.
But Direct has been played, right? From
Dirac has been played for for the
oh
B
yeah,
side.
just the previous match.
Yep. So the B side has taken out Telenas and Caffeine, while the A side has used Laville and I guess one. Okay, they didn't use any marksman in the second game, so they still have Caffeine open.
Yeah. Okay, so
as predicted, it was a Zip and a Caffeine ban, and now they cannot pick a Dirac, so Dirac goes on the side of the B side.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
feel
sure
like they
if
should.
picked
Yeah.
it or not, but I guess they didn't pick it.
I guess they should have banned the Direct instead of the Laville ban. Because
Yeah,
I mean, like,
definitely. But I guess it's still decent because they don't have any marksmen to trade with it. Because Caffeine is already banned. I don't think that they have a Hayate player, and then there is no Laville, so that's like the only choice they have now. Either or they're gonna get dominated in one lane for sure.
Okay, so the Malak is gonna get picked up right off the bat.
A pain in the Ignis, so that's pretty good. As I said, I'm like a huge fan of Ignis. I just love Ignis, and he is gonna play high octane. He's flexing the same skin that I do have. He's flexing all the skins that he has.
He's flexing all the skin that he has, that which even you did in the previous game.
I mean, a little flex is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't hurt you, right?
I mean, it just
everyone invests in the game, like,
it just
let's just show
just
it off
makes
now.
the viewers, pissed off because of the fact that most of them doesn't have the skin.
Blue team's turn.
Okay, so they're locking the Thane and the Ignis. For me, like, among all the utility champions that a mage can have, I feel like Ignis is one of the best utility mage that Arena Valor has
Yeah, I
at the
mean, he
moment.
has everything on his kit. He has movement speed on his own kit. I mean, he's not going to provide it to everyone. He has CC, then he has true damage, and he does that consistently. It's not like he is just going to do it and then he has to wait for another 5 to 6 seconds to land his ability again. So.
Yeah. And then I feel like most of the players from our server are used to Ignis because of the fact that there was one page where Ignis was actually really broken and everybody abused him and actually used him. Yeah, so everybody has a
Jannar are like the most used heroes by Indians. It's just been exploited by us, I guess. There's no.
Yeah, so everybody's
people talking about
really
Yarn and
comfortable with it.
Valheim, I guess Ignis and Jannar are Yarn and Valheim of our servers. It's just so
True.
much. I mean, they're every game.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
like nowadays you don't see a Valine or a Yorn being locked in every
I
single match.
haven't seen Amina for ages. She
Okay, so
is not that great because of the cleansing item. She is. I mean, her ult gets nullified, and that's the only CC, like
Drawback, yeah.
good CC that she has. Even if she does, I mean, get people in her ult, you're still gonna be hurting her, right? So she is, even though she gets like 50% damage reduction, but I still feel when in the late game, ulting a marksman, then you still get chunked down to a lot low HP. So they're better tanks in my opinion than Mina is, but there is a big buff coming to her, so
or maybe they're trying to flex this combo because if Mina is able to flicker, pull them in, and then Alti and Malok and Hayati just follows it up. then that's
So we
actually going
did
to be
see
really
a
really
really
good.
beautiful Gilder Hayate
Mm-hmm.
in the morning. It was
Yep.
so beautiful. I guess
Yeah,
it
that
was
was so
Minato's team
beautiful.
who did that.
No,
So,
that was it's CC that bots can dominate. CC was
oh
using it.
yeah, all right, yeah. Bots can dominate. They
Hmm.
just made it so good. So I guess I want to
Blue
see
team's
this
turn to
combo
ban.
from Hayate, Mina, and Malik
And
because
Malok,
on
yeah.
paper right now, if the Mina ults and then the I mean the Malik ults and then Hayate ults, it just
Hmm.
looks like a complete cleanup for me. So I just want to see how it goes because on paper it just looks
Blue
so
team's
perfect to me right
turn
now.
to
Yeah,
ban.
but at the end of the day, it depends on the execution, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? On paper it's
Blue
beautiful, but
team's
Hmm.
it's
turn to
always gonna come
ban.
down how much have you practiced it.
Yep. And plus, it depends on Ten. Like if he makes the purifying braces, no, but then
So
it.
someone
Yeah.
asked me Asher thoughts about Kisei. I mean, I guess Kisei is a great player. No, undoubtedly. He's been playing this game for so long, and he definitely is a
Exactly.
good player. So,
And then this tournament, like not only, I mean, he not only sticked with his MM comfortable pick, but he was
Red team's
flexing
turn
Malok,
to
Arthur,
pick.
and that shows a
yeah,
lot.
so, okay, one thing I guess our server is doing wrong, like if they have people have bad games on the stream, they just
Hmm.
start calling them boosted or they just
Hmm.
start looking
Yeah,
down on
exactly.
them. But in the end, you should realize, like, it's a MOBA, it can go on either side.
Hmm.
Like, it is fun because you never know which side is gonna win. So,
Yeah. Until
everyone has
unless.
bad days, everyone has good days. So just take that into consideration, guys. All right, so Wisp, finally I see her. She is such an amazing, fun play. She is just so fun to play, I swear. I just love
Yep.
Wisp. So there was a time that I actually felt I cannot play her at all because I was always confused her on dash. Um, but after I started practicing her and playing her, she is just so fun to play.
Yeah,
So
and then
especially her ultimate in late game, it just
Blue
literally melts
team's
everyone if
turn
you use
to
it in the
pick.
right way.
plus the attack bonus that she gets right after she lives. I mean, right after she uses her dash. Oh my
Yeah, I
goodness.
guess they can
Yeah.
actually just make her better in the way that they should change her passive. It's just so waste
Mhm.
right now, in my opinion. So, okay, so Wisp did get a buff this patch. So,
Yeah, I
what
mean,
they
like
did
the.
is like they increased her AD, like her AD scaling in the early
Mhm.
game, but decreased it the late game for her A. So, till level 3, she does more damage now, but after level 2, she used to do more damage in the previous patch. So, they're
Okay.
actually making it more. I mean, they actually since she has like a really weak early game, so I definitely feel that buff was actually required, but I still feel like they need to buff her a lot to bring her into the meta. And the piece is finally out.
Red team's turn to pick.
This pick is just so strong. So
Yeah, blue team is actually showing up really, really strong in this match right now. Because if they are able to land their wombo combos, I don't think that Team Sensei will make it out alive.
but one thing I don't like, they went for a Malik side lane. I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
as I said, I'm not a big fan of Malik side lane. He's just too
Mm-hmm. True.
slow. And then there is a Florentino. So
And Florentino can easily counter a Malak
right,
if played in
someone
the right way.
comment. Yeah, all right. Um, Joker is greater than Wisp. I actually feel Joker is stronger than any MM. I mean, not in the sense that in the team fights, but in the sense that he can dominate his lane against every MM. He is really strong because of his
Mm-hmm.
passive, and
Mm-hmm.
he's really strong because of the beam where he nullifies all the physical damage that's
True.
thrown at him. So in the lane, he definitely is stronger against every MM, but in late game,
Late game,
other
come late
MMs
game,
have a
yeah.
better.
Okay, I think I lost
Our
you there,
server is
Ash.
10
gonna hand
seconds
down win that.
remaining.
So
Ash, can you hear me? I think I lost you there.
okay, so I guess I got disconnected again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you're back right now.
Yeah, my Wisp. Okay, so my AirPods are just acting up today. So Wisp is greater than Hayate. Um, I guess someone just commented to trigger me, but nothing is greater than a Hayate. He is the ultimate pick, and if you have seen the new skin that's gonna really get released soon, That
Oh
skin is
yes,
crazy good. Like, I mean,
that
I would be spamming at
skin
least
is really
100,
really beautiful.
200 games on Hayate after that. So this is the last match of the day, and this is the match that counts the most for both of the teams
Mm-hmm.
because whoever loses is
Well,
out of the tournament, and both of them are equally good. So just want to see how it
Get
goes.
ready.
yeah, everything is put on the line right now, and the sad part is we don't have a loser bracket like for other tournaments. So if they're out, this is bye bye from the tournament, and they should get ready for the next tournament. So moving on to the match. Okay, so they're going to be starting off. Okay, so this is going to be a Malok mid lane, and I feel like
Yeah,
Marja.
I can. Yeah, they can actually do that. So this is
Mhm,
what I've seen Nate here. When you're not that comfortable against the pick that you're going, you just
mhm.
switch your lanes. So
Okay, so there's
Malik
actually good knockback coming out from the Thane, so that dishes out a lot of damage on Mina. So he was forced to use his restore.
I want to see how this Wisp versus Hayate goes. I mean, I don't really like playing Hayate into Wisp because of
Hmm.
the stun that Wisp has her in B. If she's able to land it, it just cancels your ult. So that's not something you want as Hayate because your ult deals like so crazy damage.
Okay, so
All
there
right,
was a
so
really really good sidestep coming in from the Malok right there.
yeah, so Marza is actually good against
A Florentino.
Florentino. Definitely she
Hmm.
is. I mean, Florentino cannot take her down completely because she can just escape. So Malik is decent against Ignis. I'd rather say Ignis is decent against Malik because that's a better matchup. And in bottom,
Hmm.
Hayate, of course, is a better pick than Wisp. I mean, he's in the meta, he has mobility, he has true damage,
Hmm.
and he does a lot of AoE damage if he's able to land his ult. So that's pretty much even from all the sides. Like, if you actually compare them lane to lane, it's pretty even. So,
Okay, so I feel like they're trying to make a dive into this bot lane because of the fact that they saw Astrid on the top lane.
oh yeah, I'm looking at a Astrid jungle. So these guys
I mean,
played
like
Astrid
yeah,
jungle in the first
before,
game, and they just
yeah.
played it so beautifully. It was like such like okay, sorry, I was reading the chat.
No worries. Okay, so the
So
Abyssal Dragon gets stolen off by Rex, and there was a beautiful
and that
ulti coming in
hurts.
from the
Did
Rex.
you see that Astrid ult? It just
Yep.
melted like all of them. So
And then he's just gonna go into the backline and he's just gonna kill off Malak, and Marja can't do anything right now. So she just has to
not
back up,
much
and
can
then
happen.
Rex is
Okay,
gonna
so
dive in.
yeah, I'm not really sure about the dive.
Hmm.
So if it was late, I guess Marja would have been able to clean up at least
Yep.
three or two or three out of them, but she didn't have that early damage. And of course, she scales better in the late game. She is not a mage that has high damage in the early game. She just played because she counters a lot of assassins, and then she just is really annoying to lane against. Like the amount of poke she can deal, it's just crazy. While sustaining, you have to go back as a mage because you have energy problems. But she can just heal from hitting the minions, and she doesn't have energy.
And talking about this, like Astrid came out on top that last team fight. He was able to secure the
Yeah, I
Abyssal
mean,
Dragon.
I really want to try that Astrid in jungle now. I mean, so many teams
Hmm.
are playing it, and it just looks so
Okay, so
clean. Oh right, just see that true
Ignis,
damage coming out
I
of
mean,
that Ignis. It's
Ignis.
so crazy.
I mean, like that was actually really really well played by Fallen right there, catching off the Hayate and pushing it near the turret, and so all the support had to follow them up. And as we can see here, Senic is trying to set up for a gank, but they don't know that Astrid is coming behind them, and Senic might get caught up right now. But he's a Zephyr.
They're just pushing. Okay, so I guess he is gonna go down the mid. Yeah, alright, so that's gonna hurt. So I guess
And that's a really beautiful
oh
outfit
Rick,
coming in.
yeah. Hayate actually did a really good ult, but the Astrid actually just used the orb. So that was a good orb from her, but she still goes down because there was a backup for Hayate, and
Mhm.
then they were just able to clean her off.
Plus the
But if you
CC.
were able to see Florentino is
Yeah.
just out rotating that Marja, and he's just doing so much for his team. So it's always good to see a good Florentino being played.
Mhm.
I just want to see how this game goes
Yeah.
because if it goes to
And
the late game,
just
Malik is like so crazy late.
And right now we were just talking about how Florentino will have a problem dealing with Marja right now, but looking at the goals that both of them has, and looking at my itemization done by Florentino, I feel like Florentino is in a really good spot right now. to
Yeah, I
1v1
guess he's
versus
going for the
Marja.
Gaia standard right
Mhm.
away. He's like, I just want to sustain in my lane and just ignore the poke so that I can rotate with my team for my team and I still make a difference. I don't want to be low when I join the team fight. So that's really smart of him to actually itemize according to what the situation is.
Yeah, and there's actually good rotation coming in from Team Sensei. Whips is there right now, and as you can see, like Whips, that was really good of Whips. Like he leashed the jungle for the Astrid right there, so Astrid was just able to come hit one auto
Yeah.
attack, and they were able to move on to the
So Wisp is
Sentinel.
able to.
Okay, so there's a beautiful
I
stun
guess
coming in from
Florentino
the
is gonna go
Whips
down
right
over
now.
here, but he's still. Okay, he's making plays. He is not going down. Just look at him surviving the
Oh,
fight.
he's not going down at all, but I mean,
That's crazy
it took
sustain
longer
from
than
Pain and
yeah.
Florentino. Just look how much time it's been, like 4 of them fighting 2 of them.
Yeah, and because of that
Meanwhile, they're able
reason,
to
yeah,
push 2
secured
towers
2
on the top.
towers. And while all of this was happening in the both lane, like the gank was possible on Marja because of the fact that Marja wasn't able to use ultimate because Whips landed her stun right on time. Like Astrid
That's
was
so
already
crazy. I mean, I'm just so shocked how much those 2 survived. Like this was where I was saying that this meta, if you have like a good tank, it's just so crazy because this. I'm just so surprised about that too.
Yeah, like in Florentino played that off really well.
You definitely
I mean,
he
yeah, like
just didn't miss any
because
combo work.
yeah, because Thane and Florentino was able to sustain for so long. Because of that, Sensei was able to secure 2 turrets in the top
Marja
lane.
went for an early Reyes. I'm not sure about that. So
Okay, so going for Ria's blessing.
I'm not sure about that. I've seen a lot of people going for Curse and then they going for Gaia Standard, but that's the first time I've seen Reyes being made first. So
Okay, so Astrid is gonna go in really deep, but yeah, she'll just come out alive.
yeah, she
And
does get the
Florentino is gonna
shield,
jump.
so pretty strong. So this game kind of looks into the favor of Sensei for now, but I still do want to see a comeback. I'm not taking any side who I want to see winning, but I do want to
Yeah,
see both the
like,
teams fighting
I
in
just
the end
wanna,
for
I
this
just wanna
one.
see one wombo combo coming out from Eternal Chronics.
Yeah, I mean it's so crazy to look at that Hayate build. I'm just looking forward for it. So,
Okay, so
Hayate
4
is
men are gonna be
more in
rotating.
gold compared to the Wisp. That's if you didn't notice that, I just noticed it that even though these guys are 5 kills ahead, they have more towers, they have taken down more abyssals, but Hayate is still more. I mean, Hayate was more farmed than Wisp was, and even right now the difference is not much.
Yeah, Hayate is actually because of Hayate and Zephyr, they're still on the gold deficit chart. And I really like what Hayate is building right now. He's directly opting for the false cap. And as you can see, that they have a Whips, they have an Astrid, they have a Florentino. So going for a first cap item, and that's
Yeah,
what
okay.
you want to see as
Paying
well. Okay,
with
so there's a
such a good push. Hayate is missing, so I guess Mina is gonna good, and that's what I say. Mina is not that tanky. She just goes down pretty much easily. So things are not looking good for Eternal Chronics now.
like they should just be patient, just farm up, and they should wait for a really good team fight to happen. Like and
Yeah,
it all
but in
depends
my
on
opinion, even if it goes to the late game, I still feel that X scales really well, and even the Florentino scales so
true,
well
true.
in the late game. I mean, they have the pain, right? So pain sustain is just on some other level. So just want to see how it is going now.
I mean, there are so many things that can happen, and the outcome we don't know about it. And this is the best part about the MOBA game. You can't count them out right now. And I just want to
Yeah,
see
like
like
one team fight can just change it. So this is one reason why they took out the endless cycle for the late game, because sometimes the enemy, I mean, sometimes one team is playing just so beautifully the entire game, and one team fight gets messed up, and they end up losing the entire game because of the endless cycle. So they want to make it less punishable. That's the reason I guess they just nerfed it down, because you don't want to see a good team winning just because of one bad fight.
yeah. And then if you have noticed, like I recently started following FPL, and you can see endless cycle on all the team.
Yeah, because it was just so broken. I mean, they actually stacked it to the late game. They are just like, okay, if in the late game something wrong happens, we can just come back and kill them if they overstay. So Okay, now they're trying to push up with the Drake. I want to see a good Wisp ult over here to zone them out, and so they're able to get. Okay, so a decent Zip ult, Wisp ult, I'm sorry. They're definitely gonna secure the tower too. So it's not going even in any way for Eternal Chronics. I really want to see that Malok scaling now because he has one item.
Okay, so that was a
Okay,
really good ulti coming
that was
in, and Mina
okay.
tries to go
Ooh,
in full
Mina
every
tried
one
to
of
do
them,
it.
and
I want to
look at
see Hayate. Okay,
Hayate
this is gonna
just
get out.
Hayate just
Melted
melted,
through.
and this is why,
That
and this
was
is
crazy. I'm so happy. Okay, so this gives me
yeah,
a
this
lot of
gives you
happiness, satisfaction. Just look at the triple kill. I'm so glad. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna record
yeah,
this and just gonna send it to him. So
and as you can see, whips 10 and Ignis
yeah,
they
this
use
was
the
the
endless
combo that we
cycle,
were talking about all this
yeah,
while. Mina
and we
and then
finally get to
Malik and
see
then
it.
yeah. So
And if we see this more from Hayate, I mean, if they land another wombo combo and if they win the team fight, this is going to be really massive for Eternal
yeah, just
Connect.
look at the goal difference. It was like at 6K and now it just goes
To
down to
two,
2K. Yeah, so I'm so impressed by the Hayate. I don't know who wins. I don't care who wins, but this
but
was
that
the
was
moment for
satisfaction
it to be.
guaranteed, right?
Yeah,
Satisfaction guaranteed, bro.
that was
Oh
so good.
man, yeah, like that is what we were waiting for the
Beautiful.
entire game, and we finally saw it. And I feel like this is gonna happen. Like if they don't, if Ignis is caught off and if he's not able to land his CC, or if Florentino is caught off and he's not able to land his knockup, then it's pretty much
Okay, I
GG
guess they
for
should give this red
Eternal
buff to
Connects.
Hayate now because
Hmm.
the red buff really procs with Hayate's build. I mean, you just want to slow the enemy so that you can just do the true damage. Mm,
Okay,
and
so
they gave
Hayate
away one
opted
more
for
dark
a
snake.
Shanti instead of a Slick Sting. What are your thoughts
That's
on this?
fine. Yeah, I mean that's fine. He's just going for more damage output for now.
Hmm.
He's going for a Ferniers. That's something that I've been waiting to try. I actually want to play with the Rampage and then just go for Ferniers and place first item. Just go in like Rambo and then let's see how it goes. But I I guess I would have stick to my original plan if I was playing at this stage because it's just knockout.
Okay, so Dan is actually solo pushing a lane right now, where he should be with his team, and Florentino might get caught off right here by the Zaphis, but Zaphis misses his ultimate right there. Like that was too short.
So Hayate didn't die the entire game till now.
Hmm.
That's really good. He plays a really good Hayate, and I didn't know that. I haven't seen him playing Hayate
Yeah,
yet.
I mean like the way he was waiting. I mean, the patience in him just to wait, like for all the CCs to drop, and after that he engaged, and that was so beautiful to watch. And I'm pretty sure we'll get to see more of that. So episode dragon,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
the dragon has
just
been called
wait
off
for
in the
my
bot
team
lane.
trying to do that Mina Hayate combo. Riplon, you better get ready for this. We have to try it. So this is coming for sure. I guess they can secure the high ground. They have the Claire, they have the Malik ult, and then they have Hayate. So
Yeah, but I don't think they can get anything from this because of the fact that no waves are pushing in from the mid lane as well, because they
yeah, that
have
was
to
a
all fall
wasted
back.
Drake. I mean, they didn't
Hmm.
think any of the waves. They just pushed one of the wave, and then that was an
Yeah.
easy Drake for them. Now, both of the teams are pretty much even because in late game, I mean, the goal difference like 4K or 3K, it's not that much because most of them are like almost on equal builds. So, in a way, the ADC on blue team is more farmed than the ADC on the red
The
team.
red team, yeah.
Yes, so it's pretty much even in my opinion. I just want to see how it goes. Like they don't want to delay it. Like
Okay,
the
so
way Hayate is melting is he's just
yeah,
going
and look at the
crazy.
item built by Hayate right now. He, he has his Fairness 2 ready. It's online, and he's gonna be
Yeah, I
dishing
guess
out.
if he's able to land that,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, definitely if he's able to land that ult on all the 4 or 5 men, it's just going to be so crazy and so good to see that melt. Like, just want to see how it goes. I'm just cannot even imagine how crazy satisfying it's gonna be if
True.
Zafis, Malik, and Mina are all able to sync their ult with Hayate. It's gonna look crazy beautiful. So on the other side, I feel I, the reason why Wisp it's really hard to push high tiers with Wisp is I mean he just had the ult to zone out the enemy, but uh, if you're not, I mean he doesn't have that range to actually push the towers because these guys are just too tanky. They can still stay under his ultimate. If Civ actually, I mean if Wisp actually tries to ult, Malik can still stay in it, but he's still tanky. So now they know that they're going for a Abyssal Dragon and they're just gonna contest this one. They don't want to let it go.
Okay, so
Okay,
Zephyr is coming in really deep.
Yeah.
And Hayate is gonna come in right now. Florentino takes off that buff.
Okay, so that.
Okay, so there was a
Hayate
miss.
missed his ult.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at the end he's gonna come out on top. And Florentino has it. But Florentino will just
Okay,
back
so
off
I
from
guess
there and
it's
go in.
GG from the team. They messed up all the combos over there. Sensei played it well. Defeat just went on the backline without even any support, so
Yeah, I
no,
guess.
there's no way Hayate
I mean, this is
saving
what I
it.
was
No
talking
way.
about. Like, if you have one really bad team fight, then that's gonna cost you the game. And you know,
so-
I feel like they could have just waited for them to push, because they were actually holding off really well. They were able
Yeah,
to
they
clear
could
the
have
way.
waited for those resurrections. They could have waited, but that's pretty sad to see a Hayate lost. But since we cannot, I mean, both the teams played really well, especially that Ignis. He just
Ignis was.
stole the show. It's like CC, and then his damage is like
Yeah,
30%.
he
The
nearly did
Tane and
100%
the
damage.
Florence, what they did in the bottom when they actually tanked 4 of the people for almost like 30 to 45 seconds, it was crazy. And then on the blue side, Hayate making that plays, he's doing that ultimate with Mina combo. It was like there were like beautiful moments from both teams, but in the end, Sensei takes the tour. I mean, takes the round, and they're gonna be in the semifinals.
Yeah, and what a way to end this tournament for tonight. I mean, that was a spectacular show put on by both Eternal Chronix and Sensei, and this is one of the main reasons why they are in the quarterfinals right now. We saw some high level of gameplay coming off from both the teams, but in the end, like how they ended up, like Hayate, I feel like the caster's curse went on to the Hayate.
Yeah, he went
'Cause-
5-0-1. It's not. It's really sad to lose when you haven't even died the entire game. So both the teams played well. Just want to see these teams against us because it's going to be so much fun. There are so many good teams left in the tournament now, and so many good teams participated. So just looking forward to play against all of them. And guys, don't look down on any team. There's always good days, bad days. One team, one game doesn't decide how good of a player or bad player you are.
Yeah, true.
So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. I guess we'll see you next weekend.
Yep, and on that note, thank you so much, Ash and Kuma, for volunteering
You're
and
welcome.
casting today. You both did a great job, and you know.
I'm having the time of my life. I want to feel skin. I'm
Well,
having the
yeah.
time of my life.
I guess fate rewards the nice or the helpful ones or the
Right.
ones
I
who
didn't
really
get
put in effort.
rewarded though.
Let's go.
Well, I guess Ash, you've already found your lady luck, so Kuma has his riding in the form of actual luck right now.
Alright. Okay, guys, I'll take off and thank you
Sure
for
thing.
your time.
And all the best
Okay.
for your upcoming matches as well, and all the best for your streams.
Absolutely. And viewers, I just wanted to actually hop on and tell you guys about what we're planning ahead for you, and also make some small announcements. So for the upcoming rounds, that is from the semi-final onwards, to ensure there is total fair play and no questions or allegations. What we're going to ensure is all the teams who are playing will have to be on the CCE voice chat for Discord. A CC voice channel, chat channel for Discord. They will also have to, at least one player from each team will also have to record the entire match on their devices.
Okay.
And any other suggestions are welcome, but these are two basic things that all teams will have to do going forward.
Oh, so okay. So are we going to see a montage in the future? I mean, after this tournament?
Oh, absolutely! You're gonna
Yeah.
be seeing some really cool montages coming up
Yeah,
over the
because see, like
weekend.
it'll be
I have to
really
highlight for you
insane
guys.
to see from a player's perspective, like how they're actually playing it from a player perspective. So that's a really good idea that you put forward right now. And
Absolutely,
also,
and
yeah,
yeah, go on.
and also I was thinking like generally when you see into a big mobile esports scene, like generally after a tournament gets over, they release the team comms. I mean the in-game team chats that they have, like regarding the special plays. Like how did they manage to come up with that? So
Absolutely, we can definitely try doing some of that as well, and these are
hmm,
really good ideas, Kuma. We will try our best, and the fine congratulations to all the people who made it so far.
yeah,
Just
team
the team
EV
EV, Sensei, and
and
Classy.
Classy.
Yep, and
Cool.
we're really excited to see the semifinals, guys.
I
So,
mean,
yep, go on, Kuma.
I'm just so happy right now to see Team Eevee, Team Classy, Sensei, and just the team like on the top four. And also and also I want to talk about all the teams that like couldn't make it to the semifinals, but they put up a really good show for everyone, and all of us we
Oh,
enjoyed.
I mean, I can't even begin to talk about the quarterfinals. Every single team showed that they have earned that spot and fought valiantly for it. Pardon me.
Mhm.
Especially with Fenrir, they put up a really good show against EV, I must say. Even in the case of Senpai, they lost eventually, but what a match! I
Yeah,
mean,
that
that
was a
was a
beautiful
beauty of
match.
a
Like
match to watch.
that was like comeback, like that match was like one of the best comebacks from both the teams in the entire tournament.
Absolutely. I mean, I have penned that as my favorite comeback for the day. And that is, precisely why I wanted to reward, or, I wanted to share my joy with the viewers with the skin giveaway,
Yeah.
which you won.
And also, see,
Even
Crimson X, I agree with you. Give Kuma and Edge skins. Give me more skins, man.
Yes. And Chief, yes, the next ones are best of 5 rounds.
Mhm.
With the fifth match will be being a global reset. So if you've,
Oh,
in the fifth
okay.
match, you can pick all the heroes again.
That's gonna be really interesting because from best of three we have learned so much, and that in best of five that gives them a lot of it's gonna be all about the mental game and how they put forward with it. Because we have generally seen like one of the biggest upset, like on best of five they go 2-0, but they end up losing by 3-2.
Even
And
today,
this,
all the group beta matches, they've gone like that, right? From
mhm,
1-0 to 1-1 to 2-1.
yeah,
Sorry, to
like
1-2, in fact.
yeah, that's like one of the best comebacks. I feel like they're all Manchester United fans because they were the comeback kings for a reason. So let's see who takes the comeback king throne. Throne, I mean,
Sure,
sorry, not
sure thing.
throne.
And Chief, unfortunately, we have thought about this decision very much, and I'm sure at least one team from each player can definitely record the match.
I mean, like